Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Hoenig and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of local government. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for all inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Hoenig, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin with the witnesses from my left.
Thank you, Ms Hurst. Melissa Gibbs, the Director of Policy and Sector Development at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Karen Bishop, Director of Sector Performance and Intervention at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Morning Chair, Scott Hanson, Director General, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Committee. Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department, Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Local Government, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'll now call up some of the other witnesses. When you come up, could you please bring your name tag as well? Mr. Douglas Walther.
Thank you. Douglas Walther, Executive Director, Local Government, in the Office of Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Grant Gleeson.
My name is Grant Gleeson. I'm Director Legal at the Office of Local Government. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Keith Baxter.
Mr. Keith Baxter, Director Emergency Recovery and Strategy at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Kim Filmer.
Dr. Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m., at 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. And we will begin with questions from the opposition.
Good morning and thank you, Minister.
Thank you for having me.
Minister, how long have you known the long-time Mayor of Canada Bay, Angelo Sarikas?
I have probably known him for several decades, I suppose.
And would you say he was a friend of yours?
No.
No? And do you know what he is like as a person?
Look, I was trying to reflect on whether, when I last spoke to him, I probably can recall speaking to him when he was the candidate for Reid at a Gonski dinner, which is many, many years ago.
Okay.
2016, I think.
Were you there?
I wasn't, but 2016 was when he was the candidate for Reid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I recall being at a Gonski dinner when he was candidate for Reid, and that's probably the last time I can remember seeing him.
And so you would say you've attended many mayoral events together over the years, including the Italian Friends of the Labor Christmas dinner where you were photographed together?
Look, he was Canada Bay was a member of the Southern Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils, of which I was the president, so
Yep.
I would see him at those meetings when I would see him at meetings of mayors of the Southern Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils. I would see him at the local government conference.
So it's fair
I
to
would see
say
him at the
you knew
Australian
him?
Mayoral Aviation Council. I would see him from time to time during my period in local government.
So it's fair to say you knew him quite well. And as you've
Well,
mentioned...
I'm not sure. It depends what you mean by quite well. Do I know him and do I
Yes.
know of him? The answer is obviously yes. You knew in those days all the mayors and all the general managers and most of the councillors and all the councils, particularly in your region.
Thank you, Minister. And are you aware, well, I guess you're aware because you were on the news last night, of the findings from the Independent Commission against corruption yesterday, that Mr Sarikas engaged in serious corrupt conduct, helping developers in exchange for thousands of dollars worth of perks, including international flights and accommodation?
Yes, I in fact had to read the report yesterday afternoon in some detail
Okay.
to make a statutory determination.
And you're aware that he took trips to Shanghai with his longtime friend Joseph Chidiac and representatives of the collapsed property group iProsperity, which funded some of these expenses?
That's what the report found, yes.
And do you personally know Mr Joseph Chidiac?
I don't recall ever meeting him.
No.
That doesn't mean that I haven't, but I
Yep.
don't recall meeting him.
All right, thank you. And did you know those trips coincide with iProsperity's attempts to gain planning permission for a residential tower, initially of 46 stories, which Mr Sarikas supported at council?
Well, I only know that from reading the
Reading the
report of the
report?
Independent Commission Against Corruption yesterday.
Okay. And as you've said, he contested the federal seat of Reid for the Labor Party. Did you know that he also took 3 political donations from individuals associated with iProsperity, who each donated $10,000 to his campaign?
Not until I read the ICAC's report yesterday.
Okay. And are you aware that of ICAC's finding that Mr Sarikas engaged in serious corrupt conduct by deliberately failing to disclose a conflict of interest regarding iProsperity and Mr Chidiac when he knew he had to do so?
I'm aware of that from reading the ICAC report yesterday.
Okay, and the Commission said that the consideration should be given to the suspension of Mr Sarikas from civic office, which I note you have done, with a view to dismissal in relation to these serious corrupt conduct findings. Are you aware that ICAC has recommended he be removed from office?
I'm aware of what ICAC's recommendations are, yes.
And do you support ICAC's recommendation that he should be removed from office?
Well, the process empowers me. I exercised the only power I had, and that was to suspend him with a view of dismissal and disqualification. And I have given him 14 days to respond as to why he should not be either dismissed or disqualified for a period of time before I make a recommendation to the Governor. That's the statutory process. The process, though, is a lawful process. I, for example, when I read the report, I excluded consideration of that material that might relate to objections he's taken under Section 37 of the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act and findings the Commission made under Section 38, because I didn't want to leave the state in a position that it might be vulnerable to legal challenge. So as a matter of abundant caution, I excluded ICAC's findings of fact that were based upon former mayor's previous evidence, so that the decision would be subject to
Thank you,
scrutiny.
Minister. And so you've said the action you'll take is that you've given him 14 days.
I'm required to give him a time frame.
And that's 14 days.
And I gave 14 days. I thought that was a reasonable period, bearing in mind he's legally represented and his lawyers would have time to read the material from the report from ICAC.
Minister, if Mr Sarakis in that time frame doesn't resign, will you suspend him?
I will consider that, as I'm required to do, after considering any material that he may submit. I have to follow the statutory processes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And so I note in the media you said that the message has to go out there. If you're a crook, you're going to get caught. So you said that last night?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So on that, how will you reform local government to restore trust for the public good?
When reports get given in relation to the conduct of councillors like the Canada Bay, like Georges River Council, like Hills Council, where you have that currently under investigation with others, it just completely undermines the confidence in public confidence in local government. There's more than 1,200 hard-working, dedicated councillors out there, all who get tarred with that sort of reputation. There needs to be some pretty substantial reform in relation to the Code of Conduct provisions, which I propose to undertake. There need to be some regulatory changes, but most importantly, there needs to be a genuine application of Part 4 of Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Local Government Act by making these determinations of councillors transparent, because devices have been obtained whereby a culture is developed in local council, not the fault of the councillors, whereby too much is not being subject to the transparency that Chapter 4 requires. So, as has often been said, sunlight is usually the best disinfectant to corrupt activity, and I think I need to go down that particular path. And of course, I've inherited, not just from the previous government, but from the government before that, substantial regulatory changes over since the 1993 Act was enacted that have enabled a lot of the things, I think, to occur.
Mr. I'll hand to my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Hoenig. And look, we commend you on your decision yesterday in terms of
It's the only decision I could have
well,
made,
indeed.
isn't it?
And of course, noting that this is somebody you've known for a long time, and you took swift action yesterday. And I note on the 13th of December 2018, you referred to him on your Facebook as an old friend, and so we commend you on the action you've taken. Now, Minister, I note that from your diary records and also your Facebook, you met with Councillor Andrew Ferguson from the City of Canada Bay. I think on your Facebook you talked about trolleys.
Yes.
Did Councillor Ferguson raise with you any other concerns when it came to the City of Canada Bay in that meeting?
Only that the Labor Party should be the party that governs Canada Bay, and there was some...
Well, there'll be an election to see.
Exactly. No, he was particularly concerned about the shopping trolley, shopping trolleys, and the relatively new legislation that did not give councils the power to instantly remove them unless they were a danger. So he had suggested various improvements that should be enacted. I understood that when the legislation was enacted by the former government, the Honourable Rob Stokes' intention was to improve the situation, and it certainly improved the situation for dangerous abandoned things, but for things that couldn't be deemed to be dangerous, Councillor Ferguson brought to my attention that problem.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. So nothing else about the City of Canada Bay and its administration in that discussion? Apart from his aspirations to become the Mayor of the City of Canada Bay or one of his Labor colleagues?
Look, generally speaking, like most people in opposition in local government, they're never happy with the majority, and most people that are in majority are never happy with the points raised by those in minority. It's part of representative democracy, isn't it, Mr. Farlow?
We've been on both sides of the street with this one. Thank you, Minister Hoenig. And Minister Hoenig, also with respect to the City of Canada Bay, are you aware of the case of Lindsay Newland with the City of Canada Bay?
And in relation to
so
what?
Lindsay Newland is an Australian medalist when it comes to gymnastics, and he is sort of meeting with your office to discuss his concerns with the City of Canada Bay. He was dismissed for a Facebook post where he wrote one word, beautiful, in a description, and he has sort of meeting with your office to talk about broader concerns with the City of Canada Bay. Are you aware of his requests to meet with you to discuss the broader concerns he has with the City of Canada Bay?
I don't specifically recall that right now. I can take it on notice.
If you could.
As you appreciate, Mr. Farlow, there are 128 councils. There are in fact over 4,000 code of conduct complaints for those 128 councils over 3 years. Yep. Every single disaffected person with their council wants to meet with the Minister about something.
Yep.
So my office can become overwhelmed. I know the Office of Local Government are overwhelmed with these sorts of things.
You've got to discuss the wheat from the chaff. And And
well, even sorting the wheat for the chaff doesn't mean that you can deal personally with all the wheat.
Indeed, understand, Minister. Minister, just some standard questions in relation to DLO secondments in your office. Have you or your office ever requested public servants to fill DLO positions in your office? No. I wouldn't expect you that you would have. And can you confirm that DLOs, while seconded to your office, have not undertaken work that would contravene the Cabinet memorandum?
To the best of my knowledge, no. The first two I had worked for ministers in the former government, and at least one of the two I have now, I think, worked for the Honourable Rob Stokes. So they're very experienced in those roles.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, can you outline how many Chiefs of Staff you've had in your role?
I have my second Chief of Staff.
Okay, your second Chief of Staff. And what was the circumstances around your first Chief of Staff leaving?
I wasn't happy with the way in which my office was running, and so I let that Chief of Staff go.
And how long was that person in the position for?
Probably about 6 weeks.
Okay. And were there any, apart from the administration of your office, were there any other concerns raised about that individual?
I'm not going to go into those issues. Those people are entitled to their own privacy and discretion. Not everybody that works with somebody in the political process is a good fit. That's not a reflection on either their ability or their skills. So I'm not prepared to go into any details in relation to that.
Were there any official complaints that were lodged with you or with your department?
I can't answer those questions, and really you shouldn't be asking them, because under those respectful workplace policies that require handling with the highest degree of sensitivity and confidentiality, it's not appropriate that either I confirm or deny any sort of things like that. The Goward Review noted that a key aspect of effective workplace complaint policies is confidentiality in the complainant and the investigative process. And I also note that the Standing Committee of the Legislative Council were amended in 2022 to ensure confidentiality of documents relating to complaints under the Respectful Workplace policy. And on that basis, I can't comment further, nor am I prepared to confirm or deny anything.
Thank you, Minister Hoenig. And I'll pass you back to my colleague.
Sorry. Just on the misconduct framework, Minister, the former government commissioned a review in the misconduct framework for councils. Have you read that report?
I have.
You have? And a number of recommendations were made and accepted by the previous government. Will you implement the recommendations as supported by the local government sector?
No, not at this stage. I've actually had some discussions with my predecessor. I've read the report. I have managed, in these budgetary circumstances, to convince the Treasurer to allocate $4.5 million to the Office of Local Government to set up a strategic policy unit so that we can begin the process of a proper code of conduct review. Codes of conduct are supposed to be aspirational documents. If I could invite your attention to some evidence given to the ICAC Oversight Committee, Joint Committee, by Dr. Waldersee, who was the former Director of Corruption Prevention. He conceded in questionings to me that that's what they're intended to be, but they're actually being used as regulatory tools, which is not what a code of conduct should be. Codes of conduct should be like Members of Parliament's code of conduct, like the Legislative Council Code of Conduct that the Privileges Committee worked on, like the Legislative Assembly Code of Conduct, which effectively was written by myself and Alistair Henskins to provide for certain aspirational features. What's happened in local government is that every time there has been something arise from an ICAC report or a newspaper headline, some regulatory control was added into the code of conduct. And I judge the Keller report to add another layer of bureaucracy to a broken system. So I would like to, my thinking is, I would like to, for example, for those people who flagrantly breach pecuniary interest provisions, I would like to go back to the future and provide a mechanism for prosecution with courts just disqualifying people. The system's broken, it's not working. Adding another layer of bureaucracy is not going to rectify the situation.
So, Minister, are you accepting any other recommendations or are you starting all over again?
I'm starting again.
And what will be the timeline for that?
It's a matter of priority. The government has committed to doing it before the election. I think the former government is committed to do it. I've had 30 years in local government. I've got a pretty good idea as to... I was a part of the 93 Act that was shepherded through by the late great Jerry Peacock, which was a fine piece of legislation, despite my criticisms of some part, and the criticisms that I had have turned out 30 years to be legitimate. But since then, this persistent, regular amendments and changing of regulations has just created a situation where I think local government has become unworkable, and the code of conduct is the most
One of those
significant.
areas.
Can I tell you?
Sorry, can I just
Sorry, okay.
on that? So you mentioned 4.5. Was it billion or million? Billion. that you-
4.5 million.
Million. Is that going to be enough?
Well, I think I've done pretty well to getting that out of the Treasury because everybody else has had their budgets cut.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And
And I tell you, I think Mr. Whitworth's got a big smile on his face because the Office of Local Government has been under-resourced, I think, for many, many years. I think, well, not only by my predecessors, but probably by us as well.
all right.
You've got a long memory.
Yeah, that's happens when you've been around a long time, Mr. Farley.
And again, both sides of the street.
Yeah. I think. Just to do with the money. So you believe you've got an increase, and that will be enough to do this.
I think, look, if I had time and I wasn't the leader of the House with a minority government with 11 crossbenchers, I could probably set aside a couple of months and do it myself. but I'm not sure that's the role of a minister, so I need some help. I have a good idea what I want to propose. I just need smart people to do it.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. Minister, Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council, as you know, is seeking to de-amalgamate and has done everything it's been required to under the Local Government Act, including a successful submission to the Boundaries Commission. Why are you forcing Cootamundra and Gundagai communities to go through another public inquiry process rather than amending the Act to enable their de-amalgamation?
Well, can I say this, that Cootamundra-Gundagai was merged against their will, and I think, contrary to the recommendation of the delegate, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Contrary to the recommendation of even that dodgy process that was set up to affect mergers, and I've been very opposed to forced local government mergers, and I'm on the record for saying that, and I'm on the record of saying what's going to happen, and what I said was going to happen, happened. And so I thought I was out of local government, and the next thing you know, after 11 years, I'm back in there again, and I've faced with these merged councils. Cootamundra-Gundagai had been advocating for 7 years, 8 years, the demerger quite vocally. They went through a Boundaries Commission process where the Boundaries Commission recommended they not demerge. They then went through, and then in 2021, the Parliament enacted 218CC of the Local Government Act to provide for a vehicle for demerger. And although that was proposed in the Legislative Council by the opposition and the crossbench, it related to some other bill that the government wanted, and the government accepted those amendments in the Legislative Assembly. By accepting those amendments, the government must have known, because they're not that hopeless with all the resources of the government of New South Wales, they must have known the 218CC was ineffective. The 218CC provided to propose a council demerger to the Boundaries Commission.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just redirect you. I agree with you. It's been shown to be ineffective.
Yes.
You're the Minister.
Yes.
Why aren't you proposing legislative change to fix it?
Because, firstly, a legislative change is not as simple as you think it is, firstly. Secondly, a process is commenced under Section 218CC of the Act. Thirdly, who knows what Section 213CC subsection 6 actually means? If it means what some people think it means, including the Crown solicitors, then 218CC is unconstitutional because the bill then infringes Section 5 of the Constitution. So I'm stuck with a provision that has been accepted in the Legislative Assembly by the former government, whereby nobody knows what it means, nobody knows whether it imposes any liability on the state, and doesn't provide for a mechanism of being able to proceed with a demerger. So what I determined to do was give effect to my predecessor's decision. She had decided to permit a demerger, even though there was no statutory mechanism to create one. Fiddling with another section with the Local Government Act, Dr. Cohn, is just another shambles that's going to be created by the legislature like it's been doing for 30 years. Can't be done within a time frame. So to give effect to my predecessor's determination, I had to myself read through the Act and find a mechanism to achieve it. Now, the Mayor of Cootamundra-Gundagai, Charlie Sheehan, had in September of last year proposed that the council is capable of achieving a demerger themselves within 3 months. He made statements on television, and my predecessor said it would take 2 years. Charlie Sheehan said it would take 3 months that they could do it. So I found provisions in the Act under Section 212 that I can, I think it's 212, that I can dissolve a council providing I have a public inquiry. I think Section 204 enables me to proclaim councils subject to a determination of the Boundaries Commission. I spoke to the chairman of the Boundaries Commission and asked him whether or not he and the members of the commission would accept an appointment also to hold a public inquiry. I obtained advice to make sure that the Boundaries Commission and public inquiry could meet as one sort of thing. And I conveyed to Cootamundra Gundagai that if they can do what they said 12 months ago, if you can propose to me 2 councils that will not fall over, that will be financially sustainable, I will have the Boundaries Commission confirm that, and I will dissolve the former council. I will proclaim 2 councils, and you could go to the polls in September of next year. Now, that's what I conveyed to them. I conveyed to them what they asked me to do. I was pretty proud that I was able to find a way through the Local Government Act to give effect to the previous minister's decision.
So given your commitment to having to work through the Act as it stands, I'm sure you're aware that residents of the Inner West Council have voted with a 62.5% majority in favour of de-amalgamation.
Yes.
Why are you allowing this process and their submission to the Boundaries Commission to progress, including the expenditure of public funds, when no matter the result of that process, you know that you're unable to authorise the demerger under the Act as it stands, and they'll be following the path of Cootamundra Gundagai?
Because at this stage, until a court determines otherwise, there is a section 218(c) provision. The council has, and mind you, bearing in mind the Labor Party's commitment, Cootamundra Gundagai never went through the plebiscite process. That's why I'm continuing trying to give effect to my predecessor's determination. 218(c) has not been interpreted by the courts and has not yet been examined as to what it means. So at this stage, a business case was submitted by the council, who obviously went to a lot of trouble to go down that case, down that path. The Boundaries Commission has had referred to them that business case.
So you're comfortable with the waste of money by Inner West Council and by the Boundaries Commission to process this when we know it can't proceed?
But why is it a waste of money for there to be an examination of a business case of a proposed demerger, whether or not it has a valid statutory base or not?
Well, there's 62.5% of residents, with respect, Minister, they're not interested in the legal process and whether or not we'll get a test of Section 218. They want a de-amalgamation.
Yeah, but I'm a Minister of the Crown. I've got an obligation to follow legal processes and statutory processes. I don't have a magic wand. I mean, I wouldn't have merged those councils in the first place.
Oh, sure. Minister, you don't have a magic wand, but you're the Minister and you could amend the Act.
Do I? I'm the leader of the House of a minority government by guaranteeing getting legislation through the Legislative Council. If you can do that, Dr. Cohn, tell me and I'll work on it immediately.
I look forward to you improving the process for de-amalgamation and would love to support you on a process like that.
Thank you.
My last question...
See if you can get the rest of the crossbench to agree with you.
Have you met with the Demerge New South Wales Alliance since you became the Minister?
My office has.
Okay, but you haven't?
I haven't, no.
Okay. Look, as I'm sure you're aware, the Demerge New South Wales Alliance represents a really diverse range of impacted communities on this issue, including Save Tumbarumba Shire, Protect Pittwater, Central Coast Friends of Democracy, Residents for De-Amalgamation of Canterbury Bankstown, Inner West Residents for De-Amalgamation Gundagai Council in Exile, and Save Bombala. I understand that these communities have wanted to meet with yourself as the Minister. Can you make a commitment to meeting with those representatives, given the huge range of impacted communities that they're speaking for?
Look, I have to prioritise those people that I meet with because I can't meet with everybody. And when you look at a list of the crises that the industry face and the seriousness of some of the issues, these things have to be prioritised, but I'm sure that was the organisation that met with my staff who were happy to do that. I have read their material. In fact, in fact, some of the things that they expressed that you yourself would have heard about a week ago are things that I actually agree with. I don't agree with the contents of some of these reports that indicate what the cost of demergers are. I agree with them. So meeting with people I agree with doesn't help me. I need to meet with people that are going to tell me things that I don't know. But I'm not going to give a commitment, but I'm happy to meet with them when time provides. I'm not trying to escape anybody. It's just a matter of physical time.
Thank you. I hope that you will see this group as a priority.
Is that because you did, Dr. Cohn?
That's because I think they've got important things to say.
Well, they publish important material that I've actually read.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning. I just wanted to talk about the funding for Sydney Cats and Dogs Home.
Yes.
At the beginning of this year, a grant of $12 million was awarded to construct their new rehoming facility in Kurnell.
Yes.
Why has this money not been delivered to Sydney Dogs and Cats Home as promised?
Because what has happened in respect of that is that the Office of Local Government was concerned whether or not this fabulous volunteer organisation, and they're terrific. I've been to one of their fundraising balls. They're terrific people. Before I was a minister, actually, when I was just a humble backbencher. But the Office of Local Government was concerned as to whether or not they had the capacity to construct the dog and cat home and comply with all the statutory requirements. So the Office of Local Government have made arrangements for that to occur with the Public Works Department, who will be constructing it on their behalf. And they have also briefed the local member, the member for Cronulla, as well, as to what that process is. And I'm happy for them to brief you too, if you like, Chair.
Sure, thank you. I'm just wondering why the work has not commenced now that the funding's actually been given to the New South Wales Public Works to deliver it.
I'd have to ask Mr Whitworth that, if you don't mind, Chair.
We actually have provided the first set of funding to enable the electricity to be connected to the site. So I would believe that we've actually commenced work.
Okay. My understanding is that that the original project schedule was that they would have the new shelter constructed by the end of 2024, but with a whole lot of delays, it now looks like it will be as late as June 2025. My understanding is that the next step that they're waiting for is a memorandum of understanding and the terms of reference for the project governance to be provided from the Office of Local Government, but it's not been forthcoming for several months, and that's actually holding up the work. Are you aware of this, Minister?
No, but I will. I'll take it on notice and get back to you, because I am anxious for that facility to be built as soon as possible, as efficient as possible.
I can.
Thank you.
I can assist Ms Hurst if that helps. Firstly, I don't agree with the proposition that it will be completed by middle of June, by middle of 2025. We are working to ensure that we can have the facility built. I've seen figures that say February, March 2025,
yeah.
And I also, I also have had in conversations with Sydney Dogs and Cats, discussed with them timeframes, and they were concerned about the extent of work.
I might come back to you this afternoon for
Certainly,
some of those,
I just wanted to correct the record on that matter.
I just wanted to understand why the memorandum of understanding, the terms of reference, have been sitting with the Office of Local Government for months.
We are still. We've sent them information. I'm happy to go into this afternoon, but we sent them information about the project control group, and we've also provided it's in the throes of next week that they'll get the MOU.
Okay, thank you. Minister, my understanding is that obviously there's nervousness with Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Every month that the project's delayed, it's actually costing them another $80,000 in operational expenses at their current temporary facility, and they're not able to sustain that.
I will give an undertaking that I will, to the best of my ability, ensure that movement on this facility is as soon as possible, because it is a matter of priority.
Wonderful, thank you. That was my question, so yes. I'm glad that you're able to provide that. Thank you. I wanted to talk to you about a Labor pre-election commitment to ban puppy and kitten farming in New South Wales. Are you able to tell me where the work on this election commitment is up to?
I can. Puppy factories are a clear breach of our animal welfare laws. The RSPCA New South Wales Puppy Factory Task Force is a dedicated compliance unit.
Sorry, Minister. How are they? Currently, puppy farming in New South Wales is still legal.
Yes.
So we're talking about, when I say puppy farming, just to give you a definition, I would base it on the amendment to the Companion Animals Act that I put up last year. So essentially, we're talking about large breeding facilities where dogs are held in small enclosures for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day. And that's legal in New South Wales. So the election commitment from Labor was that they would make that illegal, and I'm just wondering where we're up to on that.
You probably need to direct that question to to Minister Moriarty, who has responsibility for that under POCTA.
Okay, so so Labor's putting it under POCTA instead of the Companion Animals Act?
Well, both are under review. Both the POCTA and the Companion Animals Act are under review, but there's a clear commitment to make unlawful puppy farms in an intervening period. If there are animals held in breach of animal welfare, current laws in animal welfare provisions, then POCTA and the RSPCA, Animal Welfare and the police have jurisdiction.
So, I mean, obviously, under the Division of Acts, POCTA falls under two ministers, yourself and Minister Moriarty. So will you be involved in the development of legislation around outlawing puppy farming?
Minister Moriarty and the DPI are the ones taking the lead in this particular area.
And so it will definitely go under POCTA instead of the Companion Animals Act. Can I ask what the decision was around?
I don't think that's been finalised because because both those parts of the legislation are subject to review. Mm-hmm. And as you know, things like council pounds are subject to an inquiry, and the committee of which you chair is going to look at that issue of cat containment. So the legislation is waiting for the Legislative Council's assistance, I think, which will really, certainly as far as I am concerned, I'm very much going to be shaped and guided by those committees' examinations and recommendations.
Okay. And will you also be shaped by the recommendations from the committee into puppy farming that was done last year?
If those matters are for me to determine in legislation that falls under my responsibility, I will be, yes. Yeah. I value the work that's actually been done by the committees in this space that I had very little experience of until I became the Minister.
Thank you. I guess because, you know, I mean, obviously it's up to the government whether they put it under POCTA or the Companion Animals Act. The Companion Animals Act is only under your portfolio. It's not under Minister Moriarty, I believe. There's a lot of concerns from councils. Murray River Council, for example, has had a 500% increase in development applications for puppy farms since puppy farming was made illegal in Victoria. Have you spoken to any of the councils on the border of New South Wales who are really struggling with this?
No, I haven't. The only thing that springs to mind of Murray River is a council squabble and codes of conduct issues that are taking place down there but no, I haven't spoken to them, and it's certainly not something that's been raised with me by the local member who speaks to me often about a variety of local government issues.
One thing that was suggested by a lot of councils last year, and it also came up a lot in the puppy farm inquiry that we did, was that councils actually don't have the power to refuse a development application on concerns around animal welfare, and they would be inundated with community objections to a development application for a puppy farm, but they didn't actually have the ability to refuse it. Is that something that you would be open to looking into or meeting with some of those councils?
As far as development applications are concerned, you should generally direct those to the Honourable Paul Scully, who's the Minister for Planning. My recollection, though, of what used to be Section 79C of the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, I don't know what section it is now. Do you know offhand?
No, I'd have to take that
The
one.
equivalent of what was, because for some reason the former government changed all the numbers. Now I don't even know what the numbers are anymore. But I think you'll find that under the heads of consideration for development applications, you could pretty well argue, I mean, as a public interest provision there, you could pretty well fashion a refusal of a development application, providing you had the ample material on puppy farms to justify a refusal, I would have thought. It's worthwhile having a look anyway, Chair.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in a moment, but I'll turn to the opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just picking up on the line of questioning from my colleague, Ms. Con, Dr. Con, sorry, I should say, with respect to demergers and that. Of course, under 212, there's provisions after a public inquiry is held for you to be able to initiate a demerger. Why have you decided to not go down that path, seeing a public inquiry has already been held?
212 and 204 operate. 212 deals with
The dissolution.
one deals with dissolution and one deals with proclamation. I can't remember which is which. I don't have the act in front of me.
204
I think you'll find.
So 212 is dissolution, 204 is the constitution.
212 enables me to dissolve, but I need a public inquiry.
Yep.
And 204 enables me to proclaim,
Yep.
but I need a boundaries commission. So what I've done is I can make the, if it's agreeable to members of Boundaries Commission, I've spoken to the Chair about that, they can accept appointments to a public inquiry and do the exercise at the same time. So the Boundaries Commission have already done 2 exercises. They don't need to, what I'm looking for effectively is that they look at the 2 councils as proposed by Cootamundra councillors and determine that they're going to be financially sustainable. And if so, I'll make the proclamation and they can do the Boundaries Commission public inquiry all at the same time. So what they're focused on is a lot less than what they've had to do previously. That's my mode of reasoning anyway.
Okay. So do you have any time frame in terms of this actually coming about and the council's being demerged?
If the council can go through the exercise that the Mayor said in September 2022, they can do it in a few months. Because the former Mayor of Cootamundra had told me years ago they were effectively operating as two separate councils anyway. Then as soon as they're ready to do that, then they can go to the inquiry. So the one thing I can't do, Mr. Farlow, is I can't proclaim a council is going to fall over. And although Councillor McAllister, Ab McAllister disputes this, the advice I've received from the Office of Local Government is that Gundagai wasn't, prior to the merger, was not as financially sustainable as they advocated that they were. Although I don't necessarily accept the financial sustainability tests that have been applied in the past, but there'll be a small council of about, 1,000 or 2,000 people? It's
about
Gundagai.
Gundagai's about 1,500, I think, from...
Yeah, a small council of 1,500. They need to be able to financially sustain themselves. I know the locals want it, and I'm prepared to give it to them. But they need to decide where their boundaries are, because they're not locked into the old boundaries. They need to decide how many councillors they've got. They need to decide what their rate base... Their rate base should be 60% bigger now than it was when they went into the merger. So I have faith in councillors working this out. They don't like the idea, but they're elected people. They're civic leaders. They've been arguing for this for 8 years. They've been pushed back for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
They can...
Minister,
I just trust them to do it.
So the timeline, will the timeline allow them to go to election next year?
That's what
two separate councils.
That's my plan.
That's what we want to find out. Is the timeline there?
Well, that's my plan.
Okay.
If they can do the work, then the Boundaries Commission and Public Inquiry will be able to meet that
So
time frame.
wasn't there a roadmap prior to this that the previous government has...
The roadmap ended up in a dead end because there was no mechanism to be able to achieve it.
And what about the demerger costs? Will the state government be picking up the tab for those in line with what was put forward in 218cc?
Mr. Farrell, I keep being asked that question, and I keep saying, well, what's that? So what is it? Because at the end of the day, the New South Wales government, say, gave Cootamundra 21 million or so in grants and stuff to go into this demerger. They've had significant rate increases since the demerger. Their rate bases are higher. Where are the costs? Where are the costs? Even that organisation that Dr. Cohn referred to will tell you that many of those figures in the business cases are fabricated figures. Don't even know what they are. They should be in a better position in a demerged council with a higher rate base, being able to share facilities and joint services than they were going into the merger. But I did ask the councillors who asked me that question, and the response I got from one council was, and who's going to pay for the new uniforms, Minister? And another councillor said, and who's going to pay for the new signs? So we're not talking about signs and uniforms.
So what's your view of the cost then? What should be demerger costs that are picked up by the state government then? If it's not uniforms, it's not signs.
Well, there may not be a cost. I'm anticipating that there is not a cost, that in fact there will be cost savings. Because the very cost increases that occurred through the demerger are effectively reversed by the demerger with higher rate bases. I don't see necessarily that there is a cost, and pulling figures out of the air as I have seen in some reports and business cases is not a genuine cost. And if you do say who picks up the cost, what are you talking about? Are you talking about what a recurrent cost, or are you talking about the cost of uniforms? Are you talking about the cost of signs? What are we talking about?
So, Minister, I understand there's 2 consultants who are engaged by the Office of Local Government to report on the council's financial state and on other merger costs. Have you read these reports?
Yes.
Yep. And will you release these reports to council to assist them in preparing for their third application to the Boundaries Commission?
No.
Why is that?
I don't want to prejudice the state's position or its legal position. If you want to see it, or if the Legislative Council wants to see it, you utilise Standing Order 52, where the privilege on those documents are retained, and you can see them, but I can't make them public.
But do you think they'd be of any benefit for the council in terms of preparing their submission?
I don't think so. Not in my view. I have a view about them.
So you have a view, Minister, that you support demergers.
Yes.
And there's a prior to becoming
Well,
Minister.
if they can be
Sorry, can I
demerged
just
financially
finish my
sustainable.
question?
Oh, well, you're
Sorry.
putting words in my mouth, Mrs. McDonald.
No, sorry. And,
I'm sorry.
It's all right. And I consider that you are a man of your word in that you and it was an election promise by Labor. Why have they backflipped on the support for demergers?
What do you mean? In what way do you say
Well, it seems
backflip?
that you are reluctant to go down the path and are making it difficult for councils to demerge. You're sort of putting all these, instead of roadmaps, roadblocks in their way.
Oh, I don't agree with that characterisation. I thought I was really proud of myself. I thought I was doing the right thing to be able to come up with a system for Cootamundra Gundagai that was giving effect to previous ministers' determination, which was giving effect to what they wanted for 8 years, was giving effect to what the mayor had said 12 months beforehand. I thought they'd be happy. But can I say this? It's not it's not from somebody from Sydney to go down to Cootamundra Gundagai and divide up their assets and tell them where their boundary is going to be. The state stuck their nose in a local government enough in this state in the last century. They're supposed to be democratically elected civic leaders. Let them do it. We've got to stop this culture of sticking our nose in. They're recognised in the Constitution as a third tier of government. They are the most important tier of government.
They're
They
actually
impact
not recognised
upon
in the
people's
Constitution.
lives every day. We've got to get out of their lives and stop sticking our nose into them.
But Minister, local government's actually not recognised in the Constitution.
It is.
No, it isn't.
There's a provision in the...
There wasn't a constitutional referendum. That was abandoned by the Rudd government.
No, in the state constitution.
Okay.
New South Wales constitution. Do you want me to find
Not
you
the
a section?
federal, not the federal constitution.
Well,
okay.
they're not
We're
a
talking
product
cross
of,
purposes
They're
then.
not a product of the federal government. They're a product of the. They're actually. Well, they were actually a statutory body, but I think they amended the Act to make them a body politic. I think you guys did that in about 2014.
I was just thinking, so with Section 204 and Section 12 is the road that you want to go down.
It's the only path I've got that can possibly get them to an election next year.
Before, will... As that,
Because can I just say, well, I'm not doing this to take up your time.
No, that's right.
It is the only way I can give them some bit of certainty. If I go down a legislative path, it's too complicated. If it was that easy, my predecessor would have done it.
So,
and this is the only certainty I can give them, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, Minister Hoenig, as Dr. Con was raising with you previously, there is, of course, the legislative option, the perspective for legislative change. Now, I take your point in terms of the difficulty of getting legislation passed, but your government brings legislation to the Parliament every day of the week that we're sitting. Why, despite the advice that there needs to be legislative change to make this effective, are you not proceeding with even embarking or talking about legislative change?
Because, firstly, I've only been in there for 6 months. I made this decision after 4 or 5 months. So I have to read the Boundaries Commission reports. I have to look at some of the material that's available to me that went to my predecessor. Those matters in cabinet in confidence, like the KPMG, I can't access, so I can't even see the mode of reasoning of the previous government's decision-making process. I then have to read the Act. I then have to get advice. I then have to get advice. I get advice I don't agree. I then got to get senior counsel's advice. I don't even get the senior counsel I choose, that I wanted. I get another senior counsel. He then gives me advice. Then I have to find another provision that would enable me to go down a path, which I find. I then have to make sure that I'm actually right in terms of my reading the section. I then have to speak to the Boundaries Commission to see whether or not they will help. I've then got to look at Anne Twomey's book, and I've then got to read Section 5 of the Constitution and read the Hansard of this bill that went through the Legislative Council. You're talking about a huge amount of time for a National Party council that the National Party merged that I'm trying to unpick. And it has taken me an enormous amount of time.
So was it all just too hard, Minister?
Well, it was hard, but I've actually done it. So I just think I've actually done what they've asked to do.
So are you saying because it's not a Labor council that you don't really care?
No, what I'm saying is that there was no political priority for me to do that other than to do what I thought was right.
And Minister, with respect to this, in terms of this work and saying that you've now got a process that is going to achieve something, will you guarantee that we'll be seeing a Cootamundra and Gundagai council separate elections come September next year?
That's my ambition, but I'm not in a position to judge whether or not these two councils are going to be financially sustainable and whether the councillors can do the issue. I can't create separate councils that are going to fall over. You would appreciate that. And you would also appreciate, wouldn't you, that two inconsistent decisions of the Boundaries Commission over a 7-year period, and together with the material that the previous government were advised on that I have seen, there are concerns about
And Minister,
that.
did you tell councillors of Cootamundra Gundagai that there's no votes in it for Labor?
No, I didn't use those words. A question was put to me by the media about that the government had a the question was that the government the government was elected with a mandate from the people of Cootamundra-Gundagai to effect a demerger, and I think I pointed out to them that Cootamundra didn't vote for a Labor member of Parliament.
And does that have any bearing in terms of your decision or your action with respect to this demerger?
I would have thought I can give you this unequivocal assurance that the only thing that motivated me was to achieve a result for Cootamundra-Gundagai to give effect to the previous minister's determination. That was the only thing that motivated me, and the only way, and the only thing that motivated me to do that and to make the effort that I made to get to this point.
And what about where there are votes for Labor? What's happening with the Inner West Council demerger?
Well, I would have thought Dr. Cohn would think that there were votes there for the Greens, but
it's a contested battleground between the two of you.
Look, I'll just wait. The Boundaries Commission, I think, reported in the media recently. The Boundaries Commission have received a business case of about 800 pages, and they've just been allocated some funds for the purposes of utilising one of those firms. Who was it? Deloitte's to do a review of that case, and they're going to have hearings this year. I'll wait to see what the exercise is in that respect.
Now, I think some of those reports had demerger costs at 150 million. Would you agree with those costs, or have you done any work? No.
No.
Do you think it's the same as Cootamundra-Gundagai, that there could be a potential financial benefit for the councils in demerging?
I take the same view as that demerger organisation takes. These they just pull figures out that really haven't been themselves costed.
What do you mean by that in terms of having themselves been...
They say X amount for IT.
Yeah.
How do they know that? I mean, why can't councils share an IT system that's currently in existence? I mean, private companies run their operations on computers overseas. They don't all need a turnkey solution sitting in council chambers because they start up a new council. They can share plant, they can share joint services. It's the whole purpose behind the regional organisation of councils, the whole purpose between joint organisations where councils actually get to share resources or have joint purchases. I mean, I've been involved in that process for years. There's considerable savings, so that, you know, in these demergers there are opportunities because if you're a joint organisation or you're a regional organisation of councils...
So SS Rock, for instance.
SS Rock. You've got 16 councils you want to enter into a contract. You've got to get 16 councils to agree. Most do agree, some don't, because they want to provide local suppliers with work. They don't even have to go through that negotiating process. They can just decide amongst themselves.
Okay, and...
I was just going to ask, with the proposal that you have put forward, that appears to have many roadblocks, does Cootamundra-Gundagai Council have to go back to the Boundaries Commission, or is this just something that you can do?
No, I can't do it. I can only do it after the Boundaries Commission and after a public inquiry. But as I said, it's not an extensive one. I mean, I want to use the Boundaries Commission and the public inquiry to basically determine that the division of assets and their financial sustainability is such that they're not going to fall over, that they're going to be able to produce two workable councils.
So they've already been twice, so you want them to go a third time?
No, it's a different test, really. What I'm after is a different test. What I'm after is to be satisfied that they can run two sustainable councils in the way in which they decide they want them staffed and structured. And if they're not going to fall over, I'm not going to impose my view on them. I'm not going to impose my view on what I think their structure should be. As long as they're financially sustainable, then I'm happy to recommend the proclamation of two separate councils.
So this isn't a plan to undo the previous minister's decision?
I'm trying to give effect to it, but for example, why would I say to them, you've got to have the exact same boundary. They might work out amongst themselves that maybe the boundary should be here or there, or maybe, you know, they may want to. I want them to have as much flexibility they need to obtain a financially sustainable council. And I want them to do it. I don't want someone from Sydney going down there and dictating the future of the citizens in that area.
And a brief segue to my colleague Dr. Con. In your area of mutual interest, with the Inner West Council demerger, what's your position on that?
Well, I was opposed to the demerger. I was one of the reasons that they didn't work is that only one, I think, worked well, and that's, I think, the member for Wakehurst takes credit for that. Northern Beaches, he tells me that works well. But I had 2 of my 4 councils merged to cover my electorate, and both of them had major reductions in service standards. They were incredibly unpopular.
The street sweeper's back, though.
The street sweeper's back, yes. I'm glad you're following my Facebook page, Mr. Foley.
Many of us are, Ron.
Yeah.
Many of us are.
Dr. Amanda Con.
Thank you. I'm picking up on the same line of questioning. Minister, you've given us 3 different excuses this morning for not progressing legislative change to better enable demergers. One of them was that the crossbench wouldn't support it in your view. The second one was that you haven't been in office long enough, and the third one was about how long the process might be. But will you work on it? Do you see that there is actually a need to improve this process for communities?
Dr. Cohn, I reject the categorisation of my evidence that you have just put to me. The Local Government Act in itself is a mess. It's not that easy just to amend one provision. It's not that easy. And when you try, you create unintended consequences, or alternatively, you introduce legislation that's unconstitutional. So it's a difficult process. So Labor has a policy in relation to mergers that it took to the election, and I'm bound by that policy, and I'll implement that policy to the best of my ability.
So as it stands, this process relies on councillors to lead the process.
Yes.
How are small communities like Guyra represented as it stands?
Interestingly enough, there's a divergence of opinion there. So according to the local member and to the mayor, it's working quite well. According to Guyra, it's not. I don't know. I'll have to reflect on that. I'm happy to talk to you about that. So what do you do with those? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a significant concern for these communities where a smaller community's been merged with a larger community.
I agree.
You've now got a large council that may not reflect the views of that small community. As it stands, the Local Government Act doesn't give any voice to those smaller communities.
I agree, but that sort of reflects other problems. So if you look at Central Darling, for example, it's been in administration since 2013. They've only got about 1,800 people, 1,300 voters. It's the size of Tasmania. They're not financially sustainable. They got sacked because they weren't financially sustainable. 65% of them are Indigenous. They've got to go back to elections next year. And I can't, how do I get the Indigenous communities from those small areas to participate in the democratic process?
I'm glad you're considering those questions, Minister, but you're
mean,
digressing a bit here.
Well, I'm
Can
not
we
really.
come back to?
It's a similar issue, is
Well,
it? I mean,
I'd like to come back specifically to amalgamation, please, because
Yeah.
I was deeply disturbed by the politicisation of the issue in that last round of questions between yourself and the Honourable Scott Farlow, where you referred to Cootamundra as a National Party council. You reflected on political issues in the Inner West. When you look at the breadth of this issue and the communities that are impacted, and I'll read the list again: Tumbarumba, Pittwater, Central Coast, Canterbury, Bankstown, Inner West, Gundagai and Bombala. I think it's deeply problematic to be politicising the breadth of these issues. What are you going to do to allow all of those other communities across the state to have a say? You've made a commitment that you're trying to work through Cootamundra by September next year. What about those other councils?
Well, I didn't say Cootamundra was a National Party council. It's got a Labor mayor, so I would never have said that anyway, so please don't put words in my mouth.
I think you said that this morning, Minister. I wrote it down as you said it.
At the moment, there is a statutory process under 218CC. There is a Labor Party commitment in relation to permit demergers if that be the view of the communities verified by a local plebiscite and a business case. I just have to reflect on the question, Dr. Cohn, because can I go through and do you're suggesting to me that I go through and do a review of all the mergers and every dodgy one, which is most of them, I unpick, irrespective of the views of the communities, because a small community is unhappy and probably legitimately so. I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
Look, I would argue where a majority of residents in these affected areas would like you to, that would be what the community is asking for.
Yeah, yeah, and that may well have been the view of my community prior to the election as well in the Botany Bay area, but I just have to reflect on that. I'm not sure I can necessarily answer that now.
Okay, I think those communities hope that you'll have an answer for them at some stage during your time as Minister.
Everybody expects me to have a magic wand, and I'd love to be able to wave it, because I agree with most of the issues that get raised with me.
Just coming on to a different question now. Are you aware of how long it's been since the New South Wales Government set the pensioner rate subsidy?
I did know. Do you want me to look it up?
No, that's all right. It was 1993.
Yep.
Why hasn't it kept up with inflation?
I suppose the cost. Many councils have paid beyond the pensioners' subsidy, so some councils had free rates for a long period of time. And the other thing that happens with many councils too is that if the pensioners can't afford to pay their rates, they allow them to accumulate on their property, on their estate, so that no pension is dealt with. But I think it's probably just a matter of cost, really.
So when it was introduced, that subsidy was half the average rates bill in New South Wales, and it's now worth less than a quarter. Are there any plans to increase that subsidy without placing that burden onto councils that, as I'm sure you're aware, have significant issues with financial sustainability as it stands?
I don't think there's any plans. I'm happy to look at it and discuss it with the Treasurer.
Close associates of property developers, including their domestic partners, are currently allowed to serve as councillors and mayors. Do you accept that this gives a perception of a conflict of interest, given councillors' access to information and their role in strategic planning?
You're asking me morally whether any of these people have any business being on a council, and my answer is no. However, as you would appreciate, this is a democracy and a representative democracy, and there are constitutional rights and entitlements of citizens, so that to try and legislate down that path, it's one thing, say, to ban developers from political donations where you're not really burdening the representative democracy process, stopping someone that's engaged in a lawful profession from being democratically elected, I suspect would be struck down by the High Court.
Does the Office of Local Government check councillor disclosures when they state that they're not a close associate of a property developer, or do you take those declarations at face value?
I would have to ask.
We are undertaking an audit at the moment of the pecuniary interest declarations of councillors, and we've been working to integrate that process with the development, the planning portal, so that we're able to check across with development applications, but it is a work in progress.
And how do you determine whether or not someone's a property developer rather than a real estate agent?
So that's not what we're doing. What we are doing is looking at the pecuniary interests of the councillor to identify whether any of the pecuniary interests that they have identified have lodged development applications.
I understand that the provision of non-award contracts for senior local government staff was identified as a corruption risk by Operation Dasher. What progress has been made towards employing senior local government staff on award contracts?
Sorry, I missed that. Could you ask me that again?
Yep, so ICAC Operation Dasher identified as a corruption risk the provision of non-award contracts for senior staff in local government. What progress has been made towards employing those senior local government staff on award contracts to reduce that corruption risk?
I have never favoured, and didn't when the 1993 Act was amended, never favoured contract employees, even at senior staff level. And the reason has become obvious in relation to the volume and the general manager. The USU has also raised with me concerns about contract provisions, and a number of rural and regional councils have raised with me the same provision, because they've got to move their families to a rural town, and they've got no sort of security of tenure. Under the Local Government Act, it is a matter for councils to determine who is a senior officer or not, and if they determine that they're a senior officer, they've got to be on a contract. So I don't favour contracts for anybody. How I go about unpicking a provision I opposed 30 years ago, I'm going to do my best to work on it. And it's not necessarily just corruption prevention, it's for other public sector reasons. You've got to give certainties to senior people in the public sector to be able to provide advice to councillors, and just moving them because their contract's up and you don't like their advice is a recipe for poor governance as well. Sorry.
That's all right. Thanks, Minister. Just before we were talking about that councils do have the ability to not approve a development application when there's a strong community objection to it. My understanding from speaking to some of the councils that were inundated with development applications for puppy farms is that they actually sought legal advice, and they were told in that legal advice that it was unlikely that they would be able to hold that up in court if it was taken to, if it was challenged. With that in mind, are you open to just considering expanding council powers within that development application process, or talking to these councils to see what some of the issues are?
It's not for me to intrude into the planning minister's portfolio, because my intrusion is probably not appropriate. But I'm happy to say that there's plenty of legal advice I read I don't agree with. And sometimes, in any event, I'm happy to, with my limited legal knowledge, I'm happy to look at what's equivalent of the 79C and formulate at least an argument that might be of assistance to those councillors.
Wonderful.
Anything I can do to help them, I will. If you're asking about some sort of statutory change, you'd need to direct that to the planning minister.
Thank you.
Can I just provide clarity too? It's now Section 4, Part 15 of the EPNA Act under the new numbering, Minister.
Oh, yeah, and I'll never remember that again now either.
Not to worry. The other thing, the last thing I wanted to ask about puppy farming, during the inquiry and the legislation that I put up was amending the Companion Animals Act, and so that was copying over what had been done in Victoria, which again was an amendment to the Companion Animals Act. And the way it sort of functioned in practice is that councils do a yearly inspection of the facilities that are breeding animals, and that's how it then ends up falling under the Companion Animals Act, because it does involve councils. There was a letter from Local Government New South Wales that actually supports that proposal, subject to a couple of things like a review of the pet registry, which is currently underway. Are you aware of the letter from Local Government New South Wales supporting that model?
No, I'm not. I've just been handed some notes, but I'm probably better off letting Mr Whitworth answer the question so that you can get an accurate...
That's all right. We can talk about that a bit more this afternoon. Maybe I'll just send you a copy of this letter as well.
Yeah, thanks.
I wanted to ask Minister about breed assessors under the Companion Animals Act. According to the guidelines, to be a breed assessor, you just need to be an ANKC breeder or judge. That's a kennel club breeder or judge. Many welfare experts say that it's impossible to determine what a breed of dog is simply by looking at them, especially when we've got a dog that's a mixed breed. Why are we relying on people who judge dog shows to determine whether a dog effectively lives or dies?
That I can't answer that. Can you answer that, Ms Whitworth?
I don't necessarily agree with that characterisation. I mean, the advice that I have is breed assessors are regulated and trained by Dogs New South Wales, and that they use a guideline for breed assessors that is available on the Office of Local Government website. There's a training course for breed assessors, and the criteria, I'm happy to read this out if you want. The criteria is that they need to be, people becoming a breed assessor should be, and there is an abbreviation here, an ANKC all breeds judge, having judged the terrier group, or be a terrier specialist judge, or a group judge for a minimum of 2 years, or have owned ANKC registered American Staffordshire Terriers or Staffordshire Terriers or Bull Terriers for a minimum of 5 years, and have a breed minimum of 3 registered litters. The applicants also need to demonstrate...
Sorry, this that I have, a Companion Animals Act 1998 and Companion Animals Regulation 2008 guideline for breed assessors May 2013 is out of date?
Out of date?
Is that
well, I don't know what you've got. I don't
so I just
know.
read it out. The guideline for breed assessors.
Well, I've got a. Well, I can go. No, I can't go to the. I've got a link here as well, but there is a link on our webpage for breed assessors, and as I was saying, there are also other elements that are beyond the dog, beyond the being judges and so on, that they've got to have competence in assessing without supervision, demonstrate management, conflict resolution skills, demonstrate extensive involvement in purebred dog structures, organisation, breeding and showing, understanding the legislative provisions of the Companion Animals Act.
That's the same sheet that I've got here.
Okay, all right, so that's fairly comprehensive. That's not just being a judge.
But my understanding from experts in the space is that it's nearly impossible to actually judge just by looking at an animal what breed they are. Minister, I just wanted to ask you why we have such loose regulations around this when the experts are saying that somebody just looking at an animal won't be able to assess what breed they are, and that will actually mean whether a dog will live or die.
Mr Whitworth?
And again, sorry, it doesn't mean that a dog lives or dies just based on its breed. I think I have given evidence before when I've to a similar parliamentary inquiry when I talked about it's important to identify that a dog that has been collected, that has been where there is...
sorry, Mr Whitworth, could I just, when you say that you disagree that...
sorry, let me cut to the chase then perhaps, Ms Hurst, because what you're saying is that you simply identify the dog as being a restricted breed and therefore euthanasia can occur. It needs to fail a temperament assessment as well.
That's not my understanding, because my understanding is that there are many dogs that have been killed simply because they're a restricted breed.
That's not my understanding.
Could you...
Can we take this on notice and we'll come back? But that's my understanding is because there was an incident of a dog that the council collected and it failed both a breed and a temperament assessment, and it was for that reason that it was euthanised.
But I'm talking about the legislation and whether or not, because my understanding is if a dog is... So what happens to a dog that's a restricted breed?
What happens to a dog that's a restricted breed in the sense of... Sorry, I don't know what question you're asking me.
What would happen to a dog that was found to be a restricted breed in New South Wales, but they weren't failing a temperament test?
Then that dog... The challenge is to find a rehoming. You can't sell that dog. Sorry,
Right.
I've been advised that only crossbreeds need to have a temperament assessment. So that's the challenge, is that where it's a pure
a dog
breed.
that is a purebred, restricted breed will be killed despite the fact that they're not a dangerous dog themselves.
That's because, people aren't going around just randomly killing
I'm not
these
suggesting
animals. I
that
think,
they are.
but
I'm
I do
just
think
saying
because
that-
we're talking on Hansard here that it's important to talk about the process, because I do feel like that's quite inappropriate.
No, I mean, I think that that's technically what the that's what
So
breed-specific legislation does.
What you're saying is that a dog has escaped.
No,
It has been
that's not what I'm
collected.
saying at all.
It-
So
but-
what
but-
I'm saying is what the RSPCA, the Australian Veterinary Association, and multiple animal welfare groups are against breed-specific legislation. And they're against breed-specific legislation because under the legislation, if an animal is found to be a restricted breed based purely on a visual inspection of an animal, no DNA testing or anything else, then the animal will be euthanised.
Sorry, but you've jumped to several steps there. The animal has been found, it's been collected, it's been taken to a pound. And that's what... So we keep
that's
coming
not-
back to the Companion Animals Act is based on responsible pet ownership. If you have a restricted breed, the Companion Animals Act is predicated on you and has legislative requirements for you to behave in a particular way and to keep that dog in a particular way. So what you're saying here is that where there has been a dog that has escaped and that there can be no owner identified, those are the circumstances where euthanasia will be applied.
So if you identify an owner and that person wants to come and pick up the animal, but the animal has been identified as a purebred, restricted breed, then the pound will release that animal?
That's my understanding. I'd like to confirm that with
you
my
could,
colleagues. I'm
please.
happy to come, but that is my understanding.
Just ask Ms Bishop to confirm.
I'd just like to clarify, the issue here is that restricted breeds cannot have their ownership transferred. So an owner who has a restricted breed, as Mr Whitworth says, has obligations under the Act to keep their animal under certain conditions, to ensure it's muzzled, to make sure that it's never out in public under the care of somebody who's under 18. There's a series of rules in place if you own a restricted dog. The issue I think we're talking about here is when a restricted dog comes into the system, when it's been surrendered by its owner and it's in the pound system or in a council pound, because under the Act ownership cannot be transferred, then unfortunately euthanasia is nearly the ultimate outcome. So I think just to clarify that, we are just talking about dogs that, restricted breeds that have come into the system and are ownerless at this point.
Thank you. I think we've got two minutes? Or?
2 minutes? Okay. Thank you, Minister. Minister,
Can I just clarify one thing? Right, I've got a note to say that I misspoke earlier, that I said I opposed the merger of Inner West. I meant I opposed the merger.
Oh, the merger, not the demerger.
The merger, rather.
I thought you were making a big stand there.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Dr. Con might have already tweeted that in terms of the Greens constituency. Minister, I might just ask you, so you talked about governments putting their noses into local government for too long.
Yeah.
You've of course got the Premier now telling councils that they may face the nuclear option when it comes to housing approvals. What's your view in terms of local government when it comes to housing approvals?
I think that's a question that you need to ask the Planning Minister, not me. I'm talking about the governance and management of local government. Planning are matters for the Planning Minister.
Okay, so you have no perspective when it comes to state government intervention in local planning powers when it comes to local councils?
It really is a matter for the Planning Minister. It's not for the local government minister to intrude in those areas.
But Minister, you are the Minister for local government. I know some have called you the Minister fighting against local government, but...
Only the National Party, I think.
Well, the Mayor of Tamworth, I don't know if he's national or not, but
No.
Minister, not everyone in the country is a Nat, as I can sure you have discovered.
Yeah.
But Minister, don't you see you have a role in advocating for local government when it comes to their sovereignty, as you spoke of before, and their democratically elected right?
Yeah, there's a difference between, there's a difference between, say, for example, the functions of local government under the Local Government Act, where I have the responsibility to ensure compliance, and the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, or even the Rural Fire Services Act is vested in the Emergency Services Minister. It's a matter for the Planning Minister. You should direct those questions to him. He's the one that has to give effect to government policy in the planning space.
So, Minister, may I congratulate you, the first Vice President of the Executive Council from the Legislative Assembly in over 100 years. Was this a position you requested?
Those decisions are made by the Premier.
Okay.
Appointments are made by the Governor.
Okay, so it was something that you didn't request, Minister?
The decisions made by the Premier.
Okay. And Minister, can you outline your roles in terms of the Vice President of the Executive Council and what you're required to undertake in that position?
The role of Vice President of the Executive Council is to preside at meetings of the Executive Council if in the absence of the Governor or the Lieutenant Governor. But I don't think that's eventuated for some decades, has it?
Well, I'm sure as the Vice President of the Executive Council you've undertaken some research into that, but we do indeed congratulate you on being the first non-Legislative Council member from us members of the Legislative Council here to take on the role of the Vice President of the Executive Council in 100 years from the Legislative Assembly.
Well, that's research I haven't done. Thanks for that. I'm glad I've done something historic.
Indeed.
Okay, is there any questions from the government? No?
No, we're very satisfied with all the...
Not unless you want me, Ron.
He's your biggest Facebook fan, actually.
In that case, we break for morning tea, and we will be back at 11:15. Great. Welcome back to Budget Estimates Inquiry. I will now throw directly to the opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Minister, you outlined before the constraints on your time and being able to meet a whole range of people when it comes to local government matters. You met with the Cornerstone Group on the 29th of September to discuss TG Milner Field in Marsfield. What did you discuss in that meeting?
They complained about how long it is taking to get development approvals from local councils. That, for example, they were housing constructors, and they said that one particular council takes them 9 months to get development approvals for just a house. And they also raised with me the fact that I hadn't signed off on commencing the compulsory acquisition on TG Milner Field, because I wasn't satisfied. I wanted to be satisfied that the council had the financial ability to pay the valuation should it proceed down that path. And they gave me their estimate as to what the valuation was, which I thought was far more than the advice I'd been provided beforehand.
Okay. And what is the process that you're undertaking then with respect to TG Milner following that meeting?
I have asked I've asked actually Ms Fishburn to correspond with Ryde Council to ask them as to how they propose to fund the compulsory acquisition, because generally speaking, the process to commence compulsory acquisition is a guideline process. So the guidelines had been complied with, but ultimately, bearing in mind the financial position of Ryde Council and a range of other problems it's faced, I just wanted to be satisfied that they're able to make the financial contribution.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, while you've chosen to meet with the lobbyist for the proponent of that development, will you now meet with the Mayor of Ryde Council and the member for Ryde, who've also requested to meet with you about that matter?
I don't recall refusing to meet a single member of Parliament or a single council or mayor that's requested to meet with me, and if they have made such a request and it has not been agreed to, I'd like to know about it, because it's been a specific requirement of me. Mayors, councils, general managers have access to the Minister for Local Government, and members of Parliament certainly have. So if that seems to be the message that they're getting, then it's not from me.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure you'll get additional requests from them today. And Minister, can I also ask, with respect to TG Milner, it was a commitment of Labor prior to the election to save TG Milner. Will Labor continue to guarantee, and your government continue to guarantee, that space, TG Milner Field, for public open space in the City of Ryde?
I have to make certain determinations in accordance with certain legislation, and I'll comply with my statutory. I will comply with my statutory requirements. I can't adopt or agree to even a policy position that may well be inconsistent with my statutory responsibilities, as you would appreciate.
Have you had any discussions with the Minister for Lands about this matter?
No.
No?
Yes, I have actually. Yes,
and what were those discussions?
I think he asked me
to take the meeting, or?
No, he asked me. He was asking for an update on my what I was proposing to do with it, and I don't think at that stage I'd had the opportunity of meeting with Ms Fishburn to obtain advice from the department about it.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So your meeting wasn't a result of Mr Camper's previous meeting with the same proponents on the 24th of August?
No.
No? Okay, thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, before you talked about, with respect to the Inner West Council, the engagement of Deloitte, is that correct, in terms of looking at that financial viability of the demerger?
Yeah, I read about that in the media, would you believe?
Okay. So
Yeah.
that wasn't something that you knew of prior
No,
to...
I read it in the media, and I then, which caused me to cause an inquiry with the Office of Local Government. I assumed that it related to the Boundaries Commission requesting an assessment be made of the Inner West business case, but I thought I'd confirm it, but I didn't know about it until I saw it in the media.
Okay. And Minister, what's the cost of that engagement with Deloitte?
I don't know, it's published.
I'd have to take that one on notice unless Mr Whitworth is able to find it.
I think-
We'll take that on notice.
I think it was in
and
the.
come
I
back to you.
think it was in the newspaper.
It was. I can get the exact number. It's under $150,000, and it was in relation to. It wasn't actually. It was requested by the Boundaries Commission. It's work that's been requested by the Boundaries Commission, and that needs to go through the Department of Planning and Environment procurement process.
Okay, thank you. Minister, were you considering the stated position of your government with respect to the usage of consultants? Were you concerned that a consultant was engaged for this matter?
Oh, look, the Boundaries Commission, chaired by Peter Duncan, who is head of the Acting Premier's Department, that has on it a member of the Office of Local Government staff, Mr. what's his name?
Mr. Gleeson.
Mr. Gleeson, whom I've met with once, who's a very impressive individual. Rick Furman, who's the Mayor of Temora and the Mayor of Cowra. I mean, I really have great faith in those members to responsibly assess business cases, and they're hardly associated with the Labor Party either, any of those people, to my knowledge.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to this engagement, so you've said it's one from the Boundaries Commission, so it was one that was not initiated by the Office of Local Government?
I would imagine, I assume it's been initiated by the Boundaries Commission. I'll just confirm that.
That's correct, Minister.
That was the inference I drew when I found out about it.
Do the Boundaries Commission have any ability to access the Office of Local Government's advice with respect to their analysis? Of course, as you outlined before, $4.5 million. You were one of the winners in this budget in terms of getting that additional resourcing for the Office of Local Government.
Well, I'm not going to utilise that $4.5 million for the Boundaries Commission, I'm going to assure you, because I need that for the purposes of the priorities to start cleaning up some of the mess I've inherited.
So, Minister, what are some of those priorities for you then that $4.5 million will be directed to?
Well, the first is the Code of Conduct, which is just a completely broken system that has paralysed local government and the Office of Local Government. It has to be reviewed. The second thing that has to happen is I need to change a culture and impose far more transparency on local government in their deliberating process, which has changed substantially in 10 years' time. I also need to do a complete review of the way in which the local government's finance system, they apply the Australian accounting standards, but their finance systems are to elected people completely opaque, let alone to the public. They're three really major priorities I really have to address. So what I want to do is I want to empower democratically elected councillors greater oversight and control of their council, which has systematically been taken away from them. If you're asking me what one common theme relating to council financial sustainability, efficiency, reputation, the one theme, in my opinion, is basically the removal, is the lack of empowerment of elected people to properly shape their communities in the way in which local government is supposed to achieve and the ways in which their communities demand it.
Minister, while you talk about that lack of empowerment, you have a government that is, at this moment, telling councils that there is a nuclear option on the table when it comes to planning matters. You've said that that's not in your bailiwick, that's nothing to do with you, yet you're meeting with lobbyists about their concerns with the planning system. What's your view when it comes to councils and their role in terms of the planning system in New South Wales?
Those whom I met with and disclosed is part of a... If people ask to speak to me or for example, businesses seek to speak to members of the Cabinet, then those meetings are facilitated in an open way and they're disclosed. I don't see anything sinister about that. As you could appreciate, those questions you ask are really matters for the Planning Minister. They are within his portfolio, they are within his judgment under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act.
But Minister, with all due respect, while you've got local government, while you've got lobbyists coming to you and knocking on the door and saying they've got concerns with the planning system, I'm sure you've got councillors as well who are knocking on the door and saying they have concerns with what the government is potentially doing when it comes to decision making in their communities. And you are the Minister for Local Government, and I'm sure you're being asked by them to have a voice around the cabinet table. Isn't that correct?
No, they don't ask me to be their voice around the cabinet table, but councils, members of the community. I'm also a local member as well. And many of these decisions impact upon my electorate as well, but this is Legislative Council estimates. You're asking about my portfolio, not about Mr Scully's portfolio.
Well, I'm asking about you as the Minister for Local Government and what you're doing as the Minister for Local Government.
Well, it's not my statutory responsibility to be making determinations under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. It's not my responsibility as a Minister of the Crown, Mr Farlow. You'll have to direct those questions, you probably have, to Mr Scully, who is far more qualified to answer that question and who is accountable to Parliament for those decisions. I'm not.
But you're accountable to local government in New South Wales, Minister.
Yeah, and I'll have my conversations with local government and I will direct them, as I did recently when I spoke to the Local Government Professionals Association, as I directed them to Mr Scully.
So, Minister, do you have the same view as the Premier that when it comes to housing supply that mayors only have two answers, no and hell no?
I'm not going to comment on matters that specifically relate to local government planning. I'm prepared to say to you...
Well, that's about not just local government planning, that's about local government itself.
But I am prepared to say to you that there are things that are within my remit. For example, I recently asked for a guideline to be implemented in relation to the withdrawal of development applications so that I could apply the Local Government Act where complaints had been made that councils were encouraging applicants to withdraw development applications. So that was within my particular remit.
Yes, and I think we've got some questions on Ms Fishburn's advice from the other day to ask your bureaucratic officials about that this afternoon as well, so thank you. And Minister, with respect to the misconduct framework that you were talking about as well, there were, the previous government, of course, commissioned a report. Have you seen that report and have you read it? Yep.
It's a Keller report.
Yep. And a number of recommendations were made and accepted by the previous government. Will you continue to implement those recommendations?
No, I think Dr Khan asked me questions about that before the break. My answer is no. I'm not going to. I think it's just too bureaucratic. We've got to start again. The system just doesn't work.
Okay, so you're just throwing it all out completely in terms
of...
No,
but the recommendations just add another layer of bureaucracy to an already broken system. I just can't... It just will not fix the... It just won't fix the problems. I think one of... I'm not seeking to take up your time, but I think one of the problems has been is that the under-resourcing of the Office of Local Government for a long period of time. Every time there was a problem, the Office of Local Government didn't have the resources to address them, and the reports were outsourced and reports are written. And often these reports, for example, as smart as Dr Mr Keller is, he's got a public service medal. The culture, for example, in Queensland local government is completely different to that of New South Wales, which is completely different to Victoria, which is completely different to South Australia, which is completely different to Western Australia. So often those types of suggestions don't necessarily meet the requirements of our own Local Government Act or the culture that exists in local government that has since, the beginning of the 20th century.
So, Minister, considering those complaints about the resourcing of the Office of Local Government. You've gotten $4.5 million. Is that enough?
It'll be a great start, bearing in mind that there's been a continuing diminution of resources to the Office of Local Government for a long period of time.
And Minister, with respect to that, have you requested more money through ERC for the Office of Local Government into the future?
I've, like all ministers, asked for considerable allocation of resources, and I was very pleased that I could be allocated this allocation so I could start resourcing the Office of Local Government so I can begin the process of long overdue reform.
Thank you, Minister.
I just have one question, and it goes back to the demerger. So you had consultants engaged to do the report on council's financial state, and you've read the report, which you've said, but then you've said that you won't be releasing it to the councils.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow you. Mr. McDonald, could you just...
Sorry,
which report are you talking about?
This is the Cootamundra guy.
Yeah, sorry. For Office of Local Government to report on council's financial state and on other merger costs. And you confirmed you had read the report, but that you were not going to release the reports to the councils. Can I ask why that is so?
Well, I think I'm probably adhering to the same decision made by my predecessor. I suspect. Often these things are part of previous administrations, and I'm trying to be, even though I'm really angry at the mergers and the effect of these mergers, and the results of we forecasted was going to happen, and the anger of the community, which is now in my lap. But apart from that, I'm just trying to, on a bipartisan basis, provide some sort of consistency in government administration wherever I can, where my views can be consistent with my predecessor, because otherwise it's too hard for government administration to work. And my predecessor, despite my sometimes criticism of her as experienced in local government, when I met with her recently, understands, certainly faced similar problems to the problems that I'm facing, and she didn't have a great deal of time or resources to be able to resolve them.
And so is it because you disagree? And what parts of it do you disagree with? I think I've run out of time.
Well, it's not just that I disagree. I don't want to prejudice the government's. I don't want to prejudice the government's position. I don't want to prejudice its legal position. I don't want to prejudice the position in the event there's any litigation. But as I say to you, utilise Standing Order 52, and they can be produced on a privileged basis, and you can see them. I don't mind members of the House, either House, seeing them. I just don't want to publicly make these documents available. And if I'm wrong, and you proceed down the Standing Order 52, then at least a determination will be made. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, a $5 million companion animal care and rehoming competitive grant program was introduced by the former government, and that provided vital funding to rehoming organisations in New South Wales. At the moment, adoptions and donations are down, surrenders are up, rescues and pounds are reporting that they're both full and struggling to rehome animals. The funding from the grants program was essential to keeping many of these rescues open. Will you commit to making sure that that funding is ongoing, particularly while we still have this crisis of the rescue organisations over capacity?
Well, there's $5 million to support companion animals care and rehoming by animal rescue groups, $2.6 million to maintain delivery of other companion animal-related services, and $26 million to enhance enforcement of animal.
Yep. So I'm just talking about the $5 million
grant. So you're asking
grant?
about you're asking about the $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
You can. I might get Mr. Whitworth to answer that rather than reading it from a piece of
Sorry,
paper.
just to clarify, Minister, my question was, are you committed to making sure that that funding will be ongoing rather than this one-off grant? So I don't think that Mr. Whitworth can... I'm sure we can talk
No,
about the
I
grant
don't-
itself this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I
but
don't think I could give you that commitment at this stage. It's too early in the government process. We're about to again begin the next round of budget processes for next year. So you just need to give me time before I can.
Could I ask you to advocate within the government for further funding for rescue organisations?
Yeah, I continually advocate. Usually after meeting with you first.
Well, that's good. Are you aware, Minister, that Maitland Pound is currently closed due to a deadly parvovirus outbreak?
No, I wasn't aware of that. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Sorry, Mr. Can I just clarify, is OLG notified when pound facilities close in New South Wales? Or
I'd like to take that on notice. I mean, every council has an obligation to have pound facilities in place under the Companion Animals Act. Now, the question as to how they operate that, so some councils share those pound facilities with others or they outsource, such as Sydney Dogs and Cats. So it may well be that the pound facility is closed, but the council has arrangements in place with another council, but we'll make inquiries and we'll come back to you this afternoon.
Thank you. Minister, currently many pounds don't vaccinate the animals that come in or even dissex them. This is obviously a very preventable welfare issue and stopping overbreeding if they're dissexed. Is that something that you're willing to look into in regards to setting some expectations on supporting pounds to vaccinate and dissex animals?
I'm really looking to a comprehensive solution arising out of the review of the Companion Animals Act and the review of the POCTA Act to see whether or not a whole of government approach can be obtained to obtain first-class animal welfare responses rather than what seems to be ad hoc or historically ad hoc decision-making processes. So it's not something that I've considered. It's not something that's been raised with me, but I'm pleased that you have. So I'll just pursue the issues.
And you've talked a little bit about a review of the Companion Animals Act. Do we have any kind of timeline around that, or any idea of how the work on that will start?
Well, the first two things. One is the Pounds inquiry. The second is, relates to cat containment. That I want to see resolved. So so as you know, the Companion Animals Act provides for the fact that you can't let your dog leave the premises, but there's no provision about cats. Cats are an A-class predator, and the RSPCA tell me that they are ways in which you can make a home cat-proof and the councils want some mechanism of exercising control over cats.
I just want to go back to the refocus on the question, because I guess when we're talking about a review of the Companion Animals Act, and as you say, there's that Pound inquiry. There is an inquiry into what you're discussing now about whether laws are suitable for cat containment
and registration processes, and how you go about that registration processes. I mean, at the moment, there's a whole stack of money going for the pet registry, for the transfer of material from the Companion Animals Act register into the pet register, and there's lifetime registration.
But I guess, Minister,
but what I was going to say to you, which I'll talk to you after about too, is that you've got all these animals on the pet register. They've got lifetime registration. You're not even going to know how accurate that is. So what's its value? I know decisions. A number of decisions have got to be made so that there's a comprehensive review. And secondly, some come at a cost. Are you going to compel do you compel people to have their cats dissected or their dogs dissected? And
Yeah.
if so, who
and
pays
I
for
guess
it?
this is the thing, Minister, is, you know, like obviously there'll be the pound inquiry, but there's a whole lot of other range of issues.
There is.
Outside of what will come out of those two inquiries. So will there be an actual review of the entire Companion Animals Act
Yes,
as well?
yes, we've committed
But
to
we
do
don't have a
that, and-
timeline on it?
No. Look,
Has it
you-
started or not?
how far, they'll say they have, I imagine.
We always have things under
We've been saying that
review.
for years, yeah.
There's always a review, Minister.
Yeah. Look. For as long as I remain in this portfolio, I'm determined to begin the process to resolve some of these really difficult questions, and I'm actually looking to the committees of this House to resolve, particularly, what financial burden do you impose upon an owner of a companion animal, either in the registration process or the desexing process or the containment process? What's reasonable? Otherwise, you'll end up with a mini greyhound moment. I don't want to put the government in that situation either. So I'm actually looking to members of this House to solve that issue for me, because I don't want the government to start proclaiming standards on people that may well be uninformed and have unintended consequences.
Just talking on vaccines, and I understand this is more of a federal issue, but I'm hoping you've heard about the fact that there's a massive shortage in Australia of vaccines for cats.
No, I hadn't heard that.
It's
no.
actually stopped the RSPCA from taking cats and kittens in. Organisations like the AVA are saying that there's fears of a pandemic spreading. This is going to be a huge problem going forward for pounds and rescue organisations. The shortage is predicted to last until early next year. So I guess my question to you, understanding obviously that it's a federal issue to be able to import those vaccines, is will you advocate or write to the federal government to try to get some assistance to fast track some of those vaccines into Australia so that we can avoid a pandemic spreading in New South Wales?
I've been advised, I've just been given a note, that the Australian Veterinary Association are prioritising kitten vaccinations and delaying adult boosters.
Yeah,
You
look,
know
I
that.
understand the background because
Yep.
there's a big shortage.
Yep.
My question is, will you advocate to the federal government to try to help fast track vaccines coming into Australia so we can avoid a pandemic spreading in New South Wales?
I'm happy to do that, but I don't want people to panic about it, because vaccination suppliers have confirmed the issue is being prioritised, with some vaccine supply to be available by late 2023 and should normalise in early 2024. And there's no evidence being presented to suggest a vaccine shortage contributing to the unnecessary euthanasia of kittens or cats.
With big organisations like the RSPCA no longer taking cats and kittens in, obviously that will put a lot of pressure on rescue organisations. Is anything being done there during this period of shortage?
Do you know anything about that?
No, but this is also territory that my colleague Mr. Hanson may know more about, because it goes to the veterinary elements of animal welfare.
You can finish the answer if you have one.
Just to reiterate what the Minister said, which is this has been prioritised. The federal government's very aware of it and have been working collaboratively with states and companies to try to ensure a supply, with forecasts of normality of that supply chain by early next year.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. And the Minns Labor government went to the election with a promise to end privatisation, ruling out any further privatisation of state-owned assets. Do you support this position?
Yes.
The Aged Care Royal Commission recommended a preferred model of aged care being through public ownership, resulting in higher levels of care and outcomes for patients. A clear example of this is the services provided by Blue Haven Aged Care, owned by Kiama Municipal Council. This service is one of the largest publicly owned aged care providers in New South Wales. It employs half the council's workforce and services approximately 2,000 families across the Illawarra. And this council, with the support of Labor councillors, are moving to privatise this service. I'm pleased that you support the position your government took to the election of ending privatisation. What action have you taken to stop the privatisation of this major health and aged care provider?
Dr. Cohn, firstly, we need to understand that councils are democratically elected to make decisions in their own area. I can't, as Minister for Local Government, just impose my political philosophy on another democratically elected organisation. Otherwise, they're no longer the genuine third tier of government in Australia. In relation to that particular council, absent there be some statutory failure that empowers my intervention, my role and function is limited. I have been given some material by the USU who have raised their concerns, and they have drawn to my attention Labor's policy. Now, they are an affiliated union to the Labor Party, as you can imagine. I'm also really concerned because that council has got disclaimed audits by the Auditor General. Finances, they lost it in their computer system.
Sure. I'm glad that that's where you're going with this, Minister.
Okay.
And I want to ask you more specifically, because you mentioned opportunities statutorily for you to intervene. Kiama Council was placed under an improvement order by the previous Minister for Local Government,
yes.
And one of the key requirements was for the Council to present a business case paper to the public considering all options for the aged care service, including maintaining the service in public hands, entering a joint partnership, leasing it on contract to private providers, or selling the service. Now, the document provided in the council papers to the community to consider only made an argument for its sale. So why did your office not take any action on what appears to be a failure to comply with the improvement order?
That is something that I'm currently, or having the Office of Local Government currently look at, together with some other issues that particularly I'm concerned about in relation to their financial operations, so which I should not probably prejudge at this stage.
Look, I share the concerns that you're alluding to regarding the audit of Kiama Council's finances. My concern is that this aged care facility is slated for sale within the next couple of months. Will you intervene under the improvement order to delay that sale until the process of examining that audit's been carried out?
I have asked the Office of Local Government to look at a range of matters that have been brought to me again recently and as late as yesterday or the day before. I'm also very concerned, bearing in mind their financial position, in relation to other asset sales that have been occurring, because I want to be satisfied, not directly related to Blue Haven, but generally speaking, whether or not the council are getting a fair return for the assets, other assets that they are selling, or whether or not they're a fire sale of assets. So I'm looking at it. The ability of me to intervene in Kiama depends upon whether or not the material that I end up with gives me the statutory power to do so. If I don't have the statutory power to do so, I can't. If I do have the statutory power to do so, then it'll enable me to consider it.
So the issues that you're alluding to, as I understand, recent ABC reports revealed that the audits conducted by the Audit Office showed significant issues at Kiama Council, including overvaluation and double counting of assets, which I think you just alluded to, as well as the senior staff member contracting work to his own business, which has been reported to ICAC, and the council engaging the same firm to broker the tender process, as wrote the report for the council that recommended the sale.
And as has just been brought to my attention as well, Dr. Hoenig, 2 days ago, which I'm not sure it's accurate or not. I'm not going to ask Mr. Whitworth now, but I'm told that very issue, the last issue that you raised, is subject to a code of conduct complaint that has not been determined. Now, I was not aware of that until that was brought to my attention 2 days ago. I'm not sure whether that's true, But that becomes an issue of considerable concern, bearing in mind what you've raised with me, what the USU have raised with me, because you can't have these things determined in isolation. So the issues you raise are concerning, and I have to resolve them to determine whether or not I actually have the authority to intervene.
If you do indeed have the authority to intervene,
Yes.
Will you intervene in time to stop the privatisation of this aged care facility?
If I have if something occurs and I have the authority to intervene, then I'll exercise authority and I'll make that decision based upon the material that I have available to me. I can't prejudge a decision I may or may not be able to make, depending upon whether or not I may or may not have authority. That becomes hypothetical.
Thank you. What are you doing to ensure a more diverse representation of women, young people and people from diverse backgrounds on New South Wales councils?
There has been a substantial an increase in the number of female candidates and female councillors at the last election. I've got in 2001, the local government elections saw a significant increase in diversity of candidates. Women candidates at local government election increased from 1,558 or 38% to 1,622 or 42% between the 2016 and 17 election. There are now 490 women councillors, representing 39% of all councils across New South Wales, which is an increase of 8%.
Sure. I'm interested in any proactive work being done to actually improve that diversity.
There are. I recently met with. Recently met with a women's electoral lobby group that made some suggestions or other suggestions that they didn't know that they can currently achieve in the local they're currently provided for, say for example in Section 252 policies in the Local Government Act. I've got to consider whether or not code of conduct that impact upon an adversary democratically environment inhibits women, for example, from seeking election in local government.
Thank you for raising that. I've certainly heard and experienced that it does. I might ask you about a more specific initiative. So the previous government introduced optional superannuation for New South Wales councillors, which certainly was a step in the right direction. But as I'm sure you would understand, this option is often dismissed by older or more financially secure councillors who see it as a perk rather than absolutely essential, particularly for younger councillors, for women and for people from diverse backgrounds. Will you change this provision to compulsory superannuation?
My view always was, and in fact it was a tax advice I was given, and legislation could have changed, that it was always open for councils to make superannuation payments by determining under the Commonwealth tax legislation that councillors were employees. Then they would have been entitled to the compulsory superannuation, and the deterrent for so doing meant that they were then subject to fringe benefits tax, because councillors aren't subject to fringe benefits tax.
But could you see the benefit for diversity of that actually being compulsory across the state?
There's an independent tribunal that determines councillors' remuneration. That's been taken away from politicians. I need to get advice on what the community, what does the community think in relation to it? The community are pretty cynical about elected representatives giving themselves any benefit, even if it's a legitimate benefit. So I can't commit to doing it on a compulsory basis, but I can well and truly appreciate, I well and truly appreciate input from people who have, women who have served in local government that tell me that superannuation is one of the factors that deters them, because that's something that I can take into consideration, because I can never be in the position that you were, Dr. Cohn. So my experience and reflection is only a reflection from half of the people that have served in local government.
Thank you. Appreciate you considering it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Minister. I just wondered, rural and regional New South Wales, cost of living, but also what is your view on the Red Fleet?
My responsibility in relation to the Red Fleet or the Rural Fire Service assets is to ensure that councils comply with the local government accounting standards, ASA 116D, and that is that they record their assets and their depreciation schedule. They are required to do that. Very shortly after I became local government minister, for my sins was I presented with a draft report from the Auditor General that showed 43 councils had not done so and received qualified audits. The Auditor General had been seeking to explain to local government that they needed to comply. Local government had complained to my immediate predecessor, who provided them with a variety of information and tables from the Treasury as to that they needed to comply. The local government representatives by the score came to see me to complain about the Red Fleet. I have said to them that I'm obliged to tell you, one, you are required to comply with the accounting standards. Two, it doesn't matter how many times I say this, and the Auditor General says this, and that my predecessor told them, it does not affect their bottom line. It's not a cash depreciation of their asset. They have trouble understanding that. Secondly, they don't understand they've signed a service agreement whereby each of them have obligations and they have delegated authority to their rural fire service. Thirdly, they didn't know that they received substantial grants from the Rural Fire Service towards the maintenance of the fleet that they didn't know that they were maintaining. And fourthly, they didn't know that local government owns the Red Fleet because the local government asked for it. Mm-hmm. So in any event, I have spent some months trying to get the whole history of the Red Fleet. Mm-hmm. I ultimately contributed to a private member's bill of Adam Marshall's to put on to Hansard the entire history. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that I have done is I've referred the whole issue to the Legislative Assembly Public Accounts Committee and also with the SES to give local government the opportunity of having their say and to allow everybody to be informed. Now, I've probably gone beyond my role as a local government minister and intruded into the Emergency Services Minister's role. He didn't mind. I'm trying to resolve this issue in local government's interest. Mm-hmm. And so I've gone down that particular path and hopefully, because one of the things I can't work out, which is really significant, is I know that if local, Dr. Cohn said to me some time ago when she met with a number of MPs and the Auditor General that things have changed. I know that local government in 1997 and again in 2000 in a Legislative Council inquiry, because the state wanted to take the Red Fleet and local government wanted it. And they were insistent on doing it, and Bob Debus amended the bill with the concurrence of the then opposition to allow them ownership. In 2000, there was a dispute as to who was going.
I think.
I don't want to take your time.
Yeah, I was going to
just
say
want you
I probably don't need to have that whole history.
I just want to make this point.
I could
Sounds
probably
like the
read
second
that.
reading debate on the Red Fleet Bill.
So I might stop you there.
Yeah.
I note that a large number of councils, and especially in rural and regional New South Wales, are applying for special rate variations. And I'm aware that recommendations from the IPART review have included the emergency service levy in their methodology. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the IPART's review of rate peg methodology was, which was commenced under the former government, was reported recently. What was adopted by Cabinet on Monday, and I advised yesterday IPART. It wasn't on their website this morning, but I advised them that the government had approved it. So, arising from that decision making...
Takes away our next questions.
Yeah.
Arising from that decision-making process, things like ESL, for example, will be... the full amount will be incorporated by IPART when it makes its determination, as well as the funding basis will be forward-looking rather than rear-looking. So that all this issue started when they gave them 0.7% when there was a hyperinflation period. So that shouldn't happen to them. That shouldn't happen to them again. And refreshingly, each council will have its own rate peg determination. And the asset base of which are utilised by IPART will also be different for a rural council and a regional council and a metropolitan council. So there'll be a lot better, fairer, forward-looking system for rate peg. If you're going to have a rate peg, this is going to be a fairer way of determining it.
And how are IPART including the ESL in that determination?
The ESL, or the cost of the ESL, will be a straight out consideration or calculation in their determination. The
For each
full amount.
council. Okay.
Yep.
And with respect to and with respect in terms of the financial viability of the council, and look, unfortunately we don't have the benefit of the report to be able to look at in terms of IPART, but do you have any concerns with respect to the financial viability of councils because of this ESL decision?
Not by the ESL decisions, but I am concerned with the. As I said to you, the first report I got was from the Auditor General, and when I generally that's been tabled in Parliament anyway. The Auditor General's final report, but can I just say that I think Ms. Crawford, when I gave her my take on it, said to me that she was appreciative that the Minister understood the gravity of Council's positions. What I have actually done is I have asked IPART to do a review of Council's financial sustainability, looking at both their income and their expenditure, with a view of getting to the bottom of why that they are in the position that they are. Financially, the industry generally is in a fair bit of crisis in terms of their financial sustainability. I want to get to the bottom of what that is. The solution is not always just throwing money. The solution is obviously, I think, to give them give councillors greater oversight and control of their expenditure.
So where do you see there's constraints at the moment in terms of their control and oversight with expenditure?
The accounting system gives them no idea where their money's going. You can't... Councils are supposed to determine their priorities and where money is to be allocated, and be identified to them the funding sources, and they should be given the opportunity of determining the funding priorities. Now, the accounting system that is provided to them doesn't give them that opportunity. And in practice, what's happening in many councils is that they're getting the councillors behind closed doors in a briefing session. They're telling them what's in the finance. The councillors are just checking whether their pet projects are funded, and they're walking in there and voting $50, $100 million in 5 or 10 minutes. And that's not treating elected people with the respect that they're entitled to, and the accounting system is not treating them with the respect that they're entitled to. Because any councillor, you don't need to have a university degree, any councillor can determine funding priorities if you offer it to them in a way in which they understand. That's what they're democratically elected to do.
So, Minister, on the back of that, what are the reforms you're proposing?
I'm wanting to change the accounting system to make them more transparent. I'm not sure how to achieve that, but I know I have to. I've talked to the Auditor General about ways in which I can do that. Their function, of course, is to oversight the accounting standards, but I need to empower them to have more of a management accounting standard so that they can actually determine themselves their priority. So, for example, one rural council I spoke to, their local member, who was in financial difficulties, and I said, Mr Mayor, you're funding 4 museums in a town of 40,000 people. You've got a right to do that, you're elected to do that, but you can't fund 4 museums and then say you haven't got money for something else. But they can't, if you look at their accounting system, you can't see where that, you can't work that out.
So, Minister, returning back to the emergency services levy, how much is that for this coming financial year?
Oh, they got an increase of 19%. The increase that they have for this financial year was an increase that the previous government determined.
But the upcoming financial year, in terms of that determination?
The upcoming, well, we're not it's too early for us to tell, but I would like to think that we could create some efficiencies that our predecessors didn't create, so that it is not this continuing burden on local government.
So what are those efficiencies, Minister?
I think you probably need to direct those questions to the Treasurer and the Minister for Emergency Services, really.
So in terms of the local government impact, so this is the first time that ESL will be considered when it comes to IPART's determinations for the rate peg. What's the impact going to be on ratepayers?
That's probably too early to tell. I'm not anticipating.
But isn't there a recommendation out of this IPART report?
Yeah, but there are a range of factors that get taken into consideration when they make a determination. I can't anticipate. I can't anticipate IPART's work and their calculations. But I can say that one of the reasons there is a rate peg is to provide some sort of oversight as to levels, and there is a substantial cost of living concern to communities that have just had their mortgages put up. So any system that gets imposed that ends up with massive rate increases in this environment is likely to prompt government intervention, and I'm sure IPART would take that into consideration too, the capacity of people to pay.
So Minister, you're saying that if there are significant increases in rates, that the Minns government will intervene? I
don't know. I'll have to wait and see what IPART. It's something that IPART, in any event, take into consideration. They take into consideration those policies. They know that.
But aren't IPART implementing this in the next rate cycle when it comes to?
Yes.
Yes, and when do you expect that determination to be made?
They usually make that. When do they make that determination? In time for councils to be able to adopt their budget.
Yeah,
so
The IPART will make that determination. They'll make a rate cap determination probably before the end of the year. And the way the new methodology will work is that the rate cap, as the Minister has identified, has multiple components, one of which is the ESL factor. So the ESL factor won't be known until April, and and the determination of that is something, as the Minister said, for the Treasurer and the Minister for Emergency Services.
So just walk me through this for a second. So IPART will make a determination before the end of the year, and then the determination with respect to the ESL will be made in April. So the IPART determination will not be made with respect to the ESL determination. Is that correct, or am I wrong here?
The methodology that IPART uses, or now that has been supported and endorsed by the government, is to identify a rate cap based on multiple factors. One factor is the base cost, I wrote that down, but it's a base cost model. And that will have variations for different cities and nature of local government area. There is a population factor, and then there is an ESL factor. So those three things together provide the rate cap for each individual council area.
Okay. Minister, considering that you've asked IPART to make that report public, just in terms of our ability to be able to ask potentially questions of the bureaucrats this afternoon, would you be happy for that report to be furnished to us?
Yeah, it is public. Should be on the
website today.
Should have been on the website yesterday. It should be on it today. If not, I'll have it provided to you.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister,
I appreciate that.
I can confirm it's on the website.
It is on the website now?
I've checked it myself, and I've had about 3 people just email me to tell me it's on the website.
Okay, well, in the break, we'll go and get a copy of it, so thank you for that.
And Mr. Farlow, sorry, if I can just confirm that this is also, as we move through, the ESL will be based on the previous year's number, but we'll take you through that in the break.
Thank you very much. So, Minister, in terms of what you foresee that there will be rate increases as a result of this changed methodology?
No, I don't think I could foresee that, but I would say that the determinations for each individual councils of a rate cap will be fairer.
Fairer in what sense?
Well, fairer in how it's calculated, because each council will have their own determination.
Fairer in terms of the council's financial viability, or fairer in terms of the rates that people will pay in each council?
Fairer in terms of how IPART determine what their individual rate cap should be.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And Minister, what plans does the government have in reviewing the financial model of councils going forward?
Well, that's why I've asked IPART to do the review of council's financial sustainability, and I have to work out what sort of financial model. The Act requires a huge amount of review. For example, there are obligations upon them having these operational plans and a whole range of other statutory documents for the purposes of transparent publications, but they're not used as management or accounting tools by the individual councils. They're getting consultants to write them for them at huge cost. So I would like to empower them to run their own finances in their own transparent way without imposing upon them these huge bureaucratic obligations which are just of no financial benefit to them. So I'll just wait for IPART to see what they say in their council financial review, and I've got to get some advice as to what's a good model. I don't like to go back to the old days, but in the old days, before the 1993 Act, there were these detailed draft estimates where every councillor knew where every cent was going. And I was the recipient of all these questions of what's this $600 being spent on voucher number 732, and then I'd have these 3 local papers writing stories about mayor wasting money on $600, and I hated that. And then when the new Act, the new system came in, it was good for me because they didn't get that information anymore and I got no more bad stories. But when I think back, I think, the council bureaucrats were careful about spending money because they're likely to get a question from the opposition councillors. I just think there was something in the old days that our forefathers knew about that that really over the last 30 years we've forgotten.
Thank you, Minister Hoenig. Minister Hoenig, in terms of this financial viability question, have you sought any assistance from the federal government and the Federal Minister for Local Government with respect to the financial viability of New South Wales councils?
There have been some conversations with the federal government over financial assistance grants. There's almost $1 billion provided to New South Wales. I've met with and that amount gets distributed via a grants commission, and I found my old friend, former member for Coogee, Notley Smith, on the grants commission. I hadn't seen him for a while until I met the grants commission. I thought, geez, I'll tell you guys hide people in a variety of places, but
you just appoint them to secretary roles.
Yeah, well, or as general manager of Liverpool, but no, that is an issue. And actually, I've had some discussions with Linda Scott, the president of the Australian Local Government Association, and the federal government are not doing their fair share of local government assistance, and that's a matter that we are pursuing both through the federal local government minister and through the Australian Local Government Association as well. So,
Minister, cost of living crisis, state, federal, we've seen real incomes decrease by 5.1% in the last year. Are rates going up?
Are rates going up? I don't anticipate them going up. I don't anticipate them going up as much as they have been in the past under this very efficient government of ours.
We'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see. We will.
Dr. Amanda Cohen.
I understand that the funding for community recovery officers into councils is due to expire at the end of the calendar year, just as communities are facing another particularly devastated fire season. Will you be extending the funding for those community recovery officers to make those positions permanent?
Mr. Whitworth,
I believe that's a matter I would have expected for the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, so that's probably a matter for Minister for Emergency Services and Minister for Planning and Public Spaces. They're not funded through the Office of Local Government.
But we'll take them on notice and get you whatever information you need, Dr. Cohen.
Thank you. In your opinion, should those positions be extended?
Oh, well, if it's not within my portfolio, I shouldn't be expressing opinions in somebody else's.
The 2021 audit of pecuniary interest declarations showed quite low levels of compliance. Have things improved? What actions did the department take as a result of those findings?
And not only that, I should say to you, the Information Commissioner came to see me a little while ago, several months ago. Some councils are actually refusing to put those disclosures on the internet or refusing to disclose information that they're required to disclose. So that's a matter for the attorney, and that's been pursued, and I think there's still some couple of outstanding councils as well. But Mr. Whitworth, you go through the process.
We have reinforced the importance of making those pecuniary interest declarations available. Many councils do it, but there were a number of councils that the Information Privacy Commissioner identified were problematic. We just recently, I think in the last week, 2 weeks, have released a circular, and I also have the request from the Information Privacy Commissioner to look into it in more detail, which we're still doing.
Yeah. And what penalties currently apply to a council that doesn't comply following this circular?
Not a lot, and I think that's the problem.
I agree.
Can I just? It's not necessarily a decision of the council or. This was the point of the Information Privacy Commissioner, that these are council decisions about how this information is made publicly available.
Minister, you may be aware of the controversial project that's proposed by the Hills Shire Council, which is entering into a partnership with Eastwood District Rugby Union Football Club to deliver an elite rugby union facility to the former Pony Club grounds at Fred Caddison Reserve. I've had significant issues raised with my office about this proposal. So specifically that includes that there was no specific resolution of the council authorising the development of that facility. There was no direct correspondence with local residents or proactive community consultation, that environmental reports have been completed but that council has refused to release them to councillors and the public, and a whole list of issues with the procedure that was followed for this development. In that context, would you conduct an inquiry under Section 430 of the Local Government Act to establish whether the council's acting appropriately in the expenditure of public funds on this project?
Can I say this? of all the concerns with Hills Shire Council, that's just one addition to some very serious matters that are being investigated by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. I was asked the Office of Local Government to conduct a preliminary investigation in relation to some very serious allegations that were made by the member for Castle Hill in the Legislative Assembly. The Premier and I were written to by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, who said that they were conducting an investigation which was now overt, requesting that I not have a public inquiry, as it might interfere with their investigation. And so I acceded to that request. I've met with the Chief Commissioner and Commissioner Morell as to the difficulties I then have of not using my statutory power while they're conducting what they're conducting. They can't tell me what they're doing under their Act. They can't give me a time frame under their Act. And so pursuing a 4:30 inquiry, or even a preliminary inquiry, may be difficult. I don't know. I did receive. Have you got anything from Hills?
No.
But if you make available to me those issues or those complaints, I will check to see whether or not the Office of Local Government, I will check with the Chief Commissioner as to whether or not any inquiry that the Office of Local Government engages with conflicts with any of their investigations, and if I'm able to proceed and at least do a preliminary investigation into those complaints, I will do so.
Thank you, Minister. I'm relieved that you're aware of the many issues happening at the Hills Shire Council. It's certainly not my intention to impede an ICAC investigation today, but I would imagine that it would concern you that this development might be proceeding amidst all of the other
There are a number of
investigations.
matters that I have been concerned about in relation to Hills Council that may or may not be quite independent of the Independent Commission Against Corruption's investigations. There were some planning issues that concern me as well, but bearing in mind the nature of the matters that they're investigating, they sort of take priority over many others.
I'm happy to provide you with the information that I've got about this particular development, and I look forward to your attention to it.
Thank you.
What checks are being kept on councils who've received major projects funding, for example, West Invest or City Deals funding, to ensure that they meet the Office of Local Government's capital expenditure guidelines?
Thanks. I'll have Mr.
Sorry, you're happy to...
No, you can answer that.
Sorry, no, I was, yeah. The capital expenditure guidelines are a requirement for councils to prepare appropriate business cases and so on. You've talked about the City Deal funding and I can't remember the West Invest. Yes, that. There will be obligations that those councils need to meet under the guidelines and the grant processes for those programs. Are you asking whether we need to ensure that every council has provided us with documentation of their capital?
Yeah, I'm interested in, there's requirements under those capital expenditure guidelines for things like quarterly reporting, strategic planning, community consultation. What checks are actually done that's proceeding for councils that have received that significant project funding?
So my understanding is that where a council is undertaking work based on a grant that they've received, that they, as I said, they need to follow the processes under the grant process, not necessarily the CapEx guidelines that we have in place. So I can tell you from past experience, as an example, that where funds are provided to councils to build infrastructure as a result of housing and productivity contributions of the former state infrastructure contributions, they needed to do and go through the assurance process of Infrastructure New South Wales to comply with the program guidelines. So that would be the same application here, where money's coming from the state through a guideline, through a grant process.
Can I just add, to clarify as well, neither of those grants programs are run through Office of Local Government. West Invest, I believe, is Treasury. I'd have to check that
That's
for
right.
you.
You've led me straight into my next question,
City
which
deal
was,
is run through my office.
Did the Office of Local Government have any input into the design and rollout of West Invest, noting that it's not run by the Office of Local Government?
That predates my involvement with the Office of Local Government. I'd like to take that on notice, and I can come back to you this afternoon.
Thank you, please do. I'm interested if there was any discussion, including with councils, about councils' ability to deliver staff and maintain the facilities that were promised with West Invest funding, and discussion of future costs as well.
So I, again, would like to take that on notice, but I think there's a broader issue there about, and this goes to some of the very issues the Minister was talking about before with the expenditure and the expenditure review of councils, that where councils are receiving grant funds and where they're actually building new facilities and new assets, there is not just the lovely money to build it, but you need the money to maintain it and operate it into the future. And so, again, councils are, independent, local, they're run by, locally elected, democratically elected councillors. It's their job to ensure that when they engage in these projects, that they can actually run them as well.
Can I just provide a bit of further clarification about West Invest? It was at the time run out of the Premier's Department, so obviously those questions would need to materially go to the Premier's Department. I can confirm, though, having worked with that unit in my previous role, that they certainly did communicate regularly with councils, and they were able to do that outside of the Office of Local Government Relationships as well.
Miss Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon.
I'm sure you're aware of the terrible incident at Burke Council Pound in 2021, where I think there was well over 10 dogs and puppies were shot. It attracted quite a lot of attention, and we had quite a lot of discussion in estimates with the previous local government minister in relation to this. In May this year, 9 dogs were found in a terrible state at the pound, having contracted parvovirus, and the council hadn't attempted to contact veterinarians. It's the second time they've found to have been breaching POTCTA. What are you doing to ensure that these violations stop happening at this pound?
I'll get Mr. Whitworth to correct me if I'm wrong, but POTCTA enforcement are not matters for my portfolio, is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a matter for, it's under the portfolio of the Minister for the Minister for Primary Industry, and under the POTCTA legislation, the enforcement of animal cruelty is actually outsourced specifically in the Act to the RSPCA, Animal Welfare League.
I understand the way that the Act divides up the responsibility, but as the Minister for Local Government, you are responsible for what councils are doing in relation to their council-run pounds, and we have had many conversations over the last 4 years with the previous minister in relation to this issue and other issues with council pounds. Is it we have codes of practice that haven't been updated for 20 years that are relevant to this. What are you doing to ensure that the animals in the care of councils aren't euthanised by shooting and aren't left in this sort of state of neglect?
My advice is that my responsibility under the Local Government Act is to ensure the councils have a pound, and the enforcement or how animals are kept are matters for POTCTA legislation, matters for the POTCTA's legislation. Now, if you say to me there's other material that says the advice I've given is wrong, then I'm prepared to check that.
Unless there's been some change of responsibility in the last term of Parliament, the Minister for Local Government had responsibility for animal boarding establishments and companion dogs and cats, and in particular particular, I understand is from 1996, the New South Wales Animal Welfare Code of Practice on dogs and cats in animal boarding establishments was the responsibility of the previous Minister for Local Government.
That's not the advice I've been given, but I will check to make sure whether that's correct or not. But I've been given clear, specific advice in respect of my ministerial responsibility.
So where there is a animal welfare issue with the operation of any establishment, the POCTA Act has enforcement mechanisms which which involve enforcement agencies being either the New South Wales Police, the Animal Welfare League or the RSPCA, and those matters are managed by Department of Primary Industries. We have my colleague, the Director General of Department of Primary Industries, if I could throw to him.
I will ask Mr. Hanson. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So far, just agreeing with all the advice that's been provided down the table. In fact, that code, so code number 5, is actually referenced under the POCTA Act. So with regards to the two pieces that you raised about Burke Pound, so as you'd be aware, the 2021 incident was investigated by one of those compliance agencies, being RSPCA, and no breach of POCTA was found with regards to the 2021 incident.
Extraordinary.
The 2020, well...
But go on.
So the 2023 incident is currently under investigation, and we're not aware of any further updates on that at this point in time, nor could we comment on it.
Does Minister Moriarty think it's her responsibility to regulate pounds, council pounds?
So it's Minister Moriarty as the lead minister on Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to ensure that any activities in the state, whether they be in council pounds, whether they be in commercial run facilities, are in compliance with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, regardless of the location.
And responsibility over companion animals, cats and dogs?
So compliance with the Companion Animals Act
Yes.
sits with the Minister for Local Government.
Right, okay. Do you see, Minister, do you think this is, I have been struggling to understand why there are so many issues coming out of our council pounds for year on, and we have things like the Code of Practice in relation to pounds not having been updated for 27 years. Do you think that is a product of this division of responsibility? Is anyone taking responsibility for the state of animals in our council pounds?
Well, I suppose when you've got a gap in responsibility, something's going to slip through it, isn't it?
Yeah.
The government's committed to a review of the Companion Animals Act, which is an urgent need of review, and the government's committed to a review of the POCTA Act. And we intend to proceed to go through that path. And I've got to say, the Honourable Emma Hurst has got me on board in respect to some of the major failings, because she sees me from now and then and tells me things I didn't know. So there are a range of issues that have got to be resolved, but I can just say to you that the days of kicking the can down the road and saying there's a review, is certainly not going to apply as far as I'm concerned. But there's a number of, you weren't here earlier when I tried to raise this issue. There are a number of difficult decisions that have to be made that will form the basis of those reviews, and two of them are two of the substantial issues I think are in that I need to have resolved are in committees of the Legislative Council, such as the pound review and the cat containment review.
Yeah, true.
Because that will sort of inform me at least of. I don't think I'm qualified to make that decision, but this place has the opportunity of being able to hear from the public and local government and make decisions that may well be sustainable. But I don't want this system to keep going on because it's just
because it's not been working. And thank you, Minister. I think that's the way that you've responded to that is encouraging. So I'm hoping that we do see some proper reform. Do you know what actions the Blue Mountains Council is currently undertaking in relation to its animal rescue services now that the RSPCA will be withdrawing from that area after July next year?
No, I don't. I know what they're doing in relation to cat containment, but
Yes.
No, I
No,
don't know.
we might have to take that on notice and
Thank
see if
you.
we can get you some information in the break or come back when we provide answers to questions.
Thanks. Over recent months, we've witnessed a bit of a media circus covering a tussle between Bathurst and Orange councils in relation to securing a proposed new greyhound track. And a number of land parcels, I understand, have been offered to Greyhound Racing New South Wales and the Greyhound Breeding Trainers and Owners Association. Now, I know you don't have responsibility for greyhounds, but as Minister for Local Government, do you know whether Orange Council has already entered into some in-principle agreement with the sale of land in relation to that project?
I don't actually know. Do you know?
No.
It's not, it would not be a matter that they would necessarily tell us about. They're their own democratic masters. Unless they infringe the statutory processes, I don't have a role.
Okay. I'm interested in, obviously because it's public land, but also I understand that there's not been transparency around those decisions and there's been closed meetings to discuss it, presumably because they're trying to not give it away to their opposing council. Do you have any information at all in relation to that issue that you
Not
can
about that,
share?
other than, as I have told this committee before, this failure by councils to comply with Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Local Government Act of transparent meetings, both council or committee meetings, or looking for devices to get around those statutory provisions, I think is one of the persistent failures of the sector, and has led to a lot of unsustainability problems and has led to a number of failures. So it's one of the, and it's something that ICAC only yesterday made some observation about lack of transparency. So I want to get to the stage of just preventing this. There are very limited occasions under Chapter 4, Part 1, where a council committee can exclude the press and public from its decision-making process. And they have worked a way around it by briefing sessions and they're deferring matters to briefing sessions, and I don't blame the councillors, because unless it suits the bureaucracies to get them behind closed doors. And I think that's a significant issue. So whether they've breached the issue or not, I don't know, but it's a major local government issue. It's a major local government problem affecting the sector.
Thank you.
There's 4 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, just back to the question with respect to the IPART report. Now, effectively, from having a look at that methodology, or I'll credit the Shadow Minister in doing this, the ESL, the RFS and the SES are all included in that. With those costs all increasing substantially, isn't it going to be that the ratepayers are going to be picking up the bill for the state government?
Well, can I say this? If you look at the current emergency services levy, local government have been paying towards that levy now since the 1800s. So local government have always been making a contribution to the emergency services levy. I'm not anticipating there being rate increases as a result of IPART, but then that's a matter for them to make their determination. I suppose we'll know in a month, won't we?
We will indeed. Okay, Minister. Turning to more important matters, how did you celebrate World Hobbit Day?
World what?
Hobbit Day.
How did I celebrate World Hobbit Day?
What did you do?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Oh, it's very disappointing, Minister. I thought that we might have had some details of you and Froggo.
Out of everything that gets posted on my Facebook page, you're asking me about World Hobbit Day.
Well, Minister, we've got 2.5 minutes left. So
you must be running out of questions.
I've got more questions, but these are the important ones to ask you today. And Minister, of course, you have quite a prolific social media presence, the second highest following in the government. Congratulations.
I don't think that's right.
It is on Facebook. We've done extensive research on this, Minister. Can you?
Well, it's not good enough because both the Premier and the member for Wallsend have got a higher presence than I. They've got double the presence I have.
Oh well, you've got some work to do. So, Minister,
I
want to know, in terms of this material you produce, the Rontent, is this done by yourself, or do you have members of staff who are working on the Rontent?
No, I do nearly all of it.
You are indeed a social media god, many would say. And
now
Minister,
I've heard that expression "Rontent" out of Young Labor, so I don't know where you've got it from.
We might have heard it from Young Labor as well. And Minister, can I ask as well that, of course, you advertised Halloween festivities, the trick-or-treaters. Did you receive many come by your office to celebrate Halloween?
My staff said yes, they did.
Oh, you weren't there?
No, I wasn't.
I was hoping you were dressed up as a vampire, as was advertised.
I wish I could get to my electorate office more often than I'm able to, I can tell you.
Indeed. And Minister, importantly, I would like to ask, will we receive a return of the graphics, the green screen and the microphone with a rebrand to local government news?
Oh, would you like that, would you?
I think it'd be good.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
I think the people of one thing I would say in terms of the Rontent, that maybe there's not enough on local government outside of I should say, of course, Bayside these days. Maybe a broader local government news focus would be well received by the local government community across New South Wales.
Well, Mr. Farlow, you might be relieved to know that my target audience happens to be my electorate. It's not designed for any other purpose.
You do have many followers outside of your electorate, though.
Well, I'm pleased you're following me.
What are these questions?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Minister, I just have a follow-up question.
I've got pictures of dogs on my Facebook page,
That's
Ms.
good.
Hurst.
And they always do the best. They always do the best.
And rescue greyhounds.
Yes, good. It's what we like. Minister, concerns have been, just following on from some of the questions from the Honourable Scott Farlow, concerns have been raised with my office about lack of transparency and detail in the budget reporting that comes from councils, particularly large councils like Canterbury Bankstown with significant expenditure. Councils are not required to provide a detailed budget each year about how money is being spent in their operational plan, as well as the number of full-time equivalent employees. As the Minister, is this something that you're willing to look into in regards to reporting and transparency around the budget and operational plans?
You are, Ms. Hurst, 100% right, and I think I might have observed this to the Honourable Scott Farlow, that I think that's one of the substantial failings in local government, because not only aren't they published, the councillors, from what my experience, aren't told either, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. And so that's something that you're looking into
Look, I am. I've been talking to the Auditor General about some other sort of system. The Auditor General's responsibility is to ensure that the current Australian standards apply. But I need to change the system. But I need to get advice. I've been talking to a couple of very experienced general managers to try and find a way to go back to the future, really.
Yeah. The previous government commissioned a draft report produced by an independent economist for the Centre for International Economics, titled Rehoming of Companion Animals in New South Wales. The main recommendation of the draft report is that the New South Wales government establish an ongoing funding arrangement for a community CAP program which councils can apply to and could be run in partnership with RSPCA or another similar experienced body. Is that a recommendation that you are aware of from that report?
I recall the report. I don't necessarily recall what's in it. Do you know, Mr. Whitworth?
There was a draft, as Ms. Hurst said, there was a draft report. I think.
That's
sorry,
right.
but it hasn't been finalised.
That's
and
right. Yeah. Sorry, I might just go back to the Minister because there's only
Yep.
2 minutes left. So, Minister, I guess my question is, the main recommendation from that draft report, and I don't believe it's left that draft stage, is that the New South Wales Government establish ongoing funding arrangements for a community CAP program with councils. So it's talking about, desexing and things like that. Is that something that you're interested and open to looking into?
Look, I'm looking at an entire solution in relation to cat containment, desexing, registration, vetting care, a range of issues in relation to the future of the cat containment problem.
Yeah, I don't think it was talking about cat containment.
Yeah, I know, but
specifically. It's talking more about desexing and.
Yeah, but if we can get cats desexed early in the piece, then the subsequent issues don't arise. But whether that's possible or not, I'm waiting on your committee.
We've talked a lot about the Companion Animals Act and how desperate it needs to be reviewed. The New South Wales Animal Welfare Code of Practice for dogs and cats in animal boarding establishments. It was written in 1996 and hasn't been updated. Is that something that's also being updated?
That I don't know.
Yes, so that's part of the reform process that is part of the election commitment from government, and I think Ms Moriarty spoke to the time frame of 2024 for those.
For those, okay. Minister, in 2014, a draft consultation titled Dogs and Cats in Council Pounds and Animal Shelters Guidelines 2014. It was circulated with pounds and shelters, but it's never progressed. I'm wondering if you've heard of this report or if you know anything, what was happened to it?
I don't, but Mr.
I know it's before your time.
Yes, and the background to that is exactly as you outlined. It was then subject to a series of inquiries, as you'd be aware, that sort of took precedent. It's also part of the reform package that's proposed and being consulted over the last 2 years, as you're aware, to hopefully lead to reforms in this next year.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the government? No, nothing. In that case, that ends our time with you, Minister. Thank you so much for coming in this morning for budget estimates.
Thank you for your invitation.
And we will be back with everybody else after lunch at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back to Budget Estimates afternoon session. We will start straight away with questions from the opposition.
Sorry,
Yes.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I have a couple of answers to questions, if that's
Yep,
all right.
that's a good idea. Thank you.
So in terms of Mr. Nyland, I did provide Mr. Nyland with a letter. I think Mr. Nyland was either in the room this morning, but I have had a subsequent conversation with him and invited him to put his concerns to me, and we will potentially have a meeting. But he is talking about matters that are related to industrial relations issues with his former employer, so we need to treat that quite carefully. In terms of the Deloitte study, the actual number is 145,000, but it's GST added on top, so that's 155,000. In terms of Maitland Pound, we are aware that it did close to the public on the 17th of October. There are no animals at the facility with canine parvovirus. The last animal to test positive at the facility was on October the 28th. The facility will remain closed to the public for a 2-week period since the last positive case, and there is a proposed reopening date for tomorrow, pending no cases. The facility is still operating in providing care for animals care for animals in its care, as well as accepting seized and surrendered animals through appointment only. No public access is permitted. And in terms of the Hills proposal, that's quite complicated. I'm happy to go through that now, or I'm happy to whether Dr. Cohen wants to take up more time later. But my advice is that there is not yet a development application that has been lodged. So when there is a development application, there will be community engagement in that extent. But there was a master plan for the Fred Caterson Reserve that was adopted by Council on the 24th of November 2020, and that followed public consultation. And sorry, the final is the Blue Mountains Pound. So we understand that the RSPCA is intending to cease its service in July 2024. It will be up to Blue Mountains Council, as I said earlier, to ensure that they're continuing to meet their obligations under the Companion Animals Act, which includes providing care for seized or surrendered companion animals. So it's probably a little bit too early to speculate on what Blue Mountains Council will do, whether they will seek another provider, whether they will join with another council, or whether they'll open up their own pound facility.
Thank you. Is there anything further?
No, not at this point. I think we have a couple of others, but we're still waiting for advice.
Great, thank you. The opposition.
So, just in terms of DLOs, has the Minister or the Ministerial Office to whom you report ever requested specific public servants to fill DLO roles in your office?
No.
No. Okay, so, and you've sworn an oath and you have no knowledge or awareness, so that's fine, so I will move on. So what are your major, to the Deputy Secretary, what are your major concerns in local government?
What are my major concerns in local government?
Yeah. Very broad, I know.
Very, very broad. Look, I have been the Deputy Secretary for Local Government since the beginning of the year. I am a long-term career public servant. I have worked with local councils just about every day of my career, because I've spent a lot of time in the planning department working closely with councils. Local government, as the Minister will tell you, is an essential, he calls it the third tier of government. I like to think of it as the tier of government closest to the community. So the important role for the Office of Local Government is to make sure that there is a framework for local government in New South Wales that's strong and robust, that we can build the capacity of local government to operate within that framework. but to recognise that that framework needs to ensure that those councils can act as independent local authorities, that they have their own democratically elected governors, their councillors, their governing body. We need to make sure that the council is well run, well organised. There are and able to deal with what I've been talking about when I go out and talk to councils and join organisations. Talk about being able to deal with over the horizon issues. We know that, and in some cases, it's not that far over the horizon if not already with us. We know that housing affordability is an issue. We know that economic development is an issue. We know that cyber security is an issue that councils need to be prepared for and to be organised for. We know that we have climate change and a changing climate, which means an increased risk of natural disasters. We need councils to be planning for and to be more resilient. So the disaster adaptation planning that the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority is leading, these are all important issues that councils need to be ready for, all the while dealing with important local services, be it development assessment services, be it regulatory services, environmental health, be it the provision of community services, library services, and not to forget, making sure that people can get from one place to another on roads, making sure that the garbage is collected, making sure that parks are places that people want to go to and enjoy. So they're all quite significant challenges. The Office of Local Government is not a large organisation. We've almost got 10% of the Office of Local Government here today. So we are not a very large organisation at all, yet we are working and I call it the custodians of a sector with 48,000 people spending somewhere nearly in the vicinity of $13 billion a year in services. We need to ensure that we can create a regulatory role that creates a strong framework that builds capacity and capability and has, an intervention process that is used as sparingly as possible, hopefully because councils as local independent authorities are getting on and doing the job appropriately.
Thank you. And would you say, do you believe that the Office of Local Government is adequately resourced to do all of those functions and to assist council in their roles?
I've yet to meet a public servant that said that they were adequately resourced. Obviously,
do you want to be the first?
Obviously, the Office of Local Government, as I've said, is a very small organisation. We were lucky to achieve an additional $4.5 million this year to help create the Strategic Policy Unit, as the Minister's identified. But I suppose, are we adequately resourced, or do we have the right resourcing structure is probably the other question that you could ask. I feel that we need to be looking at that, and I have been undertaking work to look at what, sorry to use sort of technical language, but the program logic of the Office of Local Government, looking back at what the legislative obligations of the Office of Local Government are we best structured and organised around those? Are we best delivering? Are we in a situation where we can help the sector deal with those over the horizon issues that I've talked about? So obviously I am concerned that there's a better way of doing things. I feel that that's probably the best answer I can give you.
Yeah, and have you talked to the Minister about, you would meet regularly with the Minister?
Meet regularly with the Minister, meet very regularly with the Minister's office. They're aware of those issues.
Okay, and as part of that, are you concerned about the financial viability of councils, especially in rural and regional New South Wales?
I'm concerned about the financial viability of councils, yes, and the government made and identified as an election commitment a review of council financial sustainability. The independent pricing and regulatory tribunals report on the rate peg methodology has identified that they would be welcome to assisting the government with undertaking further work on a financial sustainability review process, which I'm happy to sort of explore with you in a bit more detail if you'd like. Also just flag that in discussions with my colleague, deputy secretaries, executive directors, directors of offices of local government around Australia, financial sustainability of local government regularly comes up. But it's no surprise that that happens, because any government at the moment is dealing with financial pressure. Costs are something that need to be continually managed. We need to be careful about drawing money from the public. So, taking money from the community, you can't just keep, asking for more money. It's got to be within an appropriate framework. And it's important that we understand what money we are, as a sector, what money is being spent both now and into the future. I think Dr. Cohn raised the issue this morning about councils obtaining money through grants to build infrastructure and new facilities. That's all well and good, but it's also important to understand the maintenance costs for those and the servicing costs for those into the future.
So would you say that you would proactively monitor council's financials, or do you wait for a complaint before any action is taken?
We have part of the audit office recommendations coming out of the performance audit is to take a more regulatory approach and a more risk-based risk management approach. So we do regularly look at council's quarterly business returns. And I'd like to ask Ms. Bishop to just talk about the risk management framework that we have been employing.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Whitworth. So as Brett mentioned, we have received the report from the Audit Office, and we are looking at a number of opportunities to improve the way we do risk assessment and monitor councils. I should say that we have a performance team as part of the Sector Performance and Intervention Division, which does a lot of regular monitoring of council performance. We look at their financial data. We have looked at in the past, really looked closely at their annual accounts. Increasingly, we're starting to look at more timely data, such as the quarterly business reviews you mentioned, and other reports that we can get. We're also very often quite proactive in reaching out to councils. If we see something that seems to be a little irregular or of concern, we will write to a council, we will seek more information. We reach out to councils on a regular basis to get that additional information. One of the things that the Audit Office identified was to develop a risk assessment tool to support councils to do their own self-assessment, and this is part of capacity building in the sector. So we are looking to do that. One of the first things we're doing is a self-assessment checklist, which we will have available to councils. The Audit Office had asked that we develop that by December 31, and we're on track to deliver that. It's building on a very successful program we had in the past called Promoting Better Practice, which council staff visited councils and looked at the systems and processes that they had in place and provided advice on areas for improvement. So we're now proposing to revise and update this tool and make it available to councils so that they can undertake their own assessments and identify some of their key risk areas. We're also capitalising on the recent initiatives in relation to audit and risk committees. Councils now have those in place, and they've recently, OLG has recently supported new guidelines for those committees. So happy to pass on to my colleague Mel Gibbs to talk more about audit and risk, if that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gibbs, can you talk about the audit and risk framework that we are putting in place for local government?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Whitworth. And thank you for the question. The Office of Local Government has, over the past several years, been consulting with the local government sector about introducing an internal risk framework. It was informed by recommendations from the ICAC and a number of other reviews that were undertaken in the past, and it was legislated in 2016. A lot of councils already had internal in internal audit committees, about 80% at the time, but they were operating under different frameworks. So now we've been working with the local government sector to develop a consistent framework that all councils will be operating under. And we've also been consulting with Treasury colleagues and other industry experts. We released the draft framework last year, just before December, and a number of councils have been operating under that framework. All councils have to have an internal risk committee, an internal audit committee from the 30th of June last year, and they need to comply with the mandated framework by the 1st of July next year. So councils have time, they know what's going to be in the framework. It's now just about to be released and mandated, so they've had plenty of time to get used to it. In developing the framework, we had to ensure that we responded to all of the recommendations and that it was internationally robust and appropriately constituted. But we also had to be aware that there's 128 councils in the state. They all have varying degrees of capacity, and in developing a consistent framework, we had to be aware of this framework will be operating in the City of Sydney and in Brewarrina. So we've had to incorporate some flexibility into the framework, but the councils are really looking forward to seeing the final framework. All councils now have an audit committee in place. Those that have struggled, we've been more interested in helping them to comply rather than giving them a whack if they haven't complied, and we've encouraged them to come to us if they're having trouble getting committee members, and we've been working with them to make sure that they're able to comply. Councils can share audit and risk committees, and a number of councils have done so. There's a notable example in the far west of New South Wales, in the northern part of the far west, where Cobar, Brewarrina and Burke are sharing an internal risk committee, and so there's been a lot of innovation in the sector on how to comply with that new framework.
So with that framework, does that add extra cost to the councils in terms of, say, staff or software or a lot of other, capacity and capability? Like you said, that council out in the northwest are sharing. Is that because of their capacity as to do it standalone, that they wouldn't be able to do it? And
I think, and I'll get Ms Gibbs to answer probably a little bit more detail, but this is one of those challenges. We're talking about spending public money. There is an expectation that it be accounted for properly, and that we have appropriate accounting processes. We do recognise the costs associated with the audit and risk framework, and have sought to identify options for councils to help minimise those costs. So I'm aware, for example, of councils in the Riverina, certain councils in the Riverina where they are utilising the expertise of general manager so that they can serve on another council's audit and risk committee, and they do an exchange. So that is minimising the cost for the provision of that audit and risk committee. There will need to be an independent chair, but if you're able to do that, you're able to bring down the costs of the audit and risk committee. Ms Gibbs, is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Only that is correct. Yes, there are costs, but in our guidance we've provided advice on how to minimise those costs. And as Mr Whitworth said, for a large council, they would probably employ an internal risk coordinator. We're saying in our guidelines that you need to have somebody who's responsible for internal audit, but it doesn't necessarily need to be an additional staffing resource. It could be added to the responsibilities of existing staff. And yes, it is that balance that we face all the time. In the Office of Local Government, where we are dealing with councils that are largely funded by ratepayers with public funds and through grants, which are often provided by other levels of government. So we need to ensure that we've got that accountability and transparency without overburdening the sector with unnecessary red tape.
And so you mentioned that the councils will have the ability to self-assess. Is that optional, or like, if a council didn't want to go down that avenue, what other options do they have?
Sorry, I wasn't sure about the self-assessing.
I think perhaps, just to clarify the comment I made, we were talking in response to the recommendations from the Audit Office report that you referred to earlier, Mr Whitworth, where one of the recommendations was that OLG develop a self-assessment tool for councils. So that's something we are just simply developing that will be available to councils as a service.
Okay.
So an expansion almost of the Your Council website where councils will be able, and this goes to the performance ratios, whether a council or a councillor or a member of the community feels that based on the information that they can obtain from the council quarterly business returns, that there is a concern about the financial operation of that particular council and raise it with the councillors, or the councillors raise it in their meeting and so on. But that wouldn't remove our ability to come and ask questions as to the financial performance of the council.
And so the IPART report was published yesterday, you said?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I've got a copy now, so thank you.
And they've made recommendations to change the methodology. Do you expect that those changes will be implemented when?
First of all, the independent pricing and regulatory, I always say regulatory, I think it's regulation, the IPART has the responsibility, in fact the delegation from the Minister for Local Government to set the rate cap, and that's a delegation that goes back to 2010. So what IPART has done is come to the government saying, this is a new rate peg methodology. This is the first time it's been thoroughly reviewed since it was first set in 2010. We are now going to use that to set the new rate cap. So councils will be anxiously waiting for that decision from IPART between now and Christmas.
Yep.
And I think it's a matter for IPART to identify when that will happen. But my understanding is that they have been working on the basis that either the new methodology will be used or the old methodology would be used for the 24-25 budget year. So I expect that they're quite close with an announcement.
I think that's all my questions.
And I would just add to that, Mr Whitworth, in terms of the gravity of that change, how significant do you think that will be for councils in terms of that change to methodology in terms of the rate cap?
There are what it does do is it takes us from a backward-looking methodology to a more forward-looking methodology. It enables us to understand cost pressures that are closer to state-based cost pressures. So, simple examples, moving from, labour costs are now reflected on the basis of the local government state award rather than an average of federal awards, for example. I can go into a bit more detail if you'd like. I can ask Mr Baxter to come up and talk in a bit more detail.
We're at the end of our time now, but we might in the next session.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Mr Whitworth, if a council is not complying with the provisions of the Companion Animals Act regarding the seizure, holding and rehoming of animals, I'm wondering what can be done about that.
So the power available to me as the departmental chief executive is to make preliminary inquiries of a council. So if there is an issue or a concern, to make preliminary inquiries under 734A of the Local Government Act. If as a result of those inquiries, and it's an inquiry with an E, if as a result of that there is a concern, we can do a Section 430 investigation, which is more detailed. And as a result of a Section 430 investigation, the Minister then has the power effectively to talk about a performance improvement order if that is what's needed. There are also, I suppose, provisions to take sort of action against egregious breaches of legislation in terms of legal power, but sorry when I say in the court, but that is extremely rare and very rarely, extremely rare, because I suppose the evidentiary basis would need to be quite substantial. We tend to rely on that sort of building of information through the preliminary inquiry process.
And that's the only sort of avenue available, isn't it, under the Companion Animals Act?
I believe that's that's linking the Companion Animals Act with the Local Government Act, and given that that's the operation of a pound, for example, is one of the actions of a council, but it's a challenge because we could be talking about Companion Animals Act, we could be talking about how a council undertakes a development assessment process under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, or Protection of the Environment Operations Act in terms of environmental management. We would be loath to put ourselves into the shoes of the council as the regulator of other people.
Yeah, and I definitely understand the complexities. I suppose we've heard in my office about repeat offenders, in councils, for example, within the Companion Animals Act, that are ignoring the Act and that are euthanising animals without making efforts to rehome them, for example. Is that something that then you would then sort of use that escalation process if there was repeat concerns, if it was brought to your office?
I suppose it would be, but we also have to be, this is, and we talked about this morning with the Minister, and Ms Boyd raised the issue about who has what responsibility. If it's about an animal welfare issue in how the council is operating a pound or how they're undertaking their functions under the Companion Animals Act, then that would be more a matter for the RSPCA, the police, or animal welfare.
My understanding, though, and I can check with Mr Hanson, that obviously if there's an animal welfare concern, yes, it falls under POCTA, but in regards to the Companion Animals Act and anything that falls under the Companion Animals Act, the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League have no enforcement powers under Companion Animals Act.
Sorry, but this is where, so if there is an inappropriate treatment of an animal in a hypothetical in a council pound, that's a matter for POCTA, even though that council pound is a requirement to have under the Companion Animals Act.
But the example I gave you of animals coming in and being euthanised immediately, for example,
yes,
without any efforts to rehome them, that wouldn't fall under POCTA. And the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League can't do anything about it.
No, because that is a statement that the council's not following the relevant provisions. I think it's 64 and 64B, I think, of the Companion Animals Act, or 64A. So yes, if there is evidence of that, we would certainly receive that, and we would make we would undertake a review that would then lead potentially to a preliminary inquiry if it was of concern.
I believe that the authorities have actually contacted OLG to request changes in regards to making sure that they can also investigate and take action under the Companion Animals Act. Has that come to your attention?
Sorry, which authorities?
The authorities under POCTA.
So the Animal Welfare League, RSPCA, and the police have asked.
Not that I'm aware of with the police,
Okay.
but I'm aware that authorities have.
I'm not aware of. I'm getting a nod from people saying no, they're not aware of that request. I'm actually going out to sit on a panel for the Animal Welfare League annual conference next Friday, so I'm sure that I'll get
there.
Well, I'm not. I wasn't going to. I wasn't intending to stay for the dinner, but yes.
Okay. Does the Office of Local Government ever visit or conduct audits of local pounds to check the facilities?
No, because again, that's what standards would we be assessing against would be standards that are around animal welfare, which would be matters for...
No, just sorry, in regards to being compliant with the Companion Animals Act.
But what does the Companion Animals Act says that they need to have a pound? What issues would we be inspecting that would...
My understanding is there's quite a bit of descriptions in the Companion Animals Act around the conditions that they're held in, around the sizes of facilities, things like that? The amount of...
The sizes of the facilities, do you?
The sizes of the enclosures?
I
does
would
that
have
not
thought
fall-
I would have thought that those would have been, because my understanding is that there's not a lot of detail around those issues because they're more related to the standards that link back to POCTA and the animal welfare standards. I'm happy to be taken to a particular section of the Companion Animals Act if...
I might look it up in a moment rather than trying to do it now. I might ask Mr. Hanson if he knows if any of the POCTA enforcement agencies conducting routine regular audits of pounds to ensure they comply with the boarding code or other animal welfare standards.
So they do, and I think there was 9 investigations carried out in 22-23 in addition to routine inspections. 4 of those.
So what are the routine inspections? Is that something that the authorities do?
That's right. My understanding is that'd be...
How routine are they?
I'd have to come back to you as to how they set that. It's normally based on the fact that the compliance agencies, both RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, being scattered across the state in terms of people on the ground, have got good intel in terms of what's happening in their local communities. And so it's probably triggered off what they hear and what they see in terms of those inspections that they do of council pounds. As I said, 9 investigations in that last financial year that finished 30 June 2023. Vast majority of those inspections or investigations lead to on-the-site advice about recommended actions to take or amendments that need to be made that are promptly sort of carried through. But we can get you some more details with regards to the number of inspections undertaken over the course of the last couple of financial years.
What about...
Now again, so when they're going to look, they're going to look for compliance with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act.
Yes, I understand that. Yeah. There's definitely a big gap there, the fact that there's these 2 acts and they can only act on one. In regards to these staffing ratios at pounds, do they exist at all? Is there a staffing ratio requirement?
Again, not under the Companion Animals Act, and so the question that you have to ask is, if you're concerned about a staffing ratio in relation to its financial viability, in relation to its legislative compliance, or in relation to its animal welfare component. Again, I'm sorry, will be a little bit of a broken record, but if it's about animal welfare and those standards about animal welfare, then it would really come, it would need to derive from the obligations under POCTA.
There would need to be an animal welfare problem before anything could be done. If they had one staff looking after 300 dogs, eventually you would imagine there would be a welfare problem, but nothing could be done until the welfare problem actually occurred.
Well, again, if a council is so failing in the ability to provide a pound because they've only allocated one person, then that'd be something that we would want to ask council questions about.
Oh, so you could investigate that?
We would ask them questions about that, yes, certainly. But again, it's more about one person. There's a whole range of other risks there in terms of workplace health and safety. There's risks in terms of financial compliance, etc.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Khan.
Thank you. Yesterday, the ICAC stated that there were too many councillors with links to development applicants and that this presented a systemic problem due to the risk of corruption. This morning, I asked about how it's determined that someone is a real estate agent or a property developer, and I asked this because councillors are required to declare if they're a close associate of a property developer, but not if they're a close associate of a real estate agent.
Yes, yes.
I understand from your response this morning that you're conducting an audit and cross-checking with the planning portal, but it didn't quite get to my questions. I'm hoping we can talk about this a bit further.
Certainly.
So if you receive a complaint that a councillor has failed to declare a close association with a property developer, how do you determine if that's correct?
So there's a couple of components there. Firstly, complaints about councillors need to go through the code of conduct process and the procedures for the administration of the model code, which means complaint to, if it's about a councillor, complaint to the general manager, and then the general manager has the requirement to identify whether that's an issue that needs to be investigated. They seek the advice of a conduct reviewer. There's a preliminary review. The conduct reviewer may say that this isn't proven, or they may say that there is more to investigate. Then there's an investigation. The Office of Local Government is only informed if there is, if the complaint is about a pecuniary interest, or if it is, or if the council has made a resolution that is contrary to what the conduct reviewer recommended. So it's important. So I know that's not quite what you asked, but that's important context.
Yeah.
So the hypothetical that you're giving me is, and this is a hypothetical, so we've got to be sort of careful about engaging in those. But the hypothetical is that a councillor has engaged with a developer, and is that a pecuniary interest or is that a non-pecuniary interest? And it's not always clear cut. And I think even ICAC has, in at least two of their reports, have identified that. At what point does a councillor have a pecuniary interest? I mean, if they are a developer, then that's quite clear. If they're friends with a developer, then that would be a non-pecuniary interest. And the ICAC has identified that there are examples where that line is even greyer in terms of some of the inappropriate payments that have been made. So first of all, that's corruption and needs to be, action needs to be taken. So I maybe asked you to come back to the question because I'm trying to work out what it is that you want.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm interested in the issue of real estate agents and the issue of close associates. And you probably be aware, so Local Government New South Wales has campaigned for banning real estate agents, property developers and their close associates because it often creates conflict of interest. So I'm interested particularly in the question of real estate agents, like if you're cross-checking with the planning portal, but someone submits an application that's not in their name, but they might be coordinating application, they might be deriving substantial profit or income from that development. Are they then considered a property developer by yourself, or how do you actually determine any of that? And
I think that without so I have reviewed and I have not read every word of Operation Tolosa, but I do know that one of the recommendations out of Operation Tolosa is that there is that concern that trusts, family trusts, property trusts might not be clear. And it's important that they be part of the pecuniary interest declaration. But it comes back to, your fundamental question to me is, should we be banning real estate agents from being on council? So I think, respectfully, that's a matter for government. That's a policy question that you can't necessarily ask a bureaucrat, what their opinion on it, because it's a policy question. That's goes to.
I didn't ask you your opinion. I'm trying to work out what's currently happening.
Okay.
And you're right. I'm trying to establish that it's not working to capture real estate agents. But I'm not asking you to opine on that.
But the system is like real estate agents are legitimately allowed to be councillors. So what we need to do is to make sure that the interests that a councillor has are clearly identified, and so there are procedures and there are hard mechanisms to identify conflicts, but conflicts occur every day. You develop conflicts as you move through life because you develop relationships and entanglements, and it's one of those.
What's the difference of a property developer that you're using at the moment?
What's the sorry?
What's the definition of a property developer?
There is a definition that we draw from. I think it's the Ms. Bishop.
It's the New South Wales Electoral Act, which I'm happy to define for you if you like. I happen to have it here. So the New South Wales Electoral Act defines what a property developer is. This is obviously for the purposes of identifying candidates. As you'd be aware, anyone who wants to run for council has to fill in the candidate form. One of the questions on that is, are you connected to a property developer? Are you a property developer? They're defined as each of the following persons is a property developer for the purposes an individual or corporation if, one, the individual or corporation carries on a business mainly concerned with the residential or commercial development of land with the ultimate purpose of the sale or lease of the land for profit, and two, that in the course of that business, one relevant planning application has been made on or behalf of the individual or corporation and is pending, or three or more relevant planning applications have been made on behalf of the individual or corporations and have been determined within the preceding 7 years. Then B is a person who is a close associate of an individual or a corporation referred to in paragraph A. So that's the definition that we use as well. Obviously, as I say, candidates are a matter for the Electoral Commission. However, once a councillor, or once somebody is elected to council, they are required to fill in a written return of interest, and in that form there is a question very similar to the candidate form, which is, are you a property developer or are you related to a property developer, and we use the same definition.
Okay. And what's the penalty for a false disclosure on that form?
Well, that can be, that would actually be subject to a complaint and potentially investigation, and depending on the seriousness of that, there would be a range of penalties. OLG, if you go to the full range, I think the ultimate would be a suspension for up to 3 months, or it could be more serious. But again, that's getting very hypothetical. There isn't like a single fine as such. A failure to properly disclose on a form would probably elicit a formal complaint and then go through the process of a preliminary inquiry investigation and determine whether some kind of penalty was warranted.
Okay. I'm interested in coming back to the Code of Conduct, and I know we already had some questions about this morning. I've received feedback that the application of codes of conduct is wildly variable, that the Code of Conduct reviewers appointed by councils often have extensive experience on matters in the private sector, not necessarily local government. Is there a standard around what training or any regulation around Code of Conduct reviewers in local government?
I'd like Ms. Gibbs to help me with that answer. I mean, the process of appointing a conduct reviewer is set out in the procedures for the administration of the model code. I do know that they're building on the concerns of the minister from this morning, that there are many people that are acting in this code of conduct space as conduct reviewers. I have seen the work of some, and it's and I've seen the work of our investigators, and I suppose you're right. There's a high degree of variability there, and it doesn't necessarily help us with both the speed, the certainty of dealing with code of conduct matters, because so much of the code of conduct process is tied to the work of the conduct reviewer. But Ms. Gibbs, is there some process that is used by councils typically to identify an appropriate conduct reviewer?
So councils are required to appoint a panel of conduct reviewers, and I'm not quite, I can't recall, I'll have to take on notice, and I'm getting some information sent through about the qualifications of the conduct reviewers. I have been told that people in councils talk to each other, and they know the good ones and they know the ones to avoid, and so it's almost like a self-regulating system. But I'll get the specific criteria for you and come back to you if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. And look, just with regards to your comment of it being self-regulating, there's very different opinions about what constitutes a good conduct reviewer, and I think that's
depending
part of the
on
problem.
who's being exactly.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you very much. Just to return back to our IPART report and our modelling and the like, has there been any modelling done in terms of the impact on rates that councils will find this year?
So, I mean, that is a slightly hypothetical question, in that there isn't yet a rate cap that's been determined. There is a rate peg methodology, but we did ask the independent. I'll just go with IPART. We did ask IPART.
It's easier, isn't it?
It is easier.
We know what you're talking about.
We did ask IPART to give an indication as to whether they felt that the new rate peg methodology would lead to an increase or a decrease on ratepayers, and their view was that it was going to lead to a decrease. But that's,
lead to a decrease?
Lead to a decrease, but that's also reflecting that we've come from if you think of a economist curve,
Yep.
We've had costs going up. We've got costs either at the peak or will expect to come down again. And so we're looking forward now rather
When you're
than
talking
looking
about
back.
a decrease, are you talking about an overall decrease or a decrease in terms of an increase in the rate, so to speak? So instead of, are we talking about we're going to see a reduction in rates of 5%, or are we going to see that rates, instead of increasing by 5%, will increase by 3%?
I don't want to get into hypotheticals around numbers, just to put that on the table.
Indeed.
The rate peg, the rate peg is always a rate peg around what the increase in the rates can be, that a council can charge. So I've not seen a minus rate
yes, indeed.
cap. But
so this is increasing at a decreasing rate?
Yes. The other thing that I think is important to reflect is that just because there is an increase in the rate cap does not mean that a council needs to take up that rate increase. The council can choose to keep its rates at its previous years.
And how many councils have you seen? I know that there are some who have, and I know some of the ones that have, but it's not a high proportion of councils that do.
I wouldn't say it's a high proportion, but I do understand that it has happened, and it's not. And it's not.
I'm aware Ryde, for instance, I think did that recently.
I think I seem to remember Blacktown doing something similar as well.
Yeah. And in terms of the IPART report, it specifically states that the government decision not to subsidise the emergency services levy will see an increase in rates, which will be spread over several years. What sort of modelling has been done on that and its impact on rates and that determination?
That's a statement from IPART. And IPART are the experts on this process. We did not do modelling, so that's probably a question better put to IPART.
Okay, so the Office of Local Government has done no modelling on that. So that's a 54% increase, wasn't it, in terms of the emergency services levy? Payments in 2023?
The emergency services levy is not set through the local government portfolio. Minister made that clear this morning. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, any changes to the emergency services levy is a matter for the Emergency Services Minister and the Treasurer.
But in terms of this will be picked up by the ratepayers of New South Wales in terms of that on cost, won't it? Now with the Emergency Services Levy, there's no subsidy to local government to be able to pay for it from the state government, so that burden will fall on ratepayers.
The Emergency Services Levy, and this is also one of those, the Emergency Services Levy is split three ways. So the payment of the Emergency Services Levy comes off the basis of 73.7% is paid by insurance companies, so people through their insurance process. The government makes a 14.6% contribution and local councils make an 11.7% contribution. So any increases on that will be shared in that, using that approach.
11.3%, was it? 11.3%?
Yep, 11.7.
11.7, sorry.
And the other thing is that IPART is recognising that this is moving to a new approach and wants to look back. As I said, while I said that the rate peg methodology is forward-looking, they're also recognising that they can't get a forward look on the emergency services levy because the timeframes for its release are different to the rate peg timeframe. So emergency services levy is set in April, so on that basis we have to use the last year. So that's a matter that IPART wants to undertake further discussions and considerations and engagement with councils and emergency services authorities.
So that effectively
and
you
so on.
line them all up at the same time, is it? Or?
Well, I don't know that it's
Is that
about
the
lining it
ambition,
up,
or?
but it's the emergency services levy is a fascinating area of public policy because you've got the split across the different people that make a contribution. You've also got the split about what creates the need for the contribution. So state emergency services, rural fire services and New South Wales fire brigades, and each have a different methodology for calculating what their charge on the emergency services fund would be. And part of that has led to some interesting outcomes where, and I do feel sorry for Coolamon, I always choose Coolamon, but Coolamon happens to have the regional headquarters for RFS, which means that, and if you know Coolamon, it's a lovely town, but it's not a huge town. If you look at the emergency services levy amount, it's quite high for Coolamon because of the RFS. So they have an arrangement of cost sharing with Junee and Wagga to share that because it's actually providing for that. So I raise that as an example of what IPART wants to do to try and get a better understanding of what those cost sharing arrangements are and what the actual underlying emergency services levy amounts are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitworth. Now, going to Office of Local Government's capacity when it comes to investigations and the like, and thank you, of course, for your discussion previously with respect to Mr. Nyland and what you've undertaken to speak to him about. Had he previously sought to meet with the Office of Local Government about his matter?
He had previously sought to meet with the Minister. Minister asked that I correspond with him. I did provide him with a response. At that point, it was a fairly high-level, request. My advice to him was, I do have it. It was emailed to me earlier. If you want me to read it out, but it was essentially identifying my concern. Actually, I won't read it out because this is a private piece of correspondence. But it's. But I was.
You can summarise what you wish for the committee.
I was concerned. I acknowledged the upsetting situation that he's in. Acknowledged also, however, that the issues that he was raising are matters for the council, and we are aware that there are certain legal activities on foot. I really feel uncomfortable now that we did not feel it was appropriate to be conversing about those while those matters were on foot.
Okay. And Mr. Whitworth, what is the role of the Office of Local Government when it comes to the investigation of complaints? About councils or council laws, for that matter?
So...
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So complaints is such a broad word in the lexicon of local government. There are concerns about the performance of a council, which people might categorise as a complaint, but they are concerns about a council. So as we have the power to undertake preliminary inquiry. We have the power to undertake a more formal investigation, which then leads to any enforcement action or any intervention action that the Minister might want to take. In terms of the conduct of a councillor, there are complaints that are made under the procedures, the procedures for the administration of the model code. The procedures set out a mechanism for complaints to be made to the general manager about a council or to the general manager if it's a complaint about a staff member, and to the mayor if it's a complaint about the general manager. complaints then are dealt with under the procedures. However, you also then you need to sort of see a bit of a fork in the road. If it's a staffing matter, it gets dealt with by the council general manager, because those are award matters that get dealt with. They're either award matters or they're contractual managers for senior staff or under contract. If it's about a councillor, then it gets dealt with as a code of conduct matter. There is also the ability to undertake other investigations of council laws, which happen from time to time if there are referrals from integrity agencies or public interest disclosures that are made that we feel that we need to take action on.
So I guess in a sense, there are people who, like Mr. Nyland, for instance, and I take his circumstance to be somewhat unique in this, but where a complaint is made to the Office of Local Government about the actions of some council or the behaviour of some council staff or the like, and then that is referred back to the council that is complained about to investigate. Do you think that's an appropriate pathway?
Because the council is a body that is a locally and democratically elected governing body that represents their community and operates under the provisions of the Local Government Act and other pieces of legislation, which says that they are local authorities and have responsibility for their own actions and activity. This is the structure of local government and the way that the state and local government have and councils have interacted over many, like tens of years, if not hundreds of, 100 odd years now, because we've had local government in place, since 1850, I think. 1840.
1857, maybe?
Yes.
We'll take that on notice.
I think it was the City of Sydney.
I think a Google search will help us with that.
But it has always been that local government is there are locally elected people that are councillors that serve and serve the community and govern their council for the community. It's never been the intent that the department or the Office of Local Government steps into the shoes of the council and investigates what are effectively staff matters, for example. But
let's say for something, for instance, like. As I understand it, the Georges River Council, which ICAC recently handed a report on, complaints about that council, similarly to what was put to the ICAC, were made to the Office of Local Government, and no investigation was undertaken by the Office of Local Government at that time.
Sorry, I don't agree with that characterisation. You say no investigation.
We'll outline then, Mr. Whitworth, what was undertaken with respect to
So first of all, we did receive concerns. We identified that the appropriate way of dealing with those concerns was through the procedures for the administration of the Model Code of Conduct. We then received further information. We wrote to council and sought information, and this is where it becomes somewhat challenging, because then a third party, as we now know that third party was the Independent Commission Against Corruption, identifies that, hey, we want to have a look at this. And so this then becomes a challenge for us. And you heard the Minister give a real live example with the Hills, where we were poised to start a process of preliminary inquiry, and we were encouraged by the Independent Commission Against Corruption not to take action on the concern that it might interfere with its process of investigation and its collection of evidence.
Okay, so Mr. Whitworth, I take it in terms of the Hills evidence and understand that to be the case. Was that the case with Georges River Council as well? Was that what occurred that led to the Office of Local Government not conducting an investigation?
I think the evidence from Operation Galley and the outcome of Operation Galley and the report demonstrates that was the outcome.
Okay. Was the outcome, but was that the case in terms of why the Office of Local Government didn't conduct anything further at that time?
Hypothetically, what you're asking me to say is, did the Independent Commission Against Corruption say we don't want you to be investigating? what I'm saying to you is that the Independent Commission Against Corruption will, from time to time, highlight to us that it wants to ensure that its process of investigation is not tainted is not the right word, but that there is no parallel investigation process. There's no way in which there is a concern that we may interview a witness that the ICAC has already started to interview or is intending to interview that would then intervene or interfere with its ability to collect evidence from that person. I'm happy if you want me to go through what we did with Georges River in more detail. I'm happy to ask Ms Bishop to do that.
Look, if you could, that would be helpful. Yep. Just in terms of understanding, and I do this not to litigate the past, but in terms of understanding what the role of the Office of Local Government is in these investigations and how they are conducted and the threshold, so to speak, because there are concerns sometimes that are raised about the administration of councils, which are not necessarily concerns that would intrigue the ICAC, for instance, but may still be of concern at a certain threshold to the Office of Local Government.
Yeah, I am not coming here proclaiming the brilliance of the Code of Conduct process or our investigation. The mere fact that we have been working with multiple governments now and recognising that both parties identified as an election commitment the desire to improve the Council of Conduct framework, the existence of work that was done for the previous government and work that I'm doing for the incoming government on improving council of conduct. But please don't, like I am struggling with a system that we have, and working, like there are people who are working very, very hard to make that work. But I also think that there are expectations that need to be clearly set here. The Office of Local Government is not some, come in with a sword and a shield and address, councillor misconduct. Councillors are responsible for their own conduct. Councillors have an obligation to represent their community, to engage in political debate, to represent and ensure that their councils are being managed in the best possible way. I think looking at how we can improve that would be making sure that we have a code of conduct that is clearer in terms of what their obligations are, and then making it quite clear. I mean, Dr. Conn has raised concerns about pecuniary interests, and I think the Minister said that this morning, making it quicker and faster for us to address those pecuniary interests. We moved very quickly yesterday when we found a councillor on the recommendation of the Independent Commission Against Corruption that should be suspended for corrupt conduct. We received that report at, technically it was handed down at 11 o'clock, and by 3 o'clock there was a letter that had gone to that councillor. So that's, like, we can,
commend you for that as well, Mr. Whitworth, and to the Minister too. So, so with respect, in terms of that process, and I know that the Minister was outlining before the previous work that effectively has been abandoned in terms of the Code of Conduct and the new work that is being initiated on it, and his new view. What are the timelines that you're working to with respect to that Code of Conduct being in place?
Well, I don't believe I ever heard the Minister say that he had abandoned the Keller, and I think I don't like it's. There may well be things that we can pull from that report and that process. What the Minister said is that he wants to think about this afresh, and that he wants to make sure that he said it to me multiple times, and I'm sure that people have heard him talk in public forums, have heard him talk about wanting councillors to be transparently in control of their council, which means not just that they're in control of their council, but they're seen to be in control of their council. So he wants codes of conduct that are clear about what a councillor should engage in debate in. He wants stronger meeting codes of practice so that the way in which councillors engage in debate during a meeting is, albeit politically robust, is respectful and fair. and he wants to make sure that where there are pecuniary interest issues, that those are addressed. So those are fairly high-level parameters that we're working towards. We have the creation of the strategic policy unit, which has come about as a result of the September budget. Was it only September? The September budget, which we're moving to put in place now, and so we, it's something that you know, in addition to doing the day job, it's that area of reform is one of the highest priorities for us. I don't have a time frame for you, but I want to be able to have the minister able to engage in this, you know, fairly quickly.
Thank you, Mr Whitworth.
Can I just come back with your answer about the incorporation of councils? Because I feel, Mr Fallow, it is my responsibility to work with you for better history knowledge. We have history of history.
We have history and history.
So as Brett detailed, the City of Sydney, as they were named, the Sydney Corporation, was first formed in 1842. However, the Material Act was the Municipalities Act, which was 1858. Sorry, I was a year off, but I was pretty close.
You're close.
And then the Local Government Act, and that allowed for the establishment of municipalities. The Local Government Act first came in 1906, was reformed in 1919, and then lasted until 1993, which is the act that the Minister has particular interest in.
Thank you very much. And of course, I'll still remember for the trivia question, Cessnock was the last council to have
Yes,
its,
thank you,
planning
2010.
powers. Thank you.
I just want to talk about the euthanasia statistics. A concern that's regularly raised with my office is around the euthanasia statistics from council pounds and the accuracy of the statistics. Can I ask what format OLG actually receives these statistics from councils? Is there a standardised format?
Okay, I'll ask Ms Bishop to answer that.
Apologies. So that was statistics around
Euthanasia
euthanasia. I think I will have to take that on notice, I'm afraid. We do receive details about pounds, but I will take that on notice and I will check with the team and come back to you as soon as I can.
Sorry, if perhaps if the question's confusing, maybe it's because we would receive information through the pet registry and the companion animals register about animals that have been euthanised and so are deceased. So maybe that's maybe that's what you're asking.
So there's no. So OLG doesn't receive statistics annually from councils around the euthanasia.
Okay, so I've not seen any euthanasia statistics that have come across my desk. I've seen many other statistics, but maybe if I can ask Mr Baxter to come and talk about.
Yes, Mr Baxter is aware of that. He's just whispered in my ear, it's the pounds return. So, Mr Baxter?
We do get an annual pounds return, but I'd prefer just to take it on notice, the detail of how we receive that. So councils send a pounds return into the office on a regular basis, but just the detail, I'll let Ms Bishop chase that.
Yeah, I'll find out exactly how we get those figures, but it has just been drawn to my attention. They are available on the website as part of the annual pounds data. Whether we collect that quarterly and how it's sought, I will get more detail on that.
Yeah, I wanted to get the background information from that data. And there's a couple more questions, and I'll just sort of put them on notice if it's not something that's handy. So my first question was, is there a standardised format that's received in? And also what kind of checking is undertaken by OLG in regards to cross-referencing or verifying the statistics, if any?
We'll take those both on notice if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you. And as well, are any councils required to actually keep records regarding animals that come in and out of their pound facility as on top of that other statistics? Are statistics sent directly from ranger or shelter managers, or do they need to be signed off from somebody within council, like a general manager, before they are submitted? Sorry about all these questions.
No.
They'll also get sent to you, so you don't need to write them down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to provide the information.
Yeah,
it's just there's a level of granularity that we just want to check. We're not giving you inaccurate information.
Make sure
There's
it's
probably a few people in a room somewhere that are writing these down furiously to see if you can answer them.
Probably jumping up
with
the answers.
And sorry, there are two more as well. What cases, what happens within pounds that are run by a third party, like the RSPCA run pounds or Sydney Cats and Dogs Home, whether it's the same process for them. And also when we can expect to see the pound data report for 2022-23. I think that the most recent one is before that. Is that right, Dr. Filmer?
21, 22.
Yeah. Thank you. I understand the Office of Local Government publishes a document titled Guidelines on the Exercise of Functions under the Companion Animals Act. Are you able to tell me when this guideline was last updated?
Ms. Gibbs, or we can go to the guidelines themselves. Should, if they're on the Office of Local Government website, they should have a date on them.
The one that I found online is October 2015.
Okay.
Would that be the latest one?
Would that, if they're on our website, that would be the latest. We don't, that it's important that the latest information's on our website.
Yeah. Obviously, there's been some significant changes to the Companion Animals Act since 2015. Are there plans to review or update that guide at the moment?
Well, I think that guideline would be part of the update to the companion animals review as well. There's also the pet registry build that we're undertaking at the moment, so it would be important to make sure that we complete the build and update the guidelines to reflect that. What the updated pet registry says, and its user interfaces and its processes and so forth.
Okay, so that guideline won't be updated until after the pet registry is complete and the Companion Animals Act review is complete?
Yes. Well, it would seem to be the logical flow to do the policy work and then to provide the guidance around how the policy operates.
I mean, I don't know how much this guide's used, but it is quite out of date, obviously, with what's in there, that's all. And obviously, I mean, I don't know what the timeline is for the Companion Animals Act review, but the Minister did say this morning that there isn't a timeline.
Well, it's certainly an election commitment, so it's certainly a commitment that the government has made for this term of government. As you've heard the Minister say this morning, he's keen to get an understanding from the various other inquiries and processes that are going on at the moment. I mean, we have the Pounds inquiry that you're conducting through the Animal Welfare Committee.
No, through this one.
Through this committee. There is the cat.
The cat one is for the animal welfare.
And we also, I think it's important just to flag that we are that the coroner has taken an interest as well in a number of dog deaths. Or deaths as a result of dog attacks. Sorry, I should be clearer there. So there are a number of policy imperatives that will be coming our way. So to jump in and amend the Companion Animals Act before that would...
Oh, sorry, I was just suggesting that an update of the guide.
But I don't see that there's a lot of value in updating the guide until we've got clearer policy, because, I mean, I don't know how many times I'll say this, but we're not a large organisation, and putting focus on resources on updating a guide, then when we know that the work is going on in such a way that the policy is likely to either shift or adjust or change or be reflected as a result of various other sources, it would be a little bit of a waste of our resources, I would suggest.
Mr. Hanson, do you ever have meetings with OLG to discuss various matters where there is that sort of strange gap between the companion animals and POCTA, like the boarding code, which is obviously enshrined under POCTA, but it's directly relevant to local council pounds?
So we do. Mm-hmm. And whilst Brett and I will catch up on a regular basis, probably the operational level meetings are the more important ones on that front. So I might just get Dr. Filmer to sort of step you through what those are.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that I sit on, one of the OLG committees on the committee, but I attend is the responsible pet ownership group meetings. So they're held regularly throughout the year. So I attend those meetings. Recently, the DPI's had a buying and selling puppies campaign. As you probably remember, last year we spoke about that.
And OLG was included into
and
that?
And OLG and the Office of Fair Trading were both included in that, so we collaborated with both of those agencies for that project, which was very successful. DPI's always providing input into functional requirements and development of in terms of the new pet registry. So we've had some input into that, had a look at it, and trying to utilise that as a tool to make improvements in terms of tracing animals, finding animals, tracking animals, and making people finding it easier to find their animals, lost animals, and also making it easier for them to comply with POCTA in terms of selling animals. So there's a fair bit going on in that space.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of general policy, OLG and DPI work closely together in terms of developing policy at our level.
I'm aware, obviously, about the upgrades to the pet registry. I was just wanting to get, this is a pretty broad question, I've only got a few seconds, so I might just ask if there's a timeline for the completion and implementation of the pet registry yet.
I'm tempted to say yes, there is, but you probably want the outcome of that. So it will be delivered progressively. It's always been to be delivered progressively. We'll see some public-facing timeframes in, opportunities in 2024, and it will be delivered in stages over after that as well.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Cohn.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions that I understand are to do with the Department of Planning, but I'll preface them by saying I'm interested in any potential collaboration between your departments on these issues. So have there been any meetings or work to address the concerns of councils and councillors with the planning portal?
Yes. So there are two elements to that. Three probably. Firstly, you're talking to someone that almost, I think I am probably the longest serving Department of Planning and Environment.
Yeah, Mr. Whitworth's the last standing.
I did earlier this year undertake a number of meetings with councils. I also am on the e-planning steering committee, which we've renamed to something I think the planning portal committee, something like that. I undertook a number of meetings with councils last year about the API work, so the Advanced Programming Interface and the link between their systems and the planning portal to identify and understand what the concerns were. These were councils that had taken money from the department to provide that interface and hadn't been able to deliver it, or were saying that we were unable to do it. I was concerned, and I will say that I do remain and have some ongoing concerns that the issue sits across a number of people, but the technology providers have said, well, we're not going to connect to the planning portal in many cases, or if we do connect, if you do want to connect, you've got to upgrade to our latest software and go to the cloud, etc., etc. Meanwhile, you can go and work with a third-party provider, and they'll do the interface. So I was concerned that there was not that clarity about how that could work more effectively. I did have, and I was upfront with the councils, I did have an ulterior motive, because if I can make the planning portal work in that sense, we can also get to a point where, rather than having quarterly business returns, I can get to the point of actually being able to get access to council financial data more instantaneously, and that we can then better run a risk management profile. So yes, I think so I'm aware of the concerns that exist in councils. I also will say that some councils say we can't make it work. We can't. It doesn't work. We can't make our system talk to their system, and it links around the rating and property issues quite often. But what they can do is still use the planning portal based on the cloud, and they can still access that data and download that data and put it into their system. So it's different ways in which it operates. But I do acknowledge that it's a challenging space because the technology providers aren't necessarily helping, and we are doing everything we can. And Ms. Fishburn might jump in if she wants and tell me, but we're doing everything we can in terms of the planning portal to make it easier to connect, because that's the whole point of the planning portal, is to be able to both have data coming in and data going out, and for us to be, the information that we've been able to glean about what's going on in the assessment of development since the planning portal is tremendous.
Yeah, I can confirm as well, a little bit out of the scope of this particular committee because it essentially is a planning question, but in the spirit of your question being whether do we speak to local government about issues that they may have or ideas they may have about improving the planning portal, outside of course of the significant work that Brett does and the OLG team, the planners themselves do regularly meet with local government. I myself have spoken to many councils about issues they have in areas they see for improvement, so there is an open door for communication there, and I'm not unaware of some of the frustrations that Brett detailed as well.
Okay, thank you. Look, similarly, another planning issue being they've now been called zombie developments, so DAs that were approved, more than 30 years ago under totally different regulatory settings. What conversations have taken place between the OLG and the planning department about addressing this issue?
That's an entirely a planning department DA issue. I mean, the planning department doesn't need to seek the Office of Local Government's advice because the planning department has its own direct engagement with councils. And I say that as being, a former regional director, executive director, deputy secretary of the planning department, where I spent my time directly engaging with councils, and in many cases, in a couple of cases over zombie DAs as well.
Yeah, happy to confirm that the planning department has a separate, sometimes interconnected, as you would imagine, relationship with local government. The issue of zombie DAs has been one that has been live for a number of years, and I think you might recall in the planning minister's area, we did talk about ways that we'd attempted in the past to overcome some of the zombie DAs, not as successful as we'd like them to be, so there is more work that needs to be done there. But in relation to unactivated DAs and indeed paper rezonings as well, which is another challenge within the planning system.
Yes.
Paper subdivisions. The planners will be regularly speaking to their relevant counterparts, the Director of Planning, or in my case, the General Manager of those councils.
Okay. And my third planning issue was the planning timeframes, and particularly in the context of a shortage of statutory planners in the local government sector. And I understand a number of councils have had challenges recruiting, that there's an issue of deemed refusals because of the timeframes.
Yeah.
What engagement have you had with the planning department?
That's entirely a planning matter, really, and the questions really are for the Minister for Planning. But I will just say again that the planners speak regularly to councils. We are aware that there is a planning shortage. We have provided some funding to get more planners trained up, which I think is a good outcome. In relation to deemed refusals have always been in the system, and it's been part of the planning process. Things go to the Land and Environment Court on occasion because some developers choose to activate on deemed refusals, others don't. But really, in summary to your question, I'm assuming your question is, do the planners discuss these matters with councils? Honestly, on a daily basis. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, my questions have all been about local government engagement.
Yes.
But you sort of led into my next question, so I wanted to ask about some of the statewide workforce issues, and you've just mentioned some support for trainee planners. I'm interested in what work's currently underway to increase traineeships through councils. You mentioned planners. I also had on my list engineers and early childhood educators.
So one back to Brett.
Thank you, Secretary. There is an election commitment that was identified to increase the number of traineeships and apprenticeships in the local government sector. I think to sort of break it down, the concern is that we are seeing an ageing of the local government workforce. And when I talked, when Ms. McDonald asked me about the concerns about local government, I failed to add that the ageing of the workforce is also one of those over-the-horizon issues that I'm concerned about as well. The ageing of the workforce means that this is the time to make sure that we can grab the knowledge, the experience, the expertise of those people that have been in local government for some time and get them to help train up the next generation of workers. We've been engaging with Training Services New South Wales. There is a process being put in place to bring in the central agencies, so the Cabinet Office as well, to discuss how we might move on this piece of work. It's off the back of the other election commitment that the government made about increasing the number of trainees within government enterprises. I don't have a clear plan that I can lay out for you, but it's something that we are definitely concerned about, and it's something that we talk particularly we have a group called Employment Matters Group with the unions and local government New South Wales primarily, where we talk about workforce issues, and the conversation has been had in that forum, and they're working on some ideas and we're working on some ideas and want to bring them back together.
Thank you. I will ask you about that next time. My final question about workforce. I've heard some reports that the senior public servant wage freeze has inadvertently had an impact on the engineering capacity in the local government sector. Is there any data collected by the OLG that would support or refute that? We don't collect a lot of data in that sense on that degree of workforce activity. I know that there was a Australian Local Government Association workforce report. It's about 2 years old, and we're using that as part of the traineeships and apprentices. But I think what may be associated with where your question may be coming from, what might be leading up to it, I suppose, is those employees in local government that are on contracts, their contract is tied to the senior officers' remuneration tribunal, and because the government has put a freeze on senior executive pay increases, that has flowed through that there's no sort determinations, and so therefore no increases in the contracts. We have put a circular out to local government to identify that it is possible through the performance provisions of a contract to increase the pay of a person on a senior officer contract every year, and so we've helped to identify that. Thank you.
Just following on from the Chair's question with regard to the pet registry, timeline for completion, do you think it will be December this year?
No, and it was never December this year in terms of completion. I think someone's heard that it was going to be December. It was never December in terms of time frame. There were a number of different elements that were going to be rolled out. I mean, we've already had a pilot program for the pet registry, a proof of concept. So I'm wondering whether Ms. Bishop, if she's just sorting herself through in terms of her notes, would be happy to take that question in a bit more detail.
Yeah, look, I think I can talk to your question, and if there's anything else I'll need to look it up. So look, the pet registry is well underway. There is, it's going to be a staged rollout. We are looking at the initial connection will be between breeders to new owners and the transfer of registration. The next stage will be looking at how we bring in vets and then rehoming organisations. So it's going to be rolled out in stages, probably starting early next year for that first stage, and then through till ideally end of next year, maybe a little after. So stage rollout, but it is progressing well. One of the things that we've done, sorry?
I was going to say, Ms. Bishop, I understood that we were, just for the benefit of the committee, we were looking at potentially being able to roll something out by the end of this year, which would have involved user acceptance training. But the concern about doing user acceptance training over the Christmas period, we felt, using a steering committee that is overseeing the build of the pet registry, that it would be more effective to do that early in the new year.
Yeah.
And a separate one, when did the Pet Advisory Group last meet?
The Responsible Pet Owners Group, they have not met in this term of government. That is a matter that the Responsible Pet Owners Group is a group that by tradition is chaired by an MP. So Mr. Clancy chaired it for the former government. We have not resurrected that group, but we're in processes of pulling together advice to the Minister to do so. But I do understand that the members of the group have been instrumental in helping the pet registry build.
I've just got a couple more on the pet registry. The last time we spoke, the registry was looking at breeders only, sort of as that first stage. Obviously, there's those ongoing issues with rescue groups who have to transfer animals through paperwork that's still hand-delivered to councils. When can we expect a version of the trial for the rescue groups?
Ms. Bishop, can you?
On the current project timeline, we'd be looking at probably the second half of next year.
Okay, and there was another group, so that the first part was the breeders, there was a second group before rescue wasn't there, is that right?
We're looking at bringing in vets as well, so that they can have access to the registry to be able to put information around desexing and things like that as part of the whole registration process.
Thank you. Right now, there's also a potential overlap between the pet registry and the greyhound register. There's been some concerns raised about a legal loophole in greyhound protection whereby owners of retired racing greyhounds are re-registering the animals as companion animals so that they're able to actually then just euthanise the greyhounds that are coming straight out of the industry. You look very confused by this. My question was, are you aware of the issue?
I'm happy to talk to that. Yeah, so the GWIC, the Greyhound Welfare Organisation, they have responsibility, as you'd be aware, for greyhounds that are coming out of the racing industry. Trainers are required to advise GWIC when they retire a greyhound.
Yep.
GWIC then registers the greyhound with the companion animals register if the greyhound is rehomed as a pet.
Yeah. So sorry. Well, the problem that we're hearing, and I have met with GWIC from this, and they said that it's a problem on the pet register end because greyhounds are coming straight out of racing, being added in as a companion animal and then killed straight away.
Yeah. Look, I think just to clarify that, GWIC works with the trainers.
Mm-hmm.
If the trainer, obviously, even if they re-register their animals as a pet and then later euthanize it, GWIC should be monitoring through the trainers the ongoing welfare of that animal. GWIC has access.
To think that they said once it's transferred that they don't have.
Yeah, no, GWIC does have access to the database, to the companions animals register, and are able to track the animal that way.
And I think, part of the policy intent here is to have greyhounds as pets, so we'd want them to be registered under the companion.
Yeah, that's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
I just mean that there's a loophole.
I appreciate that. I just am concerned that we'd end up with a policy outcome where we're saying we don't want to register them because we do want them registered.
I'm just saying that there's that loophole that's
say
come up. There's been several cases.
I think
the companion animals registry team does liaise with GWIC and have heard these allegations. We're not aware that it's a huge issue, but certainly looking at options for keeping that communication open.
And we can confirm that the GWIC team has access to the pet registry.
Yeah, to be able to track the animals.
Thank you. We now have a short afternoon tea break, and we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you. Welcome back. Do we have any updates on answers before I throw to the opposition?
Do you?
I can provide a couple of the answers around the pounds data.
Great.
So, councils do upload the pound data annually directly to the Companion Animals Registry. We don't go through and verify it, and the deadline for the extension of final data is actually close of business today.
Okay.
So for 22-23, we should be able to get that together soon.
Thank you.
In terms of the other questions, the granularity about the collection, we'll come back to you.
And I have an answer on the criteria for appointing reviewers under the procedures for the Model Code of Conduct. To be eligible, and I'll read it, I hope you don't mind, to be eligible to be a conduct reviewer, a person must, at the minimum, meet the following requirements: an understanding of local government and a knowledge of investigative processes, including but not limited to procedural fairness requirements and the requirements of the Public Interest Disclosures Act, knowledge and experience of one or more of the following: investigations, law, public administration, public sector ethics, alternative dispute resolution, and they must also meet the eligibility requirements for membership of a panel of conduct reviewers under a different clause. And a person is not eligible to be a conduct reviewer if they are a councillor, a nominee for election as a councillor, an administrator, an employee of council, a member of the Commonwealth Parliament or any state parliament or territory assembly, or a nominee for election as a member of the Commonwealth Parliament or any state parliament, territory or territory assembly, or a person who has a conviction for an indictable offence that is not an expired conviction.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, fantastic. Opposition.
Thank you. If I could ask the Secretary, Ms Fishburn. So, in your role, how much time do you allocate to local government?
To Office of Local Government or
Yes,
to
sorry.
local government generally?
Office of Local Government.
I meet with Brett on my Chief of Staff will correct me if I'm wrong, on a fortnightly basis, as I do with all of my relevant Deputy Secretaries. Brett is a member of my executive leadership team as well, and we have fortnightly executive leadership meetings, which are anywhere between 90 minutes and 120 minutes. I always tell people Brett's my favourite Deputy Secretary, so informally we meet every time we're in the office together, and we'll talk about matters. We're both pretty passionate about local government, so we do talk about matters, and I seek his advice informally on a range of occasions.
And you put on Hansard your,
Yes, on the record that I have a favourite in Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you.
At least it's better to be open and honest and transparent about it rather than just having everyone think that. So.
It's a running joke. Brett and I have had a long history together.
And then, how often would you meet with the Minister?
The Minister for Local Government, less regularly. Generally, the way a secretary will operate is that the Deputy Secretaries take the meetings with the relevant ministers. I'm obviously the Secretary of a number of different portfolios across 5 ministers. I would speak to the office, I don't know, I guess on a fortnightly basis when something came up, but generally Brett and his team will take those meetings with the Minister.
So from that, I understand that the day-to-day running of OLG is left to the Mr. Whitworth. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes,
Yep.
That's correct.
And I'll ask you the same question that I asked the Deputy. Do you think that the Office of Local Government is adequately resourced?
You're asking me that question as the
Yeah.
Secretary? No, I would concur with the Minister that Office of Local Government has been under-resourced for quite some time. I'm very pleased that we have received more money. It is, I think, one of my few agencies that actually received additional funding in this particular budget, which does speak to a general enthusiasm to improve local government. I would like to work with the Minister and with Mr. Whitworth to determine what adequate resourcing is, and then to make representation through the Minister.
I think that answers my next question was, what efforts are you making? So it sounds like you're...
Yes, I'm not sure because I was absent. I had an urgent planning matter, but Mr. Whitworth may have detailed that we are undertaking some work to understand what the requirements for the Office of Local Government is. When that's completed, Mr. Whitworth will obviously present that to me. I'll discuss that, and we'll work on conversations with the Minister and the Minister's office around how we make representation.
And because I'm rurally based, regional and rural councils are extremely concerned about their financial viability. What is your department doing to address this concern?
I might ask Mr Whitworth. That's a OLG detailed question.
So I think the Minister identified this morning, and I talked about it in some of my earlier evidence, about the government's election commitment to undertake a financial sustainability of councils. The IPART has flagged that it would be, as part of its rate peg methodology report, that it would be keen to undertake that work. We also have, as part of the structure of the Office of Local Government, we have engagement managers, we have what we call the performance team, and we have the investigations team. So if I take a particular council like Snowy Monaro, we've been actively meeting with Snowy Monaro around some of its financial challenges and seeking to work with it on how it can address those. I think from a high level perspective, understanding the cost that the council has, understanding the service delivery expectation that the council has. The Minister's example this morning of a council that was running 4 museums was not a throwaway line. It's a genuine, if that council is experiencing difficulty in matching its expenditure with its revenue, and revenue is challenging to obtain, it's not appropriate to go looking necessarily for grants, because that might have a downstream impact on your operational expenditure. It's not necessarily appropriate to go to the community and say we'd like to increase rates through a special rate variation, and I know that a number of councils are going through that process of engaging with their communities about whether a special rate variation is appropriate. If a council's done that and said no, and the community's saying we don't want to do it, and the council's decided not to do it, the next step is to look at expenditure and to look at service levels and service delivery. Those are the challenges. We have been also doing a lot of work with Central Darling as an example. Again, that is a council that is, broad scale numbers, but just north of $25 million in terms of overall operating tempo. Yet it can only obtain $900,000 in rates. It can obtain up to about $2 million in own source revenue. So the remainder of its operations are funded through grants. So we've been looking at whether there are ways of, and grant revenue will by its nature be lumpy, in terms of grant opportunities arise. We've been working with our state colleagues to see whether there might be opportunities to equalise that out. The final area, and this is staying within the sort of rural and regional perspective, is the financial assistance grants that come from the Commonwealth. Again, they have been forward funding a number of those, so that's created a degree of uncertainty in when the funds will come. But the Minister has identified a concern that we've been working on the basis that no council would be left worse off, but that is actually by its very nature creating some councils to be worse off, so the larger, richer councils are receiving higher amounts of funding. So, and that's not a New South Wales perspective, that's also a across the nation perspective. We had the senior officials group meeting of local government just yesterday, and as I said earlier, financial sustainability was clearly on the agenda, and what can be done to assist those rural and remote councils in particular. And there is, I suppose, a hope that maybe the Commonwealth can assist us to a degree in that area.
So on that, so you've got the Local Governments Grant Commission. So are you asking the federal to step in further, or separately from?
Look, I think the way in which the financial assistance grants operate is there is a grants commission. There is and the grants commission is an independent authority. that provides advice on the formula for the distribution, but they work within a broader Commonwealth set of parameters. I sort of, without wanting to, but I think if you've got a question about how that financial assistance grants are distributed, we're happy to take that on notice, because that's something we'd put to the Grants
The
Commission.
formula is quite complicated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Might turn to, we're talking about the constraints on local government and that expenses policies for councillors. Like, we had an inquiry earlier this year, you're probably familiar with, in terms of Canterbury Bankstown Council, and some of the information that came out of that in terms of expenses. The use, for instance, on designer clothes such as Hugo Boss, Van Heusen, Armani and Michael Kors. In response to that inquiry and the information that came out of that, has the Office of Local Government done any work to ascertain and monitor expenses being charged by councillors?
Well, look, we are working on that, and there have been, as you say, there was a parliamentary inquiry with recommendations to do that, and I think also that is a matter that has been flagged in other situations. Thank you. I would ask Ms. Gibbs to talk to this, but I think it's also important just to flag that the media had suggested that the Mayor had exceeded the council expenses policy. We did seek further information from the council and the actual costs incurred by the Mayor, and this was for professional development, was $2,545 in the 2017-2018 financial year, which was below the $3,000 annual limit. So there was a little bit of media sort of talking around the story, but I would ask Ms. Gibbs to talk about the work that we're doing to update the councillor expenses guideline.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth, and thank you for the question. So the expenses and facilities policy and training and professional development policies are currently under review. The first in response to recommendations of the Parliamentary Committee earlier this year, and the second, as Mr. Whitworth said, our guidelines clearly state that in undertaking professional development there should be an allowance that's capped, and in the case of Canterbury Bankstown the allowance was capped at $3,000 per year, and Councillor Asfor's professional development came underneath that cap. So our inquiries, as I understand it, showed that it was in accordance with the expenses and facilities policy and the training and remuneration budget. However, the other aspects probably weren't. So we have in our work program to undertake a review of the expenses and facilities policy commencing in the new year.
Okay, so that will be commencing in the new year. When do you expect that to be in place? In time for the new local government terms in September, or?
That would be the intention, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that'll be implemented by then. And have you had any discussions with the Premier or the Minister about their expectations when it comes to this policy and what should be included?
I'm not sure Ms. Gibbs would want to answer that question in terms of conversations with the Premier. No, the Minister's very clear on the importance of the Council adopting a council expenses policy under Section 252, I believe,
It's 252.
Of the Local Government Act. I think a number of times I've heard the Minister say that the role of councillors is to serve their community and to do it appropriately and with diligence and with care for the civic service that they're providing. It's not something that they're. I think he has wants to reinforce with us that the expenses need to be appropriate, but they shouldn't be around extravagance either. It's not appropriate for extravagance in an expense environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitworth. Now, also just turning to, and I think maybe the Chair can correct me if we've already covered this ground, but with respect to I've lost my place, Lucy's project and the funding for Lucy's project. Have we done that? No, we haven't. Okay, in terms of the funding for Lucy's project, there was some $750,000 that was announced over a 3-year period. Are you aware of that announcement previously?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yep. And why were the terms changed to a 2-year period and not in line with the original decision for 3 years?
I'm sorry, but when you say the terms were changed,
I believe it's now a 2-year commitment rather than a 3-year commitment.
I'm sorry, I don't. Where was the identification of the original commitment being 3 years?
I can maybe come back to you on that.
Perhaps I can clarify. Lucy's project was one of the animal welfare grants that were made as part of the broader animal welfare package that was announced earlier this year and was delivered in June, but it was a one-off payment for this financial year.
Okay. And were any changes made in terms of from its original announcement and its original allocation?
No, I don't know where the idea of a 3-year or 2-year came from, so if you can provide some more information.
I will see what I can do.
Providing
clarification.
Just to be clear that those grants, and that was 46.5 or thereabout, which included a number of different grants. The grants 20.5 for RSPCA, the 12 million for Sydney Dogs and Cats. These were all the 5.5 for Animal Welfare League, the Lucy's Project, Greyhound Rescue, Cat Protection Society, and the Contestable Fund that we talked about earlier. These were all from the last in last year's allocation to the Department of Planning and Environment for the 22-23 budget. And so we've needed to, for example, carry forward the Sydney Dogs and Cats over a longer period because it's obviously a build, but some of that money was all put to those agencies before the 30th of June.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to disaster funding that's been provided through the Office of Local Government, can you give me an update on the Lismore Council funding and the progress that's been made to assist Lismore Council in its quite unique circumstances?
I would ask Mr. Baxter to come up because he is the expert on all things Lismore and disaster funding.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Baxter.
Thank you. The council is continuing to work through the work project. So if you remember that the government gave $20 million to Lismore Council over a number of years to undertake work to build capacity and capability of the council to support the recovery activities. So this was in addition to the funding funded under disaster recovery amounts. Council is working with. There is a committee of the council of the whole that is essentially the project management group, and they are working through the projects. They're delivering the projects on time. There are some projects that council's asked to bring forward and others to bring back, which we're continuing to look at on a case-by-case basis. But council's delivery of the projects so far have been fine. We got another quarterly report, I think 2 days ago, under the schedule, and all the payments to date have been made consistent with continued successful delivery.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. And Mr. Baxter, is the funding envelope sufficient in order for them to be able to deliver the projects?
Yes, there has been
no request for any variation?
Council has asked for us to move it out for to ask for another 6 months.
Okay.
In terms of the project term.
I do think though that it's probably that is the funding sufficient is a question for Lismore rather than for us. Yeah. Perhaps, have we been asked for additional funds? The answer would be no.
And it is important to note that was a specific identified need by the government working with the council to identify that need for Lismore, and it was because of the particular circumstances facing Lismore Council and its community.
Okay, thank you very much. And with respect, Mr. Whitworth, with the work that the RSPCA has been doing in terms of enforcing laws around cruelty to animals and the significant funding that it's received over recent years, has there been any bids to increase or to continue that funding to the RSPCA?
I actually think that this is probably more a question for Mr. Hanson as part of the animal welfare reform.
I was noticing Mr. Walther limbering up in the background as well. No? Mr. Hanson.
So as you'd be aware, the government's made a commitment around reviewing the ongoing funding for the charitable organisations, so both RSPCA, Animal Welfare League. That'll be tied up with the animal welfare reforms that have been talked about earlier today. And so it's reviewing that funding and looking at what's required going forward, tied to what is expected of the RSPCA, Animal Welfare League going forward, will be key parts of the reform next year.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hanson. And Mr. Whitworth, turning, or Ms. Fishburn, you might want to answer this in the capacity now in local government, but with respect to the housing and productivity contribution and distributions to local government, has the Office of Local Government done any work as to how that's going to look and what the grants process will look like?
That's a matter for planning, that question.
Well, I think actually planning said it was a matter for the Office of Local Government in last week's questions.
No, I think I won't tell you which. Sorry, I think it was the withdrawal DA guidelines.
Okay.
Yes, that was the question.
Yes.
And that is a matter for Office of Local Government. No, in relation to the allocation of the housing productivity contribution, that's a matter for the Treasurer and Minister Scully to discuss. I should stress though, because I think some of the questions have been how much do we engage as a department. As I did say, Mr. Whitworth sits on my executive team. The executives in the planning area and Mr. Whitworth would speak, I think, fair to say, on a daily basis. As we discussed, Mr. Fallow, the interdependencies of local government into the planning system, you can't unpick those.
Yeah.
So while OLG won't be making that allocation, we of course have conversations with our colleagues at OLG to understand the local government environment as it stands.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just have a follow-up question from something the Honourable Scott Farlow was asking in regards to the RSPCA funding. And I just wondered if either Mr. Hanson or Mr. Whitworth have any background information. Obviously, we've been talking quite a lot, and other members have been asking about that division of the Companion Animals Act and the RSPCA and where all the powers fall or don't fall or where there's gaps. My understanding is that the RSPCA funding was announced by the Office of, with the Local Government Minister. I'm wondering why it came from local government instead of the Agriculture Minister.
Can I say that was an announcement originally made by the previous government and the previous Minister for Local Government. I'm not sure where I stand in terms of budget estimates, in terms of answering questions on behalf of this minister or the previous minister. It is certainly that there was a funding package that was announced. I think there was certainly engagement at a whole of government level around what was in that funding package, and the former Deputy Premier would have been part of those conversations, and the announcement process would have been organised appropriately within government. It's not really appropriate for me to speculate on why it was the Minister for Local Government and not the Deputy Premier that made the announcement.
That decision isn't in our hands to make.
Oh, no, I know the decision's not in your hands. I was just curious if you had any background information, given there is so much of this sort of fuzzy area between the two spaces. In regards to the pet registry, I've got two more questions, sorry, on the pet registry. One of the recommendations from the puppy farming inquiry is that there also be discussion on ensuring the pet registry could work to ensure interoperability between the New South Wales Pet Registry and online sites such as Gumtree and the Trading Post to reduce the ability of unethical breeders to sell online. And I know Minister Dominello was particularly keen on that recommendation when he was somewhat involved in the pet registry. Is that something that is going to roll out as the pet registry, or is it too early in the stages to tell?
I think that our first job is to build the pet registry and get it up and running. It is being built by Department of Customer Service so that it is interoperable with Department of Customer Services platforms, and is being in fact built on a Department of Customer Service platform. When we talk about the future stages and components, then I think that there would be some degree of potential there, Ms. Bishop.
Yeah, I think that's probably a stage that is in the future. At this point, we're looking at really focusing on being able to build a good functional registry which has a lot of user accessibility, ease, improves recording. One of the things, though, in relation to this issue about Gumtree, is that we have the opportunity through the new pet registry to do a lot of education for owners and for people buying, new dogs and cats. So we do see this as a really good opportunity to be able to improve owner education, raise awareness around, making sure that they choose a breeder who has a proper breeder identification number, that they take steps to ensure that their breeder is reputable and that sort of thing. So whether it's integrated with Gumtree or Facebook or any of those, at this stage it's sort of, as I say, further down the track. I will note that I think it is a requirement that there is a breeder identification number on Facebook and Gumtree. I'm not sure whether that's enforced. That's something that's outside of our remit. But at this stage, what we're really looking at is an opportunity to educate new owners to ensure that they do their research and make sure the breeder that they're buying from is reputable.
Thank you. And how many full-time equivalent staff are working on the pet registry upgrade?
I would like to take that on notice, because any questions around staffing are always somewhat challenging. But Ms. Bishop, can you give a flavour for how many people we have working?
Yes, I can. We've got 2 full-time and we're currently recruiting and just about to appoint another 3.
Thank you.
And I should stress that is from the OLG side. There are a number of staff, obviously, working from DCS around the technical build. We've got experts on the Amanda platform. They've got design, technical, software people on that side as well. I'm not sure exactly the numbers on that side, but can come back to you.
And of course, the whole point of the pet registry is it underpins the responsible responsible pet ownership principles of the Companion Animals Act. So people across Office of Local Government are involved in its design and its development as well. So again, there are focused people, but then there are people that are involved with its policy development.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Mr. Hanson around the boarding code, if we can talk about that. It's 25 years or so out of date. I've had quite a few complaints and concerns brought to my office about how out of date some of the requirements are, and the fact that there's no minimum kennel sizes, no minimum qualification for staff or staffing ratios, for example. I'm just wondering if there are any routine, regular auditing of boarding facilities in New South Wales.
I might ask Dr. Filmer if she has any details on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you that it's been a long time coming for a review of that code. Mm-hmm. We're hoping that the inquiry, which I think you've got the first hearings next week on pounds, and I note in a number of the submissions that are made there suggestions around updating and potential amendments to the boarding establishment code, its usability for pounds and shelters reflected in there. But I might ask Ms. Fulmer if there's any information with regards to inspections or compliance checks.
Thank you.
I'll have to take that on notice, sorry.
No, that's all right. That's fine.
No,
that's okay. I'm wondering as well if there's been any discussion about a registration system for boarding facilities like there is in Victoria, and if that's something that's ever been considered to ensure that there's a certain standard and qualifications to run facilities. I guess I'm also looking outside of that pounds and shelter system, but also boarding facilities where people leave their animals safe, they're travelling overseas. That's where I've had a lot of concerns and complaints as well, because the code is so out of date. To give you an example, I heard from a couple who had left their dog at a boarding facility, and the dog became sick, and the boarding facility didn't take the dog to the vet because there was only one person that was on, and so they couldn't actually take the dog to a vet because they couldn't abandon the other dogs, and then that dog actually died and passed away. So, and it's not an unusual case. I've been hearing a lot of these because there's no staffing ratios, for example, in these boarding facilities. Is that something that's been brought to the attention of the DPI, or is that something you're also looking into in the boarding code?
Any of those sorts of problems really should be, they come under POCTA, so if people have experienced problems like that, those complaints should go to the enforcement agencies, so they should be reported to the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, or the New South Wales Police.
And I think in the cases that I have heard, they have been taken to the RSPCA for investigation, and the information that they've got back is because the code doesn't require staffing ratios, because it doesn't require XYZ, that there was no action that could be taken. I mean, I'm not sort of putting that on as a question to you, but it is another one, I guess, that is urgently requiring updating. Has there been consideration or discussion within DPI at all about a registration system for these sorts of boarding facilities in the similar ways there is one in Victoria?
I know it's come up in a number of the discussions, and will be part of the consideration as the code gets looked at, and obviously with what comes out of the discussions out of the inquiry as well. I mean, the code, for its age and its the fact that it hasn't been reviewed or it hasn't been updated for 26 years, I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it does still hold obligations on people to provide prompt veterinary and appropriate treatment in case of injuries or injuries. So whilst it doesn't have a staffing ratio requirement, the scenario you just sort of outlined there, you know, that inability to provide prompt veterinary treatment for an injury or is something that can have action taken against, because it's obviously in breach of the code.
Is it just injury, in the code, or is it anything? Because I don't think it was an injury, but I just wanted to check if...
Illness or injury.
Illness or injury. Okay, thank you. And apologies for my question before, that was my mistake. It is the boarding code that has the no minimum kennel sizes rather than Companion Animals Act. I was asking more about, what my question should have been was more about the audits in regards to the rehoming practices under the Companion Animals Act. Mr. Hanson, I was wondering, in regards to the POCTA review, with the removal of the Director of Animal Welfare role, who within the DPI will lead on that POCTA review?
So that'll be actually being led by both the Chief Animal Welfare Officer, plus also our Director of Strategy and Policy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, as we talked about in Minister Moriarty's hearing, whilst that role has changed, there's no decrease in the actual resourcing of the reform. It's just a reorganisation as to the resources applied to it.
Have the changes in the roles created any change in timeline for the review?
No.
No, so that stays the same?
No.
Could I get on notice what the remuneration was for that role, the Director of Animal Welfare?
I'll take that on notice, yeah.
Thank you. And is Ms. Susan Robinson still employed now? I think you said that she was now doing other responsibilities.
That's correct.
Could I get her title and what her responsibilities are now?
Yeah, I'm happy to get those for you.
Mm-hmm.
She's currently assisting us with the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner's work.
Mm-hmm.
so supporting Marion Healy and the reforms that hopefully you'll see soon in the upper house for consideration. But in terms of the actual title of that role, I'll come back to you on that.
And is that like a contract role or a casual role?
No, that's ongoing.
It's a
Yeah.
full-time...
Yeah, so as you'd imagine, we deploy directors across a range of tasks depending on where priorities arise. With the suite of election commitments on animal welfare, it's obviously a whole bundle of pieces that need to be picked up and driven. So there's a team that's been formed to assist in driving the animal welfare reform pieces that pick up all of those election commitments as well. At the same time, we've got election commitments around independent biosecurity commissioners and the independent agricultural commissioner, and those ones also need resourcing to be able to deliver against. And that's where we look for the opportunity to deploy directors across the business.
And have you had any discussions with any minister about a new role for an independent commissioner for animal welfare?
No, not at this stage.
You haven't had any discussions? Okay. I just wanted to ask some questions about the Animal Welfare Code of Practice, breeding cats and dogs. This Code of Practice was a way to ensure any breeding facilities that apply for a DA at least required to comply with more robust standards than the current code. But it has no caps on litters or staffing ratios and allows dogs to be kept in cages for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day. I'm just wondering if there's any progress on updating that code. I know there was a small update in 2021, but I assume that there'll be more work on that.
I think the breeding code will need to be looked at as part of the suite of reforms, especially given one of the election commitments around puppy factories or puppy farms. So you can assume that there'll be reforms in those codes that follow on from those regulatory reforms that will be required.
Okay. So that's definitely still going to be reviewed other than the small update that happened in 2021?
Yeah, so, and I think as we've talked for the last little while on, so the reform of the legislation, which I know committee looked at last year, a suite of a draft bill, and gave us some advice on in terms of what should be amended. We now have additional pieces with regards to election commitments that need to be factored in. Out of that then comes regulatory changes that need to be made to clean up and make sure that we have a seamless operation on animal welfare in the state, and then out of that also then comes codes, standards and guidelines and codes of practice, and all of those need to be harmonised once you have your foundation legislation and regulations built.
Mm-hmm. And has the DPI received any instructions from the Minister to start work on the puppy farm legislation?
Not from the Minister of Local Government, no.
Okay. I'm wondering if OLG or DPI have offered any assistance or guidance to councils on the ongoing issues they are facing regarding puppy farms and large breeding facilities.
The Office of Local Government certainly hasn't. I might. This is where I suppose the conversation this morning with the Minister about the assessment of development applications, and being a planner of long standing, I don't necessarily agree. I'd be interested to see the legal advice that the councils have. Just because something is permissible in a zone doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't, that it is suitable for that and should automatically be approved, unless of course it's housing, in which case.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth. Message.
But I mean, I think that if there are concerns about operation, etc., so we, again, probably if there are concerns from councils, we're happy to pick those up through our conversations with our engagement managers, and I'm sure that the councils are listening in on these estimates and
Yeah,
we'll raise them.
Ms Hurst, for fullness of answer, I can confirm that the planning department proper has had conversations with councils about this matter and provided similar assessment type advice to that which the Minister and Mr Whitworth has alluded to. I don't know whether they have this year, but certainly previously when I was in the planning delivery unit, my staff there had conversations with councils about this matter. So just so you've got the full record.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
thank you. And is that something that comes to DPI at all?
Sorry.
So in regards to councils having problems with large breeding facilities or puppy farms?
Only if they feel as though there's a breach of the POCTA,
Okay.
of Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Act, in which case, if they come to us, we provide them copies of the codes, we provide them, or answer any questions they have with regards to what they should be looking for, and we can assist them in making contact with compliance agencies to have a look at it.
Thank you. My office has been contacted recently quite a lot by cat carers and community members. They're concerned about what they're proposing is a rise in cruelty to stray and homeless cats due to some of the rhetoric that's been put out by councils and the federal government about cats and cat containment and wildlife. I'm wondering if you've received or if you've got any record of receiving an increase in cruelty to cat complaints.
No, we haven't, and those sorts of complaints should be directed to the enforcement agencies. So if people are concerned about cruelty issues, they should be directed to RSPCA, Animal Welfare League or New South Wales Police.
I guess their concerns won't sort of, obviously every individual case does get referred, but the complaints that have come to my office is that they have felt that there's a rise in cruelty complaints, but that hasn't come to the DPI.
We haven't had that information provided to us, no.
Have you spoken to the POCTA agencies about it at all?
Not specifically, no.
But they would normally, we
Reach out to you?
have pretty regular conversations with them. If they saw a rise in a particular area of concern, it'd be the kind of thing they'd raise with us.
Absolutely.
That's not something we've specifically asked them.
Mm-hmm.
I've also got those stats that I took on notice here for the audits of boarding facilities.
Yep.
RSPCA did 12 in the last financial year, and the Animal Welfare League did 6 in the last financial year.
Thank you. In regards to the Companion Animals Fund, there was $6.3 million in existing funding from the Companion Animals Fund earmarked to help councils improve education and care for registered dogs and cats. I'm just wondering if what that program looks like, and are there any specific programs or steps councils are required to take?
So I think, Madam Chair, you're talking about what's in the budget papers.
Mm-hmm.
So the budget, so the when a pet, a cat or a dog is registered, the registration fee comes through the Office of Local Government. At the moment, we are allocating 80% of the companion animal register fees to councils, and we retain 20% for education and for the build of the pet registry. So that's a forecast of what we would expect to receive and then provide to councils. However, in previous years it has been different, so we've actually had more like, instead of the expected some around 7 million coming in, we've actually had 11 million coming in. And so the actual amounts that we provided to councils have increased as a result. At the moment, the money basically comes in on a pro rata comes in and goes back out to councils on a pro rata basis on how many animals were registered. I do feel that that's an area that we can look at to improve because, in some cases we're giving those councils that have large amounts of animals that are registered, we're giving them reasonable amount of money, and those councils that don't have a large number, I have signed off on returns that have been as little as $29 for a quarter, which doesn't really do much. So I do feel that there's an opportunity there to look at how we can get more appropriate, and more bang for our buck. Working across, with joint organisations, for example, or working with groups of councils.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you very much. I might ask for this session Mr. Gleeson to come forward if that's possible.
I do want to warn that Mr. Gleeson, being a lawyer, will have a limited range of responses that he will be able to provide.
Sure. We'll run through the questions and we'll see what Mr. Gleeson can add to us. And just, this is very much around the issues we were talking about previously with the Minister with respect to de-amalgamation procedures.
And can I would like the questions to be directed through me
course,
and
Mr. Whitworth.
to Mr. Gleeson, if that's okay.
We will indeed, Mr. Whitworth. So, Mr. Whitworth, I will ask through you and then you can direct as you see fit then. With respect to the anomaly in the Local Government Amendment Bill, particularly 218cc, when did that first become evident to the department? It has been an issue, I suppose, when we went to seek orders for proclamation to give effect to Minister Tuckerman's decision. That became evident that there was insufficient power for us to be able to draft, or for us to be able to obtain a draft of the proclamations. Any further, and that would be, we would be revealing privileged legal information that we received from Parliamentary Counsel. Okay. And would you have a time frame? And you said when that was. Is there a date or a month you could provide us with in terms of that?
Well, the Minister's decision in relation to Cootamundra Gundagai, I don't know that I have a time frame. 24th of August was when the Minister made her, the former Minister, Minister Tuckerman, made her decision to demerge, so it would have been somewhere after that. Okay. And with respect to that, was it then made clear that new legislation would be required to give effect to any demerger? Again, I suppose, show me a public servant that hasn't identified legislative change as an option to a minister, and I'm showing you a public servant that's not trying hard enough. Certainly we would have identified, yes, there is a legal issue and that legislative change is one of the options available. And that advice was provided to Minister Hoenig? Again, Minister Hoenig was provided with advice that identified that legislative change was one of the approaches, but he has given you, he's given you pretty clearly and comprehensive responses as to why he has chosen to go through the path that he identified, and he found through his review and analysis of the Local Government Act. Okay. And Minister Hoenig, I think, outlined this morning as well that he had requested senior counsel advice as well on this matter. Was that correct? Or? It is within the purview of a minister to seek additional advice. Yes. And that was obtained through the Office of Local Government? If you're obtaining external legal advice that is on a matter like this, you need to go through certain processes which include seeking that advice through the Crown Solicitor's Office. Okay. And in terms of that, has the office abandoned any work being done on any further legislative amendments to the Act? Well, abandoned suggests that we'd started. Okay. Well, is the government pursuing any further? I shouldn't say further. Is the government pursuing any investigation of any legislative changes with respect to the Act? That's a matter for the minister. That's a matter for government policy. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll probably get the same answers to my next question, so I might leave that line of inquiry there. Thank you very much. And for coming to the table, Mr. Gleeson, you didn't have to answer anything at all. So I'm glad we could get your steps up for a brief part of the day. Anything else going on? I think that might. Withdrawals. Back to eagerly anticipated withdrawals. Eagerly anticipated.
My apologies, Mr. Whitworth.
At least you got a heads up in terms of it. So in terms of the new withdrawal guidelines that have been issued, can you tell us what the substance of those guidelines have been?
So the guidelines are issued under Section 23A of the Local Government Act, which requires, so they're issued by the Departmental Chief Executive, so I exercise that power to issue the guidelines. In doing that, I needed to obtain the concurrence of the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, because it referenced a planning function that councils have, and that concurrence was obtained. What the guidelines do is identify for councils a number of key principles around the importance of, first of all, setting out the importance of providing for additional housing, and housing affordability is a significant challenge. And I think, as I've said to Local Government New South Wales and to general managers and so on, when they've questioned me, any lever that is within our within reach, we will pull. So in this case, it was about making sure that there.
And when you say
approvals.
within our reach, you mean the Office of Local Government's reach, or do you mean councils themselves?
Well, I suppose I'm also involved in other housing matters. I'm chairing, for example, a national working group on local government to help assist with the delivery of the National Housing Accord. So this isn't a New South Wales issue. This is a national issue, and I suppose the collective we would be, everyone that has an ability to influence and provide for additional means to improve the affordability of housing. So,
and as a member of my executive, all my executive team have responsibility for doing what they can do within their portfolios for housing targets.
So what the guidelines are effectively saying is that we want we have a policy statement that we want councils to contribute to providing more appropriate housing to address the state's housing shortfall. We want councils to allocate appropriate resources to their planning and assessment teams to ensure development applications are assessed and determined expeditiously, and we strongly encourage councils to avoid practices that delay DA assessment within reasonable timeframes. And I suppose using those principles, we say effectively, if you are looking to encourage an applicant to withdraw a development application involving housing, we're essentially saying, please, work with the applicant to see whether there is a way of improving that development application so that it can be determined.
And Mr. Whitworth, what's been the material changes that have been made as a result of that 23A direction or guideline?
When you say material change, is that why did we need to take action?
Well, no. Well, what have councils done in response to that guideline?
Well, I think what we've seen is we've seen DA processing timeframes have increased from an average of 69 days in July 2021 to an average of 116 days in March 2023. Now, that's not to blame councils for that, because they will quite rightly identify a number of challenges that they're dealing with. But we also had figures that show that there have been 9,000 applications that have been withdrawn since July 2021, and when we look at that, there is an average of nearly 70 withdrawals per council. Having said that, there are some councils where there are no withdrawals. So there are some councils that are working with their applicants. There are some councils where there's a high number of withdrawals, and that's not to say that they're not working with the applicants. But it was, I suppose, a recognition that and a concern that there were some circumstances where the view was put to me, councils are seeking to either avoid having a development, having a matter fought in court, or avoiding trying to improve their overall DA turnaround timeframes by encouraging applicants to withdraw rather than refusing the development application and having that show up on their statistics. So I think the concern was with a number of fairly, as I said, looking to pull every lever at our disposal. If there are genuine housing DAs out there that will provide additional housing supply, it's one of the tools in our arsenal to make more housing available to more people.
And so, since that guideline, have you seen any changes being implemented by councils to take into consideration that guideline?
I don't think we'd have the data set strongly enough, I'd suggest that be a good question in February when the guidelines have been out there for some time and we're able to pull the data out of e-planning.
They are only that. I mean, they were issued
it's a
on
month,
the
I
5th
know.
of
the
5th of October.
Yeah.
Yep.
And have you had any feedback from council with respect to those guidelines at all, and council's response? I'm sure you get feedback from councils all the time.
I do get feedback from councils all the time. Some general managers text me quite regularly. Some general managers are always very, very upfront in their views, which I always find incredibly refreshing.
I'm sure.
Yes, I have had some feedback. The feedback that I've had has varied from, look, this is what we're doing to make sure that we can address DA improvements and DA work. Some councils have identified that the use of DA withdrawal, or the number of DA withdrawals is quite minimal. Other councils have given me a breakdown of where the DA withdrawals have come from. So their stats are more granular than our statistics, which we've taken through the planning portal. One council has been able to identify that they have a large number of DA withdrawals, but some of them are about shopfront fit-outs, for example, rather than for housing. So they wanted to bring that to my attention. I've not had a council that's put in writing that they object to the DA guidelines, but I do know that some general managers felt that it was, they were concerned that we were trying to tell them how to run their development assessment systems. I was trying to avoid that kind of phrase.
That's why I thought I'd say it rather than you. And would you be able to provide us on notice with the numbers in terms of over the last 3 years? I think was the term the period you're talking about, in the 9,000 withdrawals, as to that figure by local government area?
Yes, that's available.
Yep. Thank you very much. I think that might be it for our questions.
Wonderful, fantastic, thank you. Does the government have any questions?
We're satisfied.
Happy? Is there any more questions that have come through with answers?
I do have questions about those detailed questions you asked about the receiving of pound statistics.
Okay.
Do you want me to talk to that now, or would you?
Yeah, that would probably be good, if that's right, unless it's overly detailed. But
Yep. Well, there's a number of them. It's not super detailed, but is there a standardised format for collecting and receiving pound statistics? Yes, the Companion Animals Register has a standard template which council officers access to update pound statistics annually. It records animals coming in and reasons for leaving the pound, including resale, being returned to owners, rehomed and euthanised. What checking's undertaken? We will not check or cross-check what information comes from the council. That's a compliance issue for the council. Are any councils required to keep records when animals come into their pound facilities? So all councils are required to keep records. The pound return is a legislative requirement under Section 67A of the Companion Animals Act. Are the statistics sent from the ranger and shelter managers, or do they need to be signed off by a general manager before they're submitted? So I'm unaware of a sign-off from a general manager for submitted returns provided directly into the Companion Animal Register, so that would imply that rangers can provide those statistics. But again, it will vary from one council to another in terms of the delegation to fulfil statutory obligations. If a pound is run by a third party or not a council, councils still need to organise and complete their pound return, which goes to a council is effectively seeking outsourcing is not a currently appropriate phrase, I suppose, but they're seeking to get another service provider to provide that service for them, but they still have the legislative obligation to provide the pound return. So they'll have some form of agreement with the provider. Can we expect to see the pound data report for 2022, 2023? I think Ms Bishop answered that question, but we expect it to be published before the first week in December.
Okay, great, thank you. And just quickly on that, with if a council doesn't complete their pound return, what's the process then?
Well, if a council doesn't complete their pound return, they'll be expecting to receive a phone call from the office. If they don't respond after that, they'll receive a letter from Ms. Bishop. If they don't respond after that, they'll receive a letter from me.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one last question that I failed to ask Mr. Whitworth as you were speaking. You were mentioning the levers in terms of housing supply. Apart from the withdrawal guidelines, are there any other levers that you see that the Office of Local Government can pull?
I suppose the levers are probably the other things that I'm doing. So I'm participating in the executive leadership committees and the conversations about housing. I made comment earlier about my involvement in making sure that the planning portal works, and my role on the executive steerco for that. I participate in the Housing Senior Officers Group at a state level to provide a local government perspective. I also, as I've said, am chairing a national local government working group with the Commonwealth as a secretariat, so where we're looking at the impediments and barriers for local government and what we can do to help assist councils to help deliver additional housing. That includes giving the Commonwealth advice on how it will be spending the money under the National Housing Accord and how it would frame the guidelines for the $500 million housing support program that it is about to come out with. And the final, but there's probably more, but for the final for now, is we are working with our colleagues in the department, in our Homes and Property team, and soon to be Homes New South Wales, on guidance for councils on how they can utilise their own land holdings to provide for affordable and community housing led housing projects.
Thank you, Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for your attendance today. Sorry, there's more.
I just wanted to take a moment, Chair, if that's okay, to thank Mr. Whitworth and all the staff from OLG for their attendance here today. OLG is a small agency but a mighty powerful one. I'm very proud of the work they do. Very complicated working with the third tier of government, but very important. We are all passionate about councils and what they do and deliver for the community. Also like to thank all the staff who've worked very hard to prepare us for today. As you can tell, there's a lot of rigour that goes on behind, and thank you to the committee. You've treated my staff with absolute professionalism and courtesy, and we really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. It's good to get that feedback. And thank you all again today for your attendance and for your time and for the evidence that you've provided. The Committee Secretariat may be in touch if there's further questions, and also any questions that were taken on notice as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.